And, O reader, our tale of wonder and vampire slaying. Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everybody. Last week, we read our way up to the moments before the siege of Dracula's castle in London, or at least, judging by the way the story has been going, I assume the moments before the siege of Dracula's castle. They were certainly planning, and there was a giant bat that somebody tried to shoot. So that seems pretty, okay, we're gonna go storm the castle now. You know? Mm, that's good. Uh, Last week like I said, kind of they being the Dracula gang, our dear Blorbo, Jonathan Harker, and, Mina Harker, his wife, and, Van Helsing, and the cowboy whose name I definitely remember, and the other suitor that came up earlier in the book, and also poor poor Lena's husband, who Lena got dunked on and became a vampire, and Super Turbo got staked earlier. They have all grouped up, and they're like, no, we're not gonna have Dracula hassling people anymore. That's not allowed. So that's where we were. We left off right after that, round table of our our dear beloved heroes and the cast that we enjoy so much. And now we're gonna dive into chapter 19 in Jonathan Harker's journal and see what we find. On the 1st of October at 5 a.m., I went with the party to the search with an easy mind, for I think I never saw Mina so absolutely strong and well. I'm so glad that she consented to hold back and let us men do the work. Somehow it was a dread to me that she was in this fearful business at all, but now that her work is done, and that it is due to her energy and brains and foresight that the whole story is put together in such a way that every point tells, she may well feel that her part is finished, and that she can henceforth leave the rest to us. We were, I think, all a little upset by the scene with Mr. Renfield. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. They visited Renfield. You know, the guy who's been eating bugs and been obsessively trying to improve the stock of life energy within him. This whole book, as we've been, hearing from our friend Dr. Seward, yeah, he supposedly found himself cured. There are very large air quotes around that if you can't see me, and was speaking quite eruditely to the party for a little while there. Anyway, now that I've gotten distracted, we were, I think, all a little upset by the scene with Mr. Renfield. When we came away from his room, we were silent till we got back to the study. Then Mr. Morris said to Dr. Seward, Quinn Morris is the guy with the gun and the American cowboy, lest you forget. Say, Jack, if that man wasn't attempting a bluff, he's about the sanest lunatic I ever saw. I'm not sure, but I believe that he had some serious purpose, and if he had, it was pretty rough on him to not get a chance. Lord Godalming and I were silent, but Dr. Van Helsing added, Friend John, you know more of lunatics than I do, and I'm glad for it, for I fear that if it had been to me to decide, I would before that last hysterical outburst have given him free. But we live, and we learn, and we hang on the edge of tomorrow. I'm curious if this is a European tale, says Kariki. I could not resist making that joke, I'm sorry. But we live and we learn, and in our present task, we must take no chance, as my friend Quincy would say. All is best as they are. Gariki says, if this is a European tale, wouldn't Seward be pronounced severed? As in, oh, I could see what you mean. You know, Sivard, a little bit like that. I could see how you could kind of make that into a pun name of Doctor Savard. I can see what you mean there. I've just been pronouncing it Saward as in oh, I know I'm stealing that last name pronunciation from somewhere on YouTube. It was it was a non-specific YouTube thing. Someone named what's his name? Luke Saward did something that I can't recall. It was a fun little cute video about something, and his name has stuck in the back of my brain without any context. So I've been saying it's Saward this whole time. But you could pronounce it in the way that Gariki suggests, to kind of make it a little bit of a pun name, Doctor Savard. And that's fun. I like that a lot. If we had thought about it earlier in the book, I might have gone with that. But his name's Dr. Saward. It's too late. We're this far. Anyway, now that I've completely lost the sentence I was reading, uh, but we live and learn, and in our present task we must take no chance, as my friend Quincy would say. All is best as they are. Dr. Saward seemed to answer them both in a dreamy kind of way. I don't know, but that I agree with you. If that man had been an ordinary lunatic, I would have taken my chance of trusting him. But he seems so mixed up with the Count in an indexy kind of way that I am afraid of doing anything wrong by helping his fads. I can't forget how he prayed with almost equal fervor for a cat and tried to tear my throat out with his teeth. Besides, he called the Count Lord and Master, and he may want to get out to help him in some diabolical way. That horrid thing has the wolves and the rats and his own kind to help him, so I suppose he isn't above trying to use a respectable lunatic. He certainly did seem earnest, though. I only hope we have done what is best. These things, in conjunction with the wild work we have in hand, help to unnerve a man. The professor stepped over, and laying his hand on his shoulder, said in his grave, kindly way, Friend John, have no fear. We are trying to do our duty in a very sad and terrible case. We can only do as we deem best. What else have we to hope for, except the pity of the good God? Lord Godalming had stepped away for a few minutes, but now he returned, and held up a little silver whistle, as he remarked, That place may be full of rats, and if so, I've got an antidote on call. Having passed the wall, we took our way to the house, taking care to keep in the shadows of the trees on the lawn when the moonlight shone through. When we got to the porch, the professor opened his bag and took out a lot of things, which he laid on the step, sorting them into 4 little groups, evidently one for each. Then he spoke. My friends, we are going into a terrible danger, and we need arms of many kinds. Our enemy is not merely spiritual. Remember that he has the strength of 20 men, and that though our necks or our windpipes of the common kind, and therefore breakable or crushable, his are not amenable to mere strength. A stronger man, or a body of men more strong in all than him, can at certain times hold him, but they cannot hurt him as we can be hurt by him. We must therefore guard ourselves from his touch. Keep this near your heart. And as he spoke, he lifted a little silver crucifix and held it out to me, I being nearest to him. Put these flowers around your neck. Here he handed to me a wreath of withered garlic blossoms. For other enemies more mundane, this revolver and this knife, and for aid in all, these so small electric lamps which you fasten to your chest, and for all, and above all the last, this which we must not desecrate needless. This was a portion of sacred wafer, which he put in an envelope and handed to me. Each of the others was similarly equipped. Now, friend John, where are the skeleton keys? If so, that we can open the door, as we need not break house by the window, as before at Miss Lucy's. Dr. Saward tried 1 or 2 skeleton keys, his mechanical dexterity as a surgeon standing him in good stead. Presently he got one to suit. After a little play back and forth, the bolt yielded, and with a rusty clang, shot back. We pressed on the door, the rusty hinges creaked, and it slowly opened. It was startlingly like the image conveyed to me in Dr. Seward's diary of the opening of Miss Westenra's tomb. I fancied the same idea seemed to strike the others, for with one accord they shrank back. The professor was the first to move forward and stepped into the open door. So do they describe... The description there makes it sound like, rather than using, like, a skeleton key to, like... He has to, like, jimmy the lock with the skeleton key, like, kind of, almost like a pick rake, so to speak, in like, a modern lockpicking set. That's just immediately what comes to mind to me. I don't know, I haven't used a skeleton key before, so... Who knows? Anyway, in manus tuas domine, he said, crossing himself as he passed over the threshold. We closed the door behind us, lest when we should have lit our lamps, we should possibly attract attention from the road. Did I read that wrong? We closed the door behind us, lest when we should have lit our lamps, we should possibly attract attention from the road. I did read that right, okay. The professor carefully tried the lock, lest we might not be able to open it from within, should we be in a hurry making our exit. Then we all lit our lamps and proceeded on our search. The light from the tiny lamps fell in all sorts of odd forms, the rays crossing each other or the opacity of our bodies, throwing great shadows. I could not for my life get away from the feeling that there was someone else amongst us. I suppose that it was the recollection so powerfully brought home to me by the grim surroundings of that terrible experience in Transylvania. I think the feeling was common to us all, for I noticed that the others kept looking over their shoulders at every sound and every new shadow, just as I felt myself doing. The whole place was thick with dust. The floor was seemingly inches deep, except where there were recent footsteps, in which, on holding down my lamp, I could see marks of hobnails where the dust was cracked. The walls were fluffy and heavy with dust, and in the corners there were masses of spiders' webs, whereupon the dust had gathered till they looked like old tattered rags, as the weight had torn them partly down. On a table in the hall was a great bunch of keys, with a time-yellowed label on each. They had been used several times, for on the table were several similar rents and the blanket of dust similar to the exposed when the professor lifted them. He turned to me and said, "You know this place, Jonathan. You have copied maps of it, and you know it at least more than we do. Which way to the chapel?" I had an idea of its direction, though on my former visit I had not been able to get admission to it. So I led the way, and after a few wrong turnings, found myself opposite a low, arched oaken door, ribbed with iron bands. "This is the spot," said the professor, as he turned his lamp on a small map of the house, copied from the file of my original correspondence regarding the purchase. With a little trouble, we found the key on the bunch and opened the door. We were prepared for some unpleasantness, for as we were opening the door, a faint, malodorous air seemed to exhale through the gaps, but none of us ever expected such an odor as we encountered. None of the others had met the Count at all in close quarters, and when I had seen him he was either in the fasting stage of his existence with his rooms, or when he was gloated with fresh blood in a ruined building open to the air. But here the place was small and close, and the long disuse had made the air stagnant and foul. There was an earthy smell as of some dry miasma, which came through the fouler air. But as to the odor itself, how shall I describe it? It was not alone that it was composed of all the ills of mortality, with the pungent, acrid smell of blood, but it seemed as though corruption had itself become corrupt. It sickens me to think of it. Every breath exhaled by that monster seemed to have clung to the place and intensified its loathsomeness. Under ordinary circumstances, such a stench would have brought our enterprise to an end. But this was no ordinary case, and the high and terrible purpose in which we were involved gave us a strength which rose above merely physical considerations. After the involuntary shrinking consequent on the first nauseous whiff, we one and all set about our work as though that loathsome place were a garden of roses. Oh, that's still very hot. And uh, it's strange, but I find that drinking not necessarily something hot, but something caffeinated, uh, that is also hot in a warm environment actually, kind of forces me to sweat and so makes me cooler. I don't know if that's, a thing that happens to other people, but it sure happens to me. Anyway, Garden of Roses, that's where we were. We made an accurate, we made an accurate estimation, this is why I shouldn't try to read while I'm cleaning schmutz out of my eye. We made an accurate examination of the place, the professor saying as we began, "The first thing is to see how many of the boxes are left. We must then examine every hole and corner and cranny, and see if we cannot get some clue as to what has become of the rest." A glance was sufficient to show how many remained, for the great earth chests were bulky, and there were no mistaking them. Lemonade helps you sweat. That's fair. I prefer limeade if I'm gonna do something cold and I'm going out of my way to make it myself. But have I yelled about the kind of oleo sacrum thing I do yet on stream? Probably, but it's been long enough that I haven't yelled about it enough recently. Essentially, what you do is you take like a citrus fruit, like a lemon or a lime, and you slice it very, very thin as your knife will let you, and you slice a whole bunch of them, and then you put them in a bowl, and you put the bowl on the kitchen scale, and you find out how much those lime slices weigh, and then you, by weight, add the same amount of sugar, and because sugar is hygroscopic and it attracts water, it sucks all the water out of the fruit, and then you get this lovely concentrated syrup that you put a couple tablespoons to about, I would say, an average sized pitcher of water, and you get lemonade or limeade based on your citrus. And I find it quite tasty and quite delicious. I have a jar of limes that continue to candy in their own syrup in the fridge, specifically for occasions where I'm like, I want limeade. But the thing with limeade is you also need to keep, a fruit juice around that plays against the lime. Because, like, lemonade by itself is very, very good, but limeade by itself, it's like, this needs something. You need, like, some pomegranate juice or, some kind of cherry thing. It's just, but it's still very, very good, and it makes great simple syrup for cocktails if you're in that mind, too. Sorry, me wandering off is really, impacting the tension that's being built here. There was no mistaking those great earth chests, is where I was. There were only 29 left out of the 50. Once I got a fright, for seeing Lord Godalming suddenly turn and look out of the vaulted door into the dark passage beyond, I looked too, and for an instant my heart stood still. Somewhere, looking out from the shadow, I seemed to see the high light of the Count's evil face, the ridge of the nose, the red eyes, the red lips, the awful pallor. It was only for a moment, for, as Lord Godalming said, I thought I saw a face, but it was only the shadows, and resumed his inquiry. I turned my lamp in the direction, and stepped into the passage. There was no sign of anyone, and as there were no corners, no doors, and no aperture of any kind, but only the solid walls of the passage, there could be no hiding place, even for him. I took it that fear had helped imagination, and said nothing. A few minutes later, I saw Morris stop suddenly back from a corner, which he was examining. We all followed his movements with our eyes, for undoubtedly some nervousness was growing on us, and we saw a whole mass of phosphorescence which twinkled like stars. We all instinctively drew back. The place was becoming alive with rats. For a moment or two we stood appalled, all save Lord Godalming, who was seemingly prepared for such an emergency. Rushing over to the great iron-bound oaken door, which Dr. Seward had described from the outside, and which I had seen myself, he turned the key in the lock, threw the huge bolts, and swung the door open. Then, taking his little silver whistle from his pocket, he blew a low, shrill call. It was answered from behind Dr. Seward's house by the yelping of dogs, and after about a minute 3 terriers came dashing round the corner of the house. Unconsciously, we had all moved toward the door, and as I moved I noticed that the dust had been much disturbed. The boxes which had been taken out had been brought this way. But even in that minute that had elapsed, the number of rats had vastly increased. They seemed to swarm over the place all at once, till the lamplight, shining on their moving dark bodies and glittering baleful eyes, made the place look like a bank of earth set with fireflies. The dogs dashed on, but at the threshold suddenly stopped and snarled, then, lifting their noses, simultaneously began to howl in a most lugubrious fashion. The rats were multiplying into thousands, and so we moved out. Lord Godalming lifted one of the dogs, and, carrying him in, placed him on the floor. The instant his feet touched the ground, he seemed to recover his courage, and rushed at his natural enemies. They fled before him so fast that he had shaken the life out of they fled before him so fast that before he had shaken the life out of a score, the other dogs, who had by now been lifted in the same manner, had but small prey ere the whole mass had vanished. With their going, it seemed as if some evil presence had departed, for the dogs frisked about and barked merrily as they made sudden darts at their prostrate foes, and turned them over and over, and tossed them in the air with vicious shakes. We all seemed to find our spirits rise, whether it was the purifying of the deadly atmosphere by the opening of the chapel door, or relief which we experienced by finding ourselves in the shadow of dread, seemed to slip from us like a robe, and the occasion of our coming lost something of its grim significance, though we did not slacken a whit in our resolution. We closed the outer door, and barred and locked it, and bringing the dogs with us, began our search of the house. We found nothing throughout, except dust in extraordinary proportions, and all untouched, save for my own footsteps, when I had made my first visit. Never once did the dogs exhibit any symptom of uneasiness, and even when we returned to the chapel, they frisked about as though they had been rabbit hunting in a summer wood. The morning was quickening in the east when we emerged from the front. Dr. Van Helsing had taken the key of the hall door from the bunch and locked the door in an orthodox fashion, putting the key into his pocket when he'd done. "So far, our night has been eminently successful. No harm has come to us, as such I might feared be here, and yet we have ascertained how many boxes are missing. More than all do I rejoice that this, our first, and perhaps the most difficult and dangerous step, has been accomplished without the bringing therein to our most sweet Madam Mina, or troubling her waking or sleeping thoughts with sights and sounds and smells of horror which she might never forget. One lesson, too, we have learned, if it be allowable to argue a particularity, that the brute beasts which are to the Count's command are yet themselves not amenable to his spiritual power. For look, these rats that would come to his call, just as from his castle top he summons the wolves to your going, and to that poor mother's cry, though they come to him, they run pell-mell from the so little dogs of my friend Arthur. We have other matters before us, other dangers, other fears. That monster, he has not used his power over the brute world for only the last time tonight. So be it that he has gone elsewhere. Good. Gives us an opportunity to cry check in some way in the chess game, which we play for the sake of human souls. Now let us go home. The dawn is close at hand, and we have reason to be content with our first night's work. It may be ordained that we may have many nights and days to follow, if full of peril. But we must go on, and from no danger shall we shrink. Ugh. The house was silent when we got back, save for some poor creature who was screaming away in one of the distant wards, and a low groaning sound from Renfield's room. The poor wretch was doubtless torturing himself after the manner of the insane, with needless thoughts of pain. I came tiptoe into our own room, and found Mina asleep, breathing so softly that I had to put my ear down to hear it. She looked paler than usual. I was hoping the meeting tonight had not upset her. I'm truly thankful that she is to be left out of our future work, and even of our deliberations. It's too great a strain for a woman to bear. I did not think so at first, but I know better now. Therefore, I'm glad that it is settled. There may be things which would frighten her to bear, and yet conceal them from her. Might be worse than to tell her, if once she suspected there was any way in concealment. Henceforth our work is to be a sealed book to her, till at least such time as we can tell her that it is all finished, and the earth free from a monster of the netherworld. I dare say it will be difficult to begin to keep silence after such confidence as ours, but I must be resolute. Tomorrow I shall keep dark over tonight's doings, and shall refuse to speak of anything that has happened. I rest on the sofa, so as to not to disturb her. 1st October, later. I suppose it was natural that we should all have overslept ourselves, but the day was a busy one, and the night had no rest at all. Rather, for the day was a busy one, and the night had no rest at all. Even Mina must have felt its exhaustion, for though I slept till the sun was high, I was awake before her, and had to call 2 or 3 times before she awoke. Indeed, she was so sound asleep that for a few seconds she didn't recognize me, but looked at me with a sort of blank terror, as one looks who has been wakened out of a bad dream. She complained a little of being tired, and I let her rest until later in the day. We now know of 21 boxes having been removed, and if that were special when they were taken in any of these removals, and be it that several were taken in any of these removals, we may be able to trace them all. Such will, of course, immensely simplify our labor, and the sooner the matter is attended to, the better. I shall look up Thomas Snelling today. Dr. Seward's diary on the 1st of October. It was towards noon when I was awakened by the professor walking into my room. He was more jolly and cheerful than usual, and it's quite evident that the last night's work had begun to help to take some of the brooding weight off of his mind. After going over the adventure of the night, he suddenly said to me, "Your patient interests me. May I be that with you I could visit this morning? Or if you are too occupied, I can go alone if it may be. It is a new experience to me to find a lunatic who speaks philosophically and find a lunatic who speaks philosophically and reasoning, and one with reasoning so sound. I had some work to do which pressed, so I told him that if he would go alone I would be glad. Then, as I should not have to keep him waiting so, I called an attendant and gave him the necessary instructions. Before the professor left my room I cautioned him against getting any false impression from any I cautioned him against getting any false impression from any patient. But I want to talk to him myself, and of his delusion as to consuming live things. He said to Madame Mina, as I see in your diary of yesterday, that he once had such a belief. Why do you smile, friend John? Excuse me, but the answer's here. I laid my hand on the typewritten matter. When our sane and learned lunatic made that very statement, how he used to consume life, his mouth was actually nauseous with the flies and spiders which he'd eaten just before Miss Harker had entered the tow room. Just before Miss Harker entered the room. Van Helsing smiled in turn. Good, your memory is true, friend John. I should have remembered. And yet it is this very obliquity of insight and memory which makes mental disease such a fascinating study. Perhaps I may gain more knowledge out of the folly than the teaching of the most wise. Rather the folly than the teaching wise. Who knows? I went on with my work, and before long was through in that. I went on with my work, and before long was through that in hand. It seemed that the time had been very short indeed, but there was Dr. Van Helsing back in the study. Did I interrupt? He asked politely as he stood at the door. Not at all. Come in. My work is finished. I'm free. You can go now if you like. It is needless. I've seen him. Well? Oh, so sorry, folks. I felt a sneeze coming on, if you can believe it. And I had to sit here and sneeze and blow my nose a whole bunch. And I didn't think you all wanted to see or hear that. So where did I leave off here? Not at all. I come in. Van Helsing was asking if he was interrupting. Not at all, I answered. Come in. My work is finished and I am free. I can go with you now if you like. It is needless. I have seen him. Well? I fear that he does not appraise me much. Our interview was short. When I entered his room, he was sitting on a stool in the center, with his elbows on his knees, and his face was the picture of sullen discontent. I spoke to him as cheerfully as I could, and with such a measure of respect as I could assume. He made no reply whatsoever. "Don't you know me?" I asked him, and his answer was not reassuring. "I know you well enough. You're the old fool Van Helsing. I wish you could take yourself and your idiotic brain theories somewhere else. Damn old thick-headed Dutchman." Not a word more would he say, but sat in his implacable sullenness, as indifferent to me as though I had not been in the room at all. Thus departed for this time my chance of much learning from this so clever lunatic. So I shall go, if I may, and cheer myself with a few happy words from that sweet soul, Madam Mina. Friend John, it does rejoice me unspeakable that she is no more to be pained, no more to be worried with our terrible things. Though we shall much miss her help, it is better so. I agree with you, with all my heart, I answered earnestly, for I did not want him to be weakened in this matter. Miss Harker is better out of it. Things are quite bad enough for us, all the men of the world, and who have been in many tight places in our time, but it is no place for a woman. If she had remained in touch with the affair, it would in time infallibly have wrecked her. So Van Helsing had gone to confer with Miss Harker and Harker. Quincy and Art are all out following the clues. As to the earth boxes, I shall finish my round of work, and we shall meet tonight. Mina Harker's journal on the 1st of October. It is strange to me to be kept in the dark as I am today. After Jonathan's full confidence for so many years, to see him manifestly avoid certain matters, and those the most vital of all. This morning I slept late after the fatigues of yesterday, and though Jonathan was late too, he was the earlier. He spoke to me before he went out, never more sweetly or tenderly, but he never mentioned a word of what had happened in the visit to the Count's house. And yet he must have known how terribly anxious I was. Poor dear fellow! I suppose it must have distressed him even more than it did me. They all agreed that it was best that I should not be drawn further into this awful work, and I acquiesced, but to think that he keeps anything from me, and now I keep crying like a silly fool when I know it comes from my husband's great love and from the good wishes of those other strong men. That has done me good. Well, some day Jonathan will tell me all, and lest it should ever be that he should think for a moment that I kept anything from him, I still keep my journal as usual. Then, if he has feared of my trust, I shall show it to him, with every thought of my heart put down for his dear eyes to read. I feel strangely sad and low-spirited today. I suppose it is the reaction from the terrible excitement. Last night I went to bed when the men had gone, simply because they told me to. I didn't feel particularly sleepy. I did feel particularly full of devouring anxiety, in fact. I kept thinking over everything that has been, ever since Jonathan came to see me in London, and it all seems like a horrible tragedy, with fate pressing on relentlessly to some destined end. Everything that one does seems, no matter how right it may be, to bring on the very thing which is most to be deplored. If I hadn't gone to Whitby, perhaps poor dear Lucy would be with us now. If she hadn't taken to visiting the churchyard till I came, if she hadn't come there in the daytime with me, she wouldn't have walked there in her sleep. she hadn't gone there at all, and if she hadn't gone there in the night and asleep, well, that monster couldn't have destroyed her as he did. Why did I ever go to Whitby? There, now I go crying again. I wonder what has come over me today. I must hide it from Jonathan, for if he knew that I had been crying twice in one morning, I who never cried on my own account, and to whom he's never caused to shed a tear, well, the dear fellow would fret his heart out. I shall put a bold face on, and if I do feel so weepy, he shall never see it. I suppose it is one of the lessons that we poor women have to learn. I can't quite remember how I fell asleep last night. I remember hearing the sudden barking of the dogs, and a lot of strange sounds like praying on a very tumultuous scale from Mr. Renfield's room, which is somewhere under this one. Then there was silence over everything, silence so profound it startled me, and I got up and looked out the window. All was dark and silent, the black shadows thrown by the moonlight seeming full of a silent mystery of their own. Not a thing seemed to be stirring, but all to be grim and fixed as death or fate, so that a thin streak of white mist crept with almost imperceptible slowness across the grass toward the house. It seemed to have a sentience and vitality of its own. I think that the digression of my thoughts must have done me good, for when I got back to bed I found a lethargy creeping over me. I laid there a while, but it could not quite sleep, so I got out and looked out of the window again. The mist was spreading and was now close up to the house, so that I could see it lying thick against the wall, as though it were stealing up to the windows. The poor man was more loud than ever, and though I could not distinguish a word he said, I could in some way recognize in his tone some kind of passionate entreaty on his part. Then there was the sound of a struggle, and I knew that the attendants were dealing with him. I was so frightened that I crept into bed and pulled the clothes over my head, putting my fingers in my ears. I was not then a bit sleepy, well, at least so I thought, but I must have fallen asleep, for except dreams, I did not remember anything further until the morning, when Jonathan woke me. I think that it took me an effort and a little time to realize where I was, that it was Jonathan who was bending over me. My dream, it was very peculiar, and it was almost typical of the way that waking thoughts become merged in or continued in dreams. I thought that I was asleep. I was waiting for Jonathan to come back. I was very anxious about him, powerless to act. My feet and my hands and my brain were weighted so that nothing could proceed at the usual pace. So I slept uneasily and thought. Then it began to dawn upon me that the air was heavy and dank and cold. I put back the clothes from my face, and found to my surprise that all was dim around. The gaslight which I had left lit for Jonathan had turned down, and come only a tiny red spark through the fog, which had evidently grown thicker and poured into the room. Then it occurred to me that I had shut the window before I had come to bed. I would have got out to make certain on that point, but some sort of leaden lethargy seemed to chain my limbs and even my will. I lay still and endured. That was all. I closed my eyes, but could still see through my eyelids. It's wonderful what tricks our dreams play us, and how conveniently we can imagine. The mist grew thicker and thicker, and I could see now how it came in, for I could see it like smoke, with the white energy of a boiling water pouring in, not just through the window, but through the joinings of the door as well. It got thicker and thicker, till it seemed as if it became concentrated into a sort of pillar of cloud in the room, through the top of which I could see the light of the gas shining like a red eye. Things began to swirl through my brain, just as the cloudy column was now whirling in the room, and through it all came the scriptural words that a pillar of cloud by day and of fire by night will be what you see. Was it indeed some such spiritual guidance that was coming to me in my sleep? The pillar was composed of both the day and the night guiding, for the fire was in the red eye, which at the thought got a new fascination for me, till, as I looked, the fire divided, seemed to shine on me through the fog like two red eyes, such as Lucy told me of in her momentary mental wandering when on the cliff the dying sunlight struck the windows of St. Mary's Church. Suddenly the horror burst upon me that it was thus that Jonathan had seen those awful women growing into reality through the whirling mist and the moonlight, and in my dream I must have fainted, for all became black darkness. The last conscious effort which imagination made was to show me a livid white face bending over me out of the mist. I must be careful of such dreams, for they would unseat one's reason if there were too much of them. I would get Dr. Van Helsing, or Dr. Seward to prescribe something for me which would make me sleep, but I feared to alarm them. Such a dream at the present time would become woven into their fears for me. Tonight I shall strive hard to sleep naturally. If I do not, I shall tomorrow night get them to give me a dose of chloral. That cannot hurt me for once, and it will give me a good night's sleep. Last night tired me more than if I had not slept at all, if I remain entirely honest. 2nd of October at 10 p.m. Last night I slept, but I did not dream. I must have slept soundly, for I was not waked by Jonathan coming to bed. But the sleep has not refreshed me, for today I feel terribly weak and spiritless. I spent all yesterday trying to read or lying down dozing. In the afternoon Mr. Renfield asked if he might see me. Poor man, he was very gentle. When I came away he kissed my hand and bade God bless me. Some way it affected me much. I'm crying when I think of him. This is a new weakness of which I must be careful. Jonathan would be miserable if he knew I had been crying. He and the others were out till dinner time, and they all came in tired. I did what I could do to brighten them up, and I suppose the effort did me good, for I forgot how tired I was. After dinner they sent me to bed, and all went off to smoke together, as they said. But I knew that they wanted to tell each other of what had occurred to each of them during the day. I could see from Jonathan's manner he had something important to communicate. I was not so sleepy as I should have been, so before they went I asked Dr. Seward to give me a little opiate of some kind, as I had not slept well the night before. He very kindly made up a sleeping draught, which he gave to me, telling me that it would do me no harm, as it was very mild. I've taken it, and am waiting for sleep, which still keeps itself aloof and away from me. I hope I have not done wrong, for as sleep begins to flirt with me, a new fear comes that I may have been foolish in thus depriving myself of the power of waking. I might want it, but here comes sleep. Good night. Chapter 20 in Jonathan Harker's journal. 1st October, evening. I found Thomas Snelling in his house at Bethnal Green, but unhappily he was not in a condition to remember anything. The very prospect of beer which my expected coming had opened to him had proved too much, and he had begun too early on his expected debauch. I learned, however, from his wife, who seemed a decent poor soul, that he was only the assistant to Smollett, who, of the two mates, was the responsible person. So off I drove to Walworth, and found Mr. Joseph Smollett at home, in his shirt-sleeves, taking a late tea out of a saucer. He's a decent, intelligent fellow, distinctly a good, reliable type of workman, and with a headpiece of his own. He remembered all about the incident of the boxes, and from a wonderful dog-eared notebook, which he produced from some mysterious receptacle about the seat of his trousers, and which had hieroglyphical entries in thick, half-obliterated pencil, he gave me the destinations of the boxes. There were, he said, 6 in the cartload which he took from Carfax and left at 197 Chickson Street, Mile End, Newtown. Another 6 which he deposited at Jamaica Lane, Bermondsey. If then the Count meant to scatter these ghastly refuges of his all over London, these places were chosen as the first of delivery, so that later he might distribute more fully. The systematic manner in which this was done made me think that he could not mean to confine himself to 2 sides of London. He was now fixed on the far east of the northern shore, on the east of the southern shore, and on the south. The north and west were surely never meant to be left out of his diabolical scheme, let alone the city itself, the very heart of fashionable London in the southwest and the west. I went back to Smollett and asked him if he could tell us that any other boxes had been taken from Carfax. And he replied, "Well, Governor, you treated me very handsome." I'd given him half a sovereign. "And I'll tell you all I know. I heard of him by the name of Bloxham, say, 4 nights ago, the air of the hounds in Pitcher's Alley, as he and his mate had a real dusty job and roll house of perfect. There ain't many jobs as this here, and I'm thinking that maybe Sam Bloxham could tell you where some of it." I asked if he could tell me where to find him, and told him that if he could get me the address, it'd be worth another half sovereign to him. So he gulped down the rest of his tea and stood up, saying that he was going to begin the search then and there. At the door he stopped and said, "Now look here, Governor, there ain't no sense in me keeping you here. I find Sampson, I may not, but anyhow, he ain't like to be away to tell you much tonight. Sam's a real one when he starts on the booze, you know. And if you can give me an envelope with a stamp on it, put your address on, I'll find out where Sam is to be found, post it to you tonight. But you'd better be up arter him soon in the morning, if you won't catch him. Sam gets off main early, never mind the booze the night before." I am once again stressing that if a character's accent makes no sense to you, please open the book and read along. Because I have a bad habit of giving characters accents that that aren't exactly the most legible thing in the world, audibly. Anyhow, this was all practical, so one of the children went off with a penny to buy an envelope. Excuse me. Oh, really? Hiccups? Alright, one moment. Let me deal with these hiccups. Apologies. My body has been insistent on micro intermissions today. Just first off with the yawns, and then with the hiccups, just not doing me any favors. Anyway, this was all practical. So one of the children went off with a penny to buy an envelope and a sheet of paper, and to keep the change. When she came back, I addressed the envelope and stamped it, and when Smollett had again faithfully promised to post the address when found, I took my way to home. We're on the track anyhow. I'm tired tonight and want sleep. Mina's fast asleep and looks a little too pale. Her eyes look as though she'd been crying. Poor dear, I've no doubt it frets her to be kept in the dark, and it may make her doubly anxious about me and the others, but it is best as it is. It is better to be disappointed and worried in such a way, now that than to have her nerve broken by the difficulties themselves. The doctors were quite right to insist on her being kept out of this dreadful business. I must be firm, for on me this particular burden of silence must rest. I shall not ever enter on the subject with her under any circumstances. Indeed, it may not be a hard task, after all, for she herself has become reticent on the subject, and has not spoken of the Count or his doings ever since we told her of our decision. The 2nd of October in the evening. A long and trying and exciting day. By the first post I got my directed envelope with a dirty scrap of paper enclosed, on which was written with a carpenter's pencil in a sprawling hand, Sam Bloxham, Corcoran's, 4 Porter's Court, Bartell Street in Walworth. Ask for the debit. That's spelled ask for the debit. Sorry, for the video watchers, I am manhandling Library because there is something directly off camera that he really should not be allowed to eat, and he's very insistent that he needs to eat. He's like, Dad, this thing looks eat-shaped. Can I have it? And I'm like, no, you may not. You can lay on my lap and help me tell the story instead. He's like, no, I need to eat this thing. See, there he goes. So the second I stopped having my hand on his back, so he was like, oh, I can move? Nope, you can lay right there and be a good little kitty instead of trying to cause problems and eat plastic and other whatnots off screen. Anyway, I had gotten the letter in bed and rose without waking Mina. She looked heavy, sleepy, and pale, and far from well. I determined not to wake her, but that when I should return from this new search, I would arrange for her going back to Exeter. I think she'd be happier in our own home, with her daily tasks to interest her, than being in here amongst us and in ignorance. I only saw Dr. Seward for a moment, and told him where I was off to, promising to come back and tell the rest so soon as I should have found out anything. I drove to Walworth and found, with some difficulty, Potter's Court. Mr. Smollett's spelling misled me, as I asked for Potter's Court instead of Potter's Court. However, when I had found the court, I had no difficulty in discovering Corcoran's lodging-house. When I asked the man who came to the door for the debit, he shook his head and said, I don't know. There ain't no such person here. I never heard of him in all my days, so I believe there ain't anybody of that kind living here, or anywhere. I took out Smollett's letter, and as I read it, it seemed to me that the lesson of the spelling of the name of the court might guide me. What are you? I'm the deputy, he answered. I saw at once that I was on the right track. Phonetic spelling had again misled me. A half-crown tip put the deputy's knowledge at my disposal, and I learned that Mr. Bloxham, who had slept off the remains of his beer on the previous night at Corcoran's Library. Don't eat that. You were just finding all the things you're not supposed to eat tonight. You can't eat the envelope, you can't eat the plastic, you can't eat the Velcro, you shouldn't eat the cardboard. Pick better things to eat, sir. Cause different problems. The joys of 2 cats in the house while I record. At least they're quiet, unlike the dogs were. Anyway, where was I? Mr. Bloxham, sleeping off the remains of his beer, on the previous night at Corcoran's, had left for his work at Poplar at 5 o'clock that morning. He could not tell me where the place of work was situated, but he had a vague idea that it was some kind of a new-fangled warehouse, and with this slender clue I had to start for Poplar. It was 12 o'clock before I got any satisfactory hint of such a building, and this I got at a coffee shop, where some workmen were having their dinner. One of them suggested that there was being erected at Cross Angel Street a new cold storage building, and as this suited the condition of a new-fangled warehouse, I at once drove to it. An interview with a surly gatekeeper. No! You can't eat that Velcro. It is around a power cable. The power cable will bite you, and then I'll have to pay a big old vet bill. And it'll hurt the whole time when it bites you. And I'll be very sad. There, yeah, hassle the water fountain instead. Newfangled warehouse, cold storage building. I had once drove to it. An interview with a surly gatekeeper and a surlier foreman, both of whom were appeased with the coin of the realm, put me on the track of Blockson. He was sent for on my suggesting that I was willing to pay his day's wages to his foreman for the privilege of asking him a few questions on a private matter. He was a smart enough fellow, though rough of speech and bearing. When I had promised to pay for his information and given him in earnest, he told me that he had made 2 journeys between Carfax and a house in Piccadilly, and had taken from this house to the latter 9 great boxes, while main heavy ones, with a horse and cart hired by him for this purpose. I asked him if he could tell me for the number of the house in Piccadilly, to which he replied, "Well, Governor, I forget the number, but it was only a few doors down from a big white church or something of that kind, and not long built. It was a dusty old house, too. Nothing to the dustiness of the house we took the bloomin' boxes from." "How'd you get into the houses if they were both empty?" "It was the old party what engaged me to wait in the house of the Parfleet. He helped me to lift the boxes, put 'em in the dray. Curse me, he was the strongest chap I ever struck, and him an old feller. White mustache, and thin you think you couldn't throw a shatter." How this phrase drilled through me. I took up his end of the boxes like they was pounds of tea, me puffin' and huffin' before I could end up mine anyhow. I'm no chicken neither. "How did you get into the house at Piccadilly?" "But he was there too. He must have started off, got there before me. When I rung the bell, he came open the door itself and carried me the boxes, helped me with them, all 9 of them." "The whole 9?
Yes, there was 5 in the first load, 4 in the second. It was main dry work. I don't remember how well I got home."
"Were the boxes left in the hall?"
"Yeah, it was a big hall. There was nothing else in it."
I made one more attempt to further matters.
You didn't have any key?" "Never using a key or nothing. Old Jenny opened the door himself and shut it again when I drove off. I don't remember the last time. That was for the beer."
"And you can't remember the number of the house?"
"No, sir, but you needn't have no difficulty about that. It's a high one with a stone front and dial on it. I steps up to the door. I know them steps, having to carry them boxes up with 3 loafers. Oh, would have come round to earn a copper. The old gent gave me them shillings, and seeing they got so much, they wanted more. But he took one of them by the shoulder and was like to throw him down the steps till a lot of them went away cussing."
I thought that with this description I could find the house, and so, having paid my friend for his information, I started off for Piccadilly. I had gained a new painful experience. The Count could, it was evident, handle the earth boxes himself. If so, time was precious, for now that he'd achieved a certain amount of distribution, he could, by choosing his own time, complete the task unobserved. At Piccadilly Circus, I discharged my cab and walked westward. Beyond the Junior Constitutional, I came across the house described, and was satisfied that this was the next of the layers arranged by Dracula. The house looked as though it had been long untenanted. The windows were encrusted with dust, and the shutters were up. All the framework was black with time, and from the iron the paint had mostly scaled away. It was evident that up to lately there had been a large notice board in front of the balcony, but it had, however, been torn away. The uprights which still supported it remained, still remaining. Behind the rails of the balcony, I saw that there were some loose boards, whose raw edges looked white. I would have given a good deal to have been able to see the notice board intact, as it would perhaps have given some clue to the ownership of the house. I remembered my experience of the investigation and purchase of Carfax, and I could not help but feel that if I could find the former owner there might be some means discovered of gaining access to the house. There was at present nothing to be learned from the Piccadilly side, and nothing could be done, so I went round at the back to see if anything could be gathered from the quarter. The mews were active, the Piccadilly houses being mostly in occupation. I asked one or two of the grooms and helpers whom I saw around if they could tell me anything about the empty house. One of them said that he had heard it had lately been taken, but he couldn't say from whom. He told me, however, that up to very lately there'd been a notice board of for sale up, and that perhaps Mitchell's Sons and Candy, those house agents, could tell me something, as he thought he remembered seeing the name of that firm on the board. I did not wish to seem too eager or to let my informant know or guess too much, so, thanking him in the usual manner, I strolled away. It was now growing dusk, and the autumn night was closing in, so I did not lose any time. Having learned the address of Mitchell's Sons and Candy from a directory in the Berkeley, I was soon at their office in Sackville Street. The gentleman who saw me was particularly suave in manner, but uncommunicative in equal proportion. Having once told me that the Piccadilly house, which throughout our interview he called a mansion, was sold, he considered my business as concluded. When I asked who had purchased it, he opened his eyes a thought wider and paused a few seconds before replying that it was sold, sir. Pardon me, I said with equal politeness. I have a special reason for wishing to know who purchased it. Again he paused at length and raised his eyebrows still more. It is sold, sir. Surely you don't mind letting me know so much. But I do mind. The affairs of their clients are absolutely safe in the hands of Mitchell, Sons and Candy. This was manifestly a prig of the first water. There was no use of arguing with him. I thought that I'd best meet him on his own ground, so I said, Your clients, sir, are happy in having so resolute a guardian of their confidence. I am myself a professional man. Here I handed him my card. In this instance, I am not prompted by curiosity. I act on the part of Lord Godalming, who wishes to know something of the property, which was, he understood, lately for sale. These words put on a different complexion of affairs. He said, I would like to oblige you if I could, Mr. Harker, and especially I would like to oblige his lordship. We once carried out a small matter of renting some chambers for him when he was the Honourable Arthur Holmwood. If you would let me have this lordship's address, I will consult the house on the subject, and will, in any case, communicate with his lordship by tonight's post. It will be a pleasure if we can so far deviate from our rules as to give the required information to his lordship. I wanted to secure a friend, and not to make an enemy, so I thanked him, gave the address at Dr. Seward's, and came away. It was now dark, and I was tired and hungry. I got a cup of tea at the Aerated Bread Company. Is that literally just Aerated Bread Company? That's funny. And came down to Purfleet by the next train. Like, Aerated Bread Company sounds like a modern bakery name. That's why I, paused and went, huh? What? Like, that's a bakery name I could see, etched into, a cheesy bakery sign for, a modern sourdough bakery. Anyway, came down to Perfectly by the next train is where we were. I found all the others at home. Mina was looking tired and pale, but she made a gallant effort to be bright and cheerful. It wrung my heart to think that I had had to keep anything from her, and so caused her such turmoil and inquietude. Thank God, this would be the last night of her looking on at our conferences and feeling the sting of not showing our confidence. It took all my courage to hold to the wise resolution of keeping her out of our grim task. She seems somehow more reconciled, or else the very subject seems to have become repugnant to her, for when any accidental allusion is made, she actually shudders. I am glad we made our resolution in time, as with such a feeling as this, our growing knowledge would be torture to her. I could not tell the others of the day's discovery till we were alone, so after dinner, followed by a little music to save appearances even amongst ourselves, I took Mina to her room and let her go to bed. The dear girl was more affectionate with me than ever, and clung to me as though she would detain me, but there was much to be talked of, and I came away. Thank God, the ceasing of telling things has made no difference between us. When I came down again, I found the others all gathered round the fire in the study. In the train I had written my diary so far, and simply it read off them, as the best means of letting them get abreast of my own information. When I had finished, Van Helsing said, "This has been a great day's work, friend Jonathan. Doubtless we are on the track of the missing boxes. If we find them all in that house, then our work is near the end. But if there be some missing, we must search until we find them. Then shall we make our final coup, and hunt the wretch to his real death." We all sat, silent for a while, and all at once Mr. Morris spoke. "Say, how are we going to get into that house?" "Well, we got into the other," said Lord Godalming quickly. "But Art, this is different. We broke house at Carfax. We had night and a walled park to protect us. It'll be burglary, different thing. It'll be a mighty different thing to commit burglary in Piccadilly, either by day or night. I confess I don't see how we're going to get in unless that agency duck can find us a key of some sort. Perhaps you'll know when you get his letter in the morning." Lord Godalming's brows contracted, and he stood up and walked about the room. By and by he stopped and said, turning from one to another of us, "Quincy's head is level on this matter. This burglary business is getting serious. We got off once all right, but now we have now a rare job on hand, unless we can find the Count's key basket." As nothing could well be done before morning, and as it would be at least advisable to wait till Lord Godalming should hear from Mitchell's, we decided not to take any active step before breakfast time. For a good while we sat and smoked, discussing the matter in its various lights and bearings. I took the opportunity of bringing this diary right up to the moment. I am very sleepy, and shall go to bed. But first, just a line. Mina sleeps so soundly, and her breathing is regular. Her forehead, however, is puckered up into little wrinkles, as though she thinks even in her sleep. She is still too pale, but does not look so haggard as she did this morning. Tomorrow will, I hope, mend all this. She will be herself at home in Exeter. Oh, but I'm sleepy. And Dr. Seward's diary on the 1st of October. I am puzzled afresh about Renfield. His moods change so rapidly, I find it difficult to keep touch of them, and as they always mean something more in his own well-being, they form a more than interesting study. This morning, when I went to see him after his repulse of Van Helsing, his manner was that of a man commanding destiny. He was, in fact, commanding destiny. Subjectively, rather. He did not really care for any of the things of mere earth. He was in the clouds and looked down on all the weaknesses and wants of us poor mortals. I thought I would improve the occasion and learn something, so I asked him, what about the flies these times? He smiled on me in a superior sort of way. Such a smile would have become the face of Malvolio as he answered me. "The fly, my dear sir, has one striking feature. Its wings are typical of the aerial powers of the psychic faculties. The ancients did well when they typified the soul of the butterfly." I thought I would push his analogy to its utmost logically, so I said quickly, "Oh, is it a soul you're after now, is it?" His madness foiled his reason, and a puzzled look spread over his face as, shaking his head with a decision which I had seldom but seen in him, he said, "Oh, no. I want no souls. Life is all I want." Here he brightened up. "I'm pretty indifferent about it at present. Life is all right, but I have all I want. You must get a new patient, doctor, if you wish to study zoophagy." This puzzled me a little, so I drew him on. "Then you command life? You're a god, I suppose?" He smiled with an ineffably benign superiority. "Oh, no. Far be it from me to drop the thing I'm fiddling with. Oh, no. Far be it from me to arrogate to myself the attributes of the deity. I'm not even concerned in his especially spiritual doings. If I may state my intellectual position, I am, so far as concerned things, purely terrestrial, somewhat in the possession which Enoch occupied spiritually. This was a poser to me. I could not at the moment recall Enoch's appositeness, and so I had to ask a simple question, though I felt that by so doing I was lowering myself in the eyes of the lunatic. Why with Enoch? Because he walked with God. I could not see the analogy, but did not like to admit it, so I harked back to what he had denied. So you don't care about life, you don't want souls. Why not? I put on my question quickly and somewhat sternly, on purpose to disconcert him. The effort succeeded. For an instant he unconsciously relapsed into his old servile manner, bent low before me, and actually fawned upon me as he replied. I don't want any souls, indeed. I couldn't use them if I had them. They would be no manner of use to me. I couldn't eat them, or... He suddenly stopped, and the old cunning look spread over his face like a wind sweep on the surface of the water. And, doctor, as to life, what is it after all? When you've got all you require, and you know what you'll never want, that's all. I have friends, good friends, like you, Dr. Seward. This was said with a leer of inexpressible cunning. I know that I shall never lack the means of life. I think that through the cloudiness of insanity he saw some antagonism in me, for at once he fell back on the last refuge of such as he, a dogged silence. After a short time I saw that for the present it was useless to speak to him. He was sulking, and so I came away. Later in the day he sent for me. Ordinarily I would not have come without special reason, but just at present I am so interested in him that I would gladly make an effort. Besides, I'm glad to have anything to help pass the time. Harker is out, following up clues, and so are Lord Godalming and Quincy. Van Helsing sits in my study poring over the record prepared by the Harkers. He seems to think that by accurate knowledge of all the details he will light upon some clue. He does not wish to be disturbed in his work without cause. I would have taken him with me to see the patient, only I thought that after his last repulse he might not care to go again. There was also another reason. Renfield might not speak so freely before a third person as when he and I were alone. I found him sitting out in the middle of the floor on his stool, a pose which is generally indicative of some mental energy on his part. When I came in, he said at once, as though the question had been waiting on his lips, "What about souls?" It was evident then that my surmise had been correct. Unconscious cerebration was doing its work, even with the lunatic. I determined to have the matter out. "Oh, what about them yourself?" He did not reply for a moment, but looked all round him, and up and down, as though he expected to find some inspiration for an answer. "I don't want any souls," he said in a feeble, apologetic way. The matter seemed preying on his mind, so I determined to use it, to be cruel only to be kind. So I said, "You like life, and you want life?" "Oh, yes, but that is all right. You needn't worry about that." "But how are we to get the life without getting the soul also?" This seemed to puzzle him, so I followed it up. "A nice time you'll have some time when you're flying out there with the souls of thousands of flies and spiders and birds and cats buzzing and twittering and meowing all around you. You've got their lives, you know, and you must put up with their souls." Something in this seemed to affect his imagination, for he put his fingers to his ears and shut his eyes, screwing them up tightly, just as a small boy when his face is being soaked. There was something pathetic in it that touched me. It also gave me a lesson, for it seemed that before me was a child, only a child, though the features were worn and the stubble on the jaw was white. It was evident that he was undergoing some process of mental disturbance, and knowing how his past moods had interpreted things seemingly foreign to himself, well, I thought I would enter into his mind as well as I could, and go with him. The first step was to restore confidence, so I asked him, speaking pretty loud so that he would hear me through his closed ears, Would you like some sugar to get your flies around again? He seemed to wake up all at once and shook his head. With a laugh, he replied, "Not much. Flies are poor things after all." After a pause, he added, "But I don't want their souls buzzing round me all the same." Or spiders? Or spiders? Blow spiders. What's the use of spiders? There isn't anything in them to eat. He stopped suddenly, as though reminded of a forbidden topic. So, I thought to myself, this is the second time he suddenly stopped at the word drink. What's it mean? Renfield himself seemed aware of having made a lapse, for he hurried on, as though to distract my attention from it. "I don't take any stock at all in such matters. Rats and mice and such small deer as Shakespeare has it. Chicken feed of the larder they might be called. I'm past all that sort of nonsense. You might as well ask a man to eat molecules with a pair of chopsticks to try and interest me about the lesser carnivora, when I know of what is before me." "I see. You want big things you can make your teeth meet in. How would you like to breakfast on an elephant?" "What ridiculous nonsense are you talking?" He was getting too wide awake, so I thought I would press him hard. "I wonder what an elephant's soul is like," I said, reflectively. The effect I desired was obtained, for he at once fell from his high horse and became a child again. "I don't want an elephant's soul, or any soul at all." For a few moments he sat despondently. Suddenly he jumped to his feet, with his eyes blazing and all the signs of intense cerebral excitement. "To hell with you and your souls! Why do you plague me about souls? Haven't I got enough to worry and pain and distract me already without thinking of souls?" He looked so hostile that I thought he was in for another homicidal fit, so I blew my whistle. The instant, however, that I did so, he became calm and said apologetically, "Forgive me, doctor. I do forget myself. You do not need any help. I'm so worried in my mind that I'm apt to be irritable. If you only knew the problem I had to face, that I'm working out, you'd pity and tolerate and pardon me. Pray do not put me in the strait waistcoat. I want to think. I cannot think freely when my body is confined. I'm sure you'll understand." He'd evidently developed some self-control, so when the attendants came, I told them not to mind, and they indeed withdrew. Renfield watched them go. When the door was closed, he said with considerable dignity and sweetness, "Dr. Seward, you've been very considerate toward me. Believe me that I'm very, very grateful to you." I thought it well to leave him in this mood, so I came away. There's certainly something to ponder over in this man's state. Several points seem to make what the American interviewer calls a story, if one could only get them in the proper order. Here they are. He will not mention drinking. He fears the thought of being burdened with the soul of anything. He has no dread of wanting life in the future. He despises the meaner forms of life together, though he dreads being haunted by their souls. Logically, all these things point one way. He has assurance of some kind that he'll acquire some higher life. Excuse me. He dreads the consequence, the burden of a soul. And it's a human life he looks to? The assurance. Merciful God, the Count's been to him. There's been some new scheme of terror afoot. Later on, I went after my round to Van Helsing and told him my suspicion. He grew very grave, and after thinking the matter over for a while, asked me to take him to Renfield. I did so, and as we came to the door, we heard the lunatic within singing gaily, as he used to do in the time which now seems so long ago. When we entered, we saw with amazement that he'd spread out his sugar as of old. The flies, lethargic with the autumn, were beginning to buzz into the room. We tried to make him talk of the subject of our previous conversation, but he would not attend. He just went on with his singing, just as though we had not been present. He'd got a scrap of paper and was folding it into a notebook. We'd come away as ignorant as we went in. He's a curious case, indeed. We must watch him tonight. A letter from Mitchell, Sons and Candy to Lord Godalming. 1st October.
My lord, we are at all times only too happy to meet your wishes. We beg, with regard to the desire of your lordship, expressed by Mr. Harker on your behalf, to supply the following information concerning the sale and purchase of number 347 at Piccadilly. The original vendors are the executors of the late Mr. Archibald Winter Suffield. The purchaser is a foreign nobleman, Count de Ville, who effected the purchase himself, paying the purchase money in notes over the counter, if your lordship will pardon us using so vulgar an expression. Beyond this, we know nothing whatever of him. We are, my lord, your lordship's humble servants, Mitchell, Sons, and Candy.
Dr. Seward's diary on the 2nd of October. I placed a man in the corridor last night, and told him to make an accurate note of any sound he might hear from Renfield's room, and I gave him instructions that if there should be anything strange, he was to call me. After dinner, when we had all gathered round the fire in the study, Miss Harker having gone to bed, we discussed the attempts and discoveries of the day. Harker was the only one who had any result. We were in great hopes that his clue may be an important one. Before going to bed, I went round to the patient's room and looked in through the observation trap. He was sleeping soundly, and his heart rose and fell with irregular respiration. This morning the man on duty reported to me that a little after midnight he was restless, kept saying his prayers somewhat loudly. I asked him if that was all. He replied that it was all he heard. There was something about his manner so suspicious that I asked him point blank if he had been asleep. He had denied sleep, but admitted to having dozed for a while. It's too bad that men cannot be trusted unless they're watched. Today Harker is out following up his clue, and Art and Quincy are looking after the horses. Godalming thinks it would be well to always have horses in readiness, for when we get the information which we seek, there will be no time to lose. We must sterilize all the imported earth between sunrise and sunset. We shall thus catch the Count at his weakest, and without a refuge to fly to. Van Helsing is off to the British Museum, looking up some authorities on ancient medicine. The old physicians took account of things which their followers did not accept, and the professor is searching for witch and demon cures which may be useful to us later. I sometimes think we must all be mad, that we shall wake to sanity and straight waistcoats. We have met again. We seem at last to be on the track, and our work of tomorrow may be the beginning of the end. I wonder if Renfield's quiet has anything to do with this. His moods have so followed the doings of the Count that the coming destruction of the monster may be carried to him in some subtle way. If we could only get some hint as to what passed in his mind between the time of my argument with him today and his resumption of fly-catching, it might afford us a valuable clue. He is now seemingly quiet for a spell. Is he? That wild yell seems to have come from his room. The attendant came bursting into my room and told me that Renfield had somehow met with some accident. He had heard him yell. When he went to him, he found him lying on his face in the floor, all covered with blood. I must go at once. Chapter 21. Actually, before we dive into Chapter 21, I just want to note that after Chapter 21, we'll be taking our intermission, because if I've done my math right, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 6 left? Oops. Okay, we'll do one. We will do one chapter after. We'll take our intermission after Chapter 22 then. I want the intermission to be even chapter counts. So we'll take our intermission after Chapter 22. I lied, I guess. Oh, that's why I checked. I was so sure that we had 8 chapters left. But, no. No, we don't. We have 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we have 6 chapters left, including 7 if you count this one. So we'll do 2 more. We'll do this one and the next one. Anyway, More of Dr. Seward's diary. 3rd of October. Let me put down with exactness all that happened, as well as I can remember it since I last made an entry. Not a detail that I can recall must be forgotten. In all my calmness, I must proceed. I'm glad you find my voice soothing. It's very interesting to note how my, like, just internally how my vocal posture changes when I'm reading. Glad to have you, and always happy to have people listening about. Anyway, let's get into these details. When I came to Renfield's room, I found him lying on the floor on his left side in a glittering pool of blood. When I went to move him, it became at once apparent that he had received some terrible injuries. There seemed none of that unity of purpose between the parts of the body which marks even lethargic sanity. As the face was exposed, I could see that it was horribly, horribly bruised, as though it had been beaten against the floor. Indeed, it was from the face wounds that the pool of blood originated. The attendant who was kneeling beside the body said to me as we turned him over, "I think, sir, that his back is broken. See, both his right arm and leg and the whole side of his face are paralyzed." How such a thing could have happened puzzled the attendant beyond measure. He seemed quite bewildered, and his brows were gathered in as he said, "I can't understand the two things. He couldn't mark his face like that by beating his own head on the floor. Saw a young woman do it once at the Averasfield Asylum before anyone could lay hands on her. Suppose he might have broke his neck by falling out of bed if he got an awkward kink, but for the life of me, I can't imagine how the two things occurred. If his back was broke, he couldn't beat his head, and if his face was like that before he'd fall out of bed, there'd be marks on it." I said to him, "Go to Dr. Van Helsing. Ask him to kindly come here at once. I want him without an instant's delay." The man ran off, and within a few minutes the professor, in his dressing gown and slippers, appeared. When he saw Renfield on the ground, he looked keenly at him for a moment, then turned to me. I think he recognized the thought in my eyes, for he said very quietly, manifestly for the ears of the attendant, "Ah, a sad accident. You will need very careful watching and much attention. I shall stay with you myself, but I shall first dress myself. If you will remain, I shall in a few minutes join you." The patient was now breathing stertorously, and it was easy to see that he had suffered some terrible injury. Van Helsing returned with extraordinary celerity, bearing with him a surgical case. He had evidently been thinking, and had his mind made up. Almost before he looked at the patient, he whispered to me, "Send the attendant away. We must be alone with him when he becomes conscious after the operation." "I think that will do now, Simmons. We have done all that we can at present. You had better go to your round, and Dr. Van Helsing will operate. Let me know instantly if there be anything unusual anywhere else." The man withdrew, and we went into a strict examination of the patient. The wounds of his face were superficial. The real injury was a depressed fracture of the skull, extending right up through the motor area. The professor thought for a moment and said, "We must reduce the pressure and get back to normal conditions as far as can be. The rapidity of this fusion shows the terrible nature of his injury. The whole motor area seems affected. The suffusion of the brain will increase quickly, so we must trephine at once, or it may be too late." As he was speaking, there was a soft tapping at the door. I went over and opened it, and found in the corridor without Arthur and Quincy in pajamas and slippers. The former spoke. "I heard your man call up Dr. Van Helsing and tell him of an accident, so I woke Quincy, or rather called for him as he was asleep. Things are moving too quickly and too strangely for sound sleep for any of us in this time. I've been thinking that tomorrow night we'll not see things as they've been. We'll have to look back and forward a little more than we've done. May we come in?" I nodded and held the door open till they'd entered. Then I closed it again. When Quincy saw the attitude and state of the patient, and noted the horrible pool on the floor, he said, "My God, what happened to him? The poor devil." I told him briefly, and added that we expected he would recover consciousness after the operation, at least for a short time in any event. He went at once and sat down on the edge of the bed, with Godalming beside him, and we all watched impatient.
We shall wait just long enough to fix the best spot for trephining, so that we may most quickly and perfectly remove the blood clot, for it is evident that the hemorrhage is increasing. The minutes during which we waited passed with fearful slowness. I had a horrible sinking in my heart, and from Van Helsing's face I gathered that he felt some fear or apprehension as to what was to come. I dreaded the words that Renfield might speak. I was positively afraid to think, but the conviction of what was coming was on me, as I have read of men who have heard the death watch. The poor man's breathing came in uncertain gasps. Each instant he seemed as though he would open his eyes and speak, but then would follow a prolonged, stertorous breath, and he would relapse into a more fixed insensibility. Inured as I was to sick beds and death, this suspense grew, and it grew upon me. I could almost hear the beating of my own heart, the blood pumping and surging through my own temples. They sounded like blows from a hammer. The silence finally became agonizing. I looked at my companions one after another, and saw from their flushed faces and damp brows they were enduring equal torture. There was a nervous suspense over us all, as though overhead some dread bell would peal out powerfully when we should least expect it. So, a little context. From what I know of what they're talking about, essentially they are trephining, opening a hole in this man's skull to try and relieve the pressure from the brain bleeding from this crushing, literally crushing blow to his skull in the motor area. And so they're trying to, like I said, relieve the pressure of the brain bleed to see if it gets him to not be quite so insensate. Anyway, at last there came a time when it was evident that the patient was sinking fast. He might die at any moment. I looked up at the professor and caught his eyes fixed on mine. His face was sternly set as he spoke. There is no time to lose. His words may be worth many lives. I have been thinking so as I stood here. It may well be that there is a soul at stake. We shall operate just above the ear. Without another word, he made the operation. For a few moments the breathing continued to be stertorous. Then there came a breath so prolonged it seemed as though it would tear open his chest. Suddenly his eyes opened and became fixed in a wild, helpless stare. This was continued for a few moments, then it softened into a glad surprise, and from the lips came a sigh of relief. Magnus, buddy, this is a very tense moment. Can we not take the food? He's like, no. I'm gonna sit right here instead, okay. We take those. He came a sigh of relief. He moved convulsively, and as he did so, said, I'll be quiet, doctor. Tell them to take off the straight waistcoat. I have a horrible dream. It left me so weak I cannot move. What's wrong with my face? It feels all swollen and it smarts dreadfully. He tried to turn his head, but even with the effort his eyes seemed to grow glassy again, so I gently put it back. Then Van Helsing said in a quiet, grave tone, Tell us your dream, Mr. Renfield. As he heard the voice, his face brightened through its mutilation, and he said, That is Dr. Van Helsing. How glad it is of you to be here. Give me some water. My lips are dry, and I shall try and tell you. I dreamed... He stopped and seemed fainting when I called quietly to Quincy. The brandy! It's in my study, quick! He flew and returned with a glass, a decanter of brandy, and a carafe of water. We moistened the parched lips, and the patient quickly revived. Also, I want to apologize. If I'm making, a stupid or insensitive face, I am trying to, not move the right side of my face because they have described him basically being incapable of moving the right side of his body right now. So if the face I am making looks especially stupid or particularly insensitive, I want to make clear this is a character voice based on a description. I don't mean to be rude. Anyway, I just wanted to cover my bases there.
It seemed, however, that his poor, injured brain had been working in the interval, for when he was quite conscious, he looked at me piercingly with an agonized confusion which I shall never forget, and said, I must not deceive myself. It was no dream, but all a grim reality." Then his eyes roved round the room. As they caught sight of the two figures sitting patiently on the edge of the bed, he went on, "If I were not sure already, I would know from them." For an instant his eyes closed, not with pain or sleep, but voluntarily, as though he were bringing all his faculties to bear. When he opened them, he said hurriedly, and with more energy than he had yet displayed, "Doctor, quick! I am dying. I feel that I have but a few minutes, and then I must go back to death, or worse. Wet my lips with the brandy again. I have something that I must say before I die, or before my poor crushed brain dies anyhow. Thank you. It was that night after you left me when I implored you to let me go away. I couldn't speak then, for I felt my tongue was tired, but I was as sane then, except in that way, as I am now. I was in an agony of despair for a long time after you left me. It seemed hours. Then a sudden peace came to me. My brain seemed to become cool again, and I recalled where I was. I heard the dogs barking behind our house, but not where he was." As he spoke, Van Helsing's eyes never blinked, but his hand came out and met mine and gripped it hard. He did not, however, betray himself. He nodded slightly and said, "Go on." Renfield proceeded. "He came up to the window in a mist, as I'd seen him often before, but he was solid then, not a ghost, and his eyes were fierce like a man's when angry. He was laughing with his red mouth. The sharp white teeth glinted in the moonlight when he turned to look back over the belt of trees to where the dogs were barking. I couldn't ask him to come in at first, though I knew he wanted to, just as he had wanted all along. Then he began promising me things, not in words, but by doing them." He was interrupted by a word from the professor. "How?" "By making them happen, just as he used to send in the flies when the sun was shining. Great big fat ones with steel and sapphire on their wings, and big moths in the night with skull and crossbones on their back." Van Helsing nodded to him as he whispered to me unconsciously, "The Gerontia Patropidos of the Sphinges. What do you call the death's head moth?" The patient went on without stopping. Then he began to whisper, "Rats, rats, rats. Hundreds, millions, thousands, millions of them, every one alive. Dogs to eat them. Cats too, all lives, all red blood with years of life in it, not merely buzzing flies." I laughed at him, for I wanted to see what he could do. Then the dogs howled away beyond the dark trees in his house. He beckoned me to the window. I got up and looked out, and he raised his hands and seemed to call out without using any words. A dark mass spread over the grass, coming on me like the shape of a flame of fire. Then he moved the mist to the right and the left, and I could see that there were thousands of rats, with their eyes blazing red like his, only smaller. He held up his hand, and they all stopped, and I thought he seemed to be saying, "All these lives I will give you, aye, many more and greater through countless ages, if you fall down and worship me." Then a red cloud like the color of blood seemed to close over my eyes. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself opening the sash and saying to him, "Come in, Lord and Master." The rats were all gone, but he slid into the room through the sash, though it was only open an inch wide, just as the moon herself has often come in through the tiniest crack, and he stood before me in all her size and splendor. His voice weakened once more, so I moistened his lips with the brandy again, and he continued, but it seemed as though his memory had gone on working in the interval, for his story was further advanced. I was about to call him back to the point, but Van Helsing whispered to me, "Let him go on. Do not interrupt him. He cannot go back. Maybe could not proceed at all if once he lost the thread of his thought." And so he proceeded. "All day I wanted to hear from him, but he did not send me anything, not even a blowfly, and when the moon got up I was pretty angry with him. When he slid in through the window, though it was shut, and did not even knock, I got mad with him. He sneered at me, and his white face looked out of the mist with his red eyes gleaming, and he went on as though he owned the whole place, and as I was no one.
He didn't even smell the same as he went by me. I couldn't hold him. I thought that somehow Miss Harker had come into the room.
The two men sitting on the bed had stood up and came over, standing behind him so he could not see them, but where they could hear better. They were both silent, but the professor started and quivered, his face, however, growing grimmer and sterner still. Renfield went on without noticing any of this.
When Miss Harker came in to see me this afternoon, she wasn't the same. It was like the tea after the teapot had been watered.
Here we all moved, but no one said a word. He went on.
I didn't know that she was here till she spoke, and she didn't look the same. I don't care for the pale people. I like them with lots of blood in them, and hers had all seemed to have run out. I didn't think of it at the time, but when she went away, I began to think. It made me mad to know that he'd been taking the life out of her.
I could feel the rest quivered as I did, but we remained otherwise still.
So when he came in tonight, I was ready for him. I saw the mist stealing, and I grabbed it tight. I've heard that madmen have unnatural strength, and as I knew I was a madman at times anyhow, I resolved to use my power. Aye, and he felt it too, for he had come out of the mist to struggle with me. I held tight and thought I was going to win, for I didn't mean him to take any more of her life till I saw his eyes. They burned into me, and my strength became like water. He slipped through it, and when I tried to cling to him, he raised me up and flung me down. There was a red cloud before me, and a noise like thunder, and the mist seemed to steal away under the door.
His voice was becoming fainter, his breath more stertorous. Van Helsing stood up instinctively. We know the worst now. He's here, and we know his purpose. It may not be too late. Let us be armed with the earth, the same as we were the other night. Lose no time. There's not an instant to spare. There was no need to put our fear, nay, our conviction, into words. We shared them in common. We all hurried and took from our rooms the same things that we had when we entered the Count's house. The professor had his ready, and as we met in the corridor he pointed them significantly as he said, "They never leave me, and they shall not till this unhappy business is over. Be wise also, my friends. It's no common enemy that we deal with. Alas, alas, that dear Madam Mina should suffer." He stopped. His voice was breaking, and I do not know if rage or terror predominated in my own heart. Outside the Harkers' door we passed. Art and Quincy held back, and the latter said,
Should we disturb her?
"We must. If the door be locked, I shall break it in."
May it not frighten her terribly? It's unusual to break into a lady's room.
Van Helsing said solemnly, "You're always right, but this is life and death. All chambers are alike to the doctor, and even were they not, they are all as one to me tonight. Friend John, when I turn the handle, if the door does not open, do you put your shoulder down and shove, and you too, my friends, now." He turned the handle as he spoke, but the door did not yield. We threw ourselves against it. With a crash it did burst open, and we almost fell headlong into the room. The professor himself did actually fall, and I saw across him as he gathered himself up from hands and knees. What I saw appalled me. I felt my hair rise like bristles on the back of my neck, and my heart seemed to stand still. The moonlight was so bright that through the thick yellow blind the room was light enough to see. On the bed beside the window lay Jonathan Harker, his face flushed and breathing heavily, as though in a stupor. Kneeling on the near edge of the bed, facing outwards, was the white-clad figure of his wife. By her side stood a tall, thin man, clad in black. His face was turned from us, but in the instant we saw, we all recognized the Count, in every way, even to the scar on his forehead. With his left hand, he held both Miss Harker's hands, keeping them away from her arms at full tension. His right hand gripped her by the back of the neck, forcing her face down onto his bosom. Her white nightdress was smeared with blood, and a thin stream trickled down the man's bare chest, which was shown by his torn-open dress. The attitude of the two had a terrible resemblance to a child forcing a kitten's nose into a saucer of milk to compel it to drink. As we burst into the room, the Count turned his face, and the hellish look that I had heard described seemed to leap into it. His eyes flamed red with devilish passion. The great nostrils of the white aquiline nose opened wide and quivered at the edge, and the white sharp teeth behind the full lips of the blood-dripping mouth champed together like those of a wild beast. With a wrench which threw his victim back upon the bed as though hurled from a height, he turned and sprang at us. But by this time the professor had gained his feet and was holding towards him the envelope which contained the sacred wafer. The Count suddenly stopped, just as poor Lucy had done just outside the tomb, and cowered back. Further and further back he cowered as we, lifting our crucifixes, advanced. The moonlight suddenly failed as a great black cloud sailed across the sky, and when the gaslight sprang up under Quincy's match, we saw nothing but a faint vapor. This, as we looked, trailed under the door, which with the recoil from its bursting open had swung back to its old position. Van Helsing, Art, and I moved forward to Mrs. Harker, who by this time had drawn her breath, and with it had given a scream so wild, so ear-piercing, so despairing, that it seems to me now it will ring in my ears until my dying day. For a few seconds she lay in her helpless attitude and disarray. Her face was ghastly, with a pallor which was accentuated by the blood which smeared her lips and cheeks and chin. From her throat trickled a thin stream of blood. Her eyes were mad with terror. Then she put before her face her poor crushed hands, which bore on their whiteness the red mark of the Count's terrible grip, and from behind them came a low, desolate wail, which made the terrible scream seem only the quick expression of an endless grief. Van Helsing stepped forward and drew the coverlet gently over her body, whilst Art, after looking at her face for an instant despairingly, ran out of the room. Van Helsing whispered to me, "Jonathan is in a stupor, such as we know the vampire can produce. We can do very little for him now, and we can do nothing with poor Madam Mina for a few moments till she recovers. I must wake him." He dipped the end of a towel in cold water, and with it began to flick him on the face, his wife all the while holding her face between her hands and sobbing in a way that was heartbreaking to hear. I raised the blind and looked out the window. There was much moonshine, and as I looked I could see Quincy Morris run across the lawn and hide himself in the shadow of a great yew tree. It puzzled me to think why he was doing this, but at the instant I heard Harker's quick exclamation as he woke to partial consciousness, and I turned to the bed. On his face, as there might well be, was a look of wild amazement. He seemed dazed for a few seconds, then the full consciousness seemed to burst upon him all at once, and he started up. His wife was aroused by that quick movement, and turned to him with her arms stretched out as though to embrace him. Instantly, however, she drew them in again, and putting her elbows together, held her hands before her face, and shuddered till the bed beneath her shook. "In God's name, what does this mean?" Harker cried out. "Dr. Seward, Dr. Van Helsing, what is it? What's happened? What's wrong? Mina, dear, what is it? What does that blood mean? My God, has it come to this?" And raising himself to his knees, he beat his hands wildly together. "God, help us! Help her! Oh, help her!" With a quick movement, he jumped from bed and began to pull on his clothes, all the man in him awake at the need for instant exertion. "What's happened? Tell me about it," he cried without pausing. "Dr. Van Helsing, you love Mina, I know. Do something to save her. It cannot have gone too far yet. Guard her while I look for him." His wife, through her terror and horror and distress, saw some sure danger to him. Instantly forgetting her own grief, she seized hold of him and cried out, "No, no, Jonathan, you must not leave me. I've suffered enough tonight, God knows, without the dread of his harming you. You stay with me, you must. Stay with these friends who will watch over you." Her expression became frantic as she spoke, and he yielded to her. She pulled him down, sitting into the bedside, and clung to him fiercely. Van Helsing and I tried to calm them both. The professor held up his little golden crucifix and said with wonderful calmness, "Do not fear, my dear. We are here, and whilst this is close to you,
No foul thing can approach. You are safe for tonight, and we must be calm and take counsel together."
She shuddered and was silent, holding down her head on her husband's chest. When she raised it, his white night-robe was stained with blood where her lips had touched, and where the thin open wound in her neck had sent forth drops. The instant she saw it, she drew back with a low wail and whispered amidst choking sobs, "Unclean, unclean! I must touch him or kiss him no more. Oh, that it should be that it is who I am now, know his worst enemy, and whom he made most cause to have to fear." To this he spoke out resolutely. "Nonsense, Mina! It's a shame to me to hear such a word. I would not hear it of you, and I shall not hear it from you. May God judge me by my deserts, and punish me with more bitter suffering than even this hour, if by any act or will of mine anything ever comes between us." He put out his arms and folded her to his chest, and for a while she lay there, sobbing. He looked at us over her bowed head with eyes that blinked damply above his quivering nostrils. His mouth was set as steel. After a while her sobs became less frequent and more faint, and then he said to me, speaking with a studied calmness which I felt tried his nervous power to the utmost, "And now, Dr. Seward, tell me all about it. Too well I know the broad facts. Tell me all that has been." I told him exactly what had happened, and he listened with seeming impassiveness, but his nostrils twitched and his eyes blazed as I told how the ruthless hands of the Count had held his wife in that terrible and horrid position, with her mouth to the open wound in his chest. It interested me, even at that moment, to see that whilst the face of white-set passion worked convulsively over the bowed head, the hands tenderly and lovingly stroked the ruffled hair. Just as I had finished, Quincy and Godalming knocked at the door. They entered in obedience to our summons. Van Helsing looked at me questioningly. I understood him to mean if we were to take advantage of their coming, to divert, if possible, the thoughts of the unhappy husband and wife from each other and from themselves. So, on nodding acquiescence to him, he asked them what they had seen or done, to which Godalming answered, "I couldn't see him anywhere in the passage, nor in any of our rooms. I looked in the study, but though he'd been there, he'd gone. He had, however—" He stopped suddenly, looking at the poor drooping figures on the bed. Van Helsing said gravely, "Go on, friend Arthur. We want here no more concealments. Our hope now is in knowing all. Tell freely." He had been there, and though it could have only been for a few seconds, he made rare hay of the place. All the manuscript had been burned. The blue flames were flickering amongst the white ashes. The cylinders of your phonograph, too, they were thrown on the fire. The wax had helped the flames. Here I interrupted. "Thank God there's another copy in the safe." His face lit for only a moment, but fell again as he went on. "I ran downstairs then, but could see no sign of him. I looked into Renfield's room. There was no trace there except—" Again he paused. "Go on," Harker said hoarsely, so he bowed his head and moistened his lips with his tongue before adding, "There's no trace there, except the poor fellow is dead." Miss Harker raised her head, looking from one to the other, as she said solemnly, "God's will be done." I could not but feel that Art was keeping back something, but as I took that it was with a purpose, I said nothing. Van Helsing turned to Morris and asked, "And you, friend Quincy, have you any to tell?" "Well, a little. Maybe much eventually, but at present I can't say. I thought it well to know, if possible, where the Count would go when he left the house. I didn't see him, but I saw a bat rise from Renfield's window and flap westward. I expected to see him in some shape go back to Carfax, but he evidently sought some other lair. He won't be back tonight. The sky's reddening in the east. Dawn's close. We must work tomorrow." He said the latter words through his shut teeth, so instead it would have been more of a, "We must work tomorrow." For a space of perhaps a couple of minutes there was silence. I could fancy that I could hear the sounds of our hearts beating. Then Van Helsing said, placing his hand very tenderly on Mrs. Harker's head, And now, Madam Mina, poor dear Madam Mina, tell us exactly what happened. God knows that I do not want you to be pained, but it is need that we know all. For now more than ever has all work to be done, quick and sharp and in deadly earnest. The day is close to us, that it must end at all, and if it be so, now is the chance that we may live and learn. The poor dear lady shivered, and I could see the tension of her nerves as she clasped her husband closer to her, and bent her head lower and lower still on his chest. Then she raised her head proudly, and held out one hand to Van Helsing, who took it in his, and after stooping and kissing it reverently, held it fast. The other hand was locked in that of her husband, who held his other arm thrown around her protectingly. After a pause in which she was evidently ordering her thoughts, she began, I took the sleeping draught which you had so kindly given me, but for a long time it did not act. I seemed to become more wakeful, and myriads of horrible fancies began to crowd in upon my mind, all of them connected with death and vampires, blood and pain and trouble. Her husband involuntarily groaned as she turned to him and said lovingly, Do not fret, dear. You must be brave and strong. You must help me through this horrible task. If only you knew what an effort it is to tell me of this fearful thing at all, you'd understand how much I need your help. I saw I must try to help the medicine do its work with my will, if it was to do me any good, so I resolutely set myself to sleep. Sure enough, sleep must soon have come to me, for I remember no more. Jonathan coming in had not wakened me. He lay by my side when next I remember. There was in the room the same thin white mist that I had before noticed. But I forget now if you know of this. You will find it in my diary, which I shall show you later. I felt the same vague terror which had come to me before, the same sense of some presence. I turned to wake Jonathan, but found that he slept so soundly, it seemed as if it was he who had taken the sleeping draught and not I. I tried my best, but I couldn't wake him. This caused me a great fear. I looked around, terrified. Then indeed my heart sank within me beside the bed, as if he had stepped out of the mist, or rather, if the mist had turned into his figure, for it had entirely disappeared. There stood a tall, thin man, dressed all in black. I knew him at once from the description of the others, that waxen face, the high aquiline nose on which the light fell in a thin white line, the parted red lips, the sharp white teeth showing between, and those eyes, those red eyes that I'd seemed to see in the sunset on the windows at St. Mary's Church at Whitby. I knew, too, the red scar on his forehead where Jonathan had struck him. For an instant my heart stood still. I would have screamed out, only that I was paralyzed. In the pause he spoke in a sort of keen, cutting whisper, pointing as he spoke to Jonathan. Silence! If you make a sound, I shall take him and dash his brains out before your very eyes. I was appalled and was too bewildered to do or say anything. With a mocking smile, he placed one hand upon my shoulder, and, holding me tight, bared my throat with the other, saying as he did so, First, a little refreshment to reward my exertions. You may as well be quiet. It's not the first time, nor the second, that your veins have appeased my thirst. I was bewildered, and strangely enough I didn't want to hinder him. I suppose it's a part of that horrible curse, such that happens when his touch is on his victim. My God, oh my God, pity me. He placed his reeking lips upon my throat. Her husband groaned again. She clasped at his hand harder and looked at him pityingly, as if he were the injured one, and went on. I felt my strength fading away. I was in a half-swoon. How long this horrible thing lasted I know not, but it seemed a long time must have passed before he took his foul, awful, sneering mouth away. I saw it drip with the fresh blood. The remembrance seemed for a while to overpower her, and she drooped and would have sunken down but for her husband's sustaining arm. With a great effort she collected herself and went on. He spoke to me mockingly. And so you, like the others, would play your brains against mine. You would help these men to hunt me, frustrate me in my desire. secrets. You know now, and they know in part already, and will know in full before long what it is to cross my path. They should have kept their energies for use closer to home, whilst they played wits against me who commanded nations, intrigued for them, fought for them hundreds of years before they were born. I was countermining them. You, their best beloved one, are now to me flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, kin of my kin, my bountiful wine press for a while, and shall be later on my companion and my helper. You shall be avenged in turn. Not one of them shall but minister to your needs. But as yet you are to be punished for what you've done. You've aided in thwarting me. Now you shall come to my call. When my brain says come to you, you shall cross land or sea to do my bidding. And to that end this. With that he pulled open his shirt with his long, sharp nails, opened a vein in his chest. When the blood began to spurt out, he took my hands in one of his, seizing them tight, and the other handled my neck and pressed my mouth to the wound so that I must either suffocate or swallow some of them. Oh my God, what have I done? What have I done to deserve this fate? I who tried to walk in meekness and righteousness all my days. God pity me. Look down on a poor soul in worse than mortal peril, and in mercy pity those to whom she is dear. Then she began to rub her lips as though to cleanse them from the pollution. As she was telling her terrible story, the eastern sky began to quicken, and everything became more and more clear. Harker was still and quiet, but over his face, as the awful narrative went on, came a grey look which deepened and darkened in the morning light, till when the first red streak of the coming dawn shot up, the flesh stood darkly out against his whitening hair. We have arranged that one of us is to stay within call of the unhappy pair, till we can meet together and arrange about taking action. Of this I am sure. The sun rises today on no more miserable house in all the great round of its daily course. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have one more chapter before intermission. This one, because then that means we have 5, and we started at 5 chapters back, I believe. Hang on, since we're at a chapter boundary, let me double check. Let me check. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We would have started. No, that's not where we were. Where were we? We were here, and 19 is where we started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would put us there. So, yeah, let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's just finish this chapter we're on, regardless of the math, and then we'll go to intermission. It shouldn't be too terribly long. Shouldn't being the operative word there. Chapter 22. Jonathan Harker's Journal on the 3rd of October. As I must do something or go mad, I write this diary. It is now 6 o'clock, and we are to meet in the study in half an hour and take something to eat. For Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward are agreed that if we do not eat, we cannot work our best. Our best will be, God knows, required today. I must keep writing at every chance, for I dare not stop to think. All things, big and little, must go down. Perhaps at the end the little things may teach us most. The teaching, big or little, could not have landed Mina or me anywhere worse than where we are today. However, we must trust and hope. Poor Mina told me just now, with the tears running down her cheeks, that it is in trouble and trial that our faith is tested, that we must keep on trusting that God will aid us up to the end. The end. Oh, my God, what end? No, no, to work, to work. When Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward had come back from seeing poor Renfield, we went gravely into what was to be done. First, Dr. Seward told us that when he and Dr. Van Helsing had gone down to the room below, they had found Renfield lying on the floor, all in a heap. His face was bruised and crushed in, the bones of his neck were broken. Dr. Seward asked the attendant who was on duty in the passage if he had heard anything. He said that he had been sitting down, he confessed to being half dozing, when he had heard loud voices in the room. Then Renfield had called out loudly several times, "God, God, God!" After that there was a sound of falling. When he entered the room, he found him lying on the floor, face down, just as the doctors had seen him. Van Helsing asked if he had heard voices or a voice, and he said he could not say, that at first it seemed to him as if there were two, but as there was no one in the room, it could have only been one. He could swear to it if required that the word God was spoken by the patient. Dr. Seward said to us when we were alone that he did not wish to go into the matter. The question of an inquest had to be considered, and it would never do to put forward the truth, as no one would believe it. As it was, he thought that on the attendant's evidence he could give a certificate of death by misadventure and falling from bed. In case the coroner should demand it, there would be a formal inquest, necessarily to that same result. When the question began to be discussed as to what should be our next step, the very first thing we decided was that Mina should be in full confidence, that nothing of any sort, no matter how painful, should be kept from her. She herself agreed to its wisdom, and it was pitiful to see her so brave and yet so sorrowful, in such a depth of despair. "There must be no concealment. Alas, we've had too much of that already. And besides, there's nothing in all the world that can give me more pain than I've already endured than I suffer now. Whatever may happen, it must be of new hope or of new courage to me." Van Helsing was looking at her fixedly as she spoke, and said suddenly, but quietly, "Oh, no, she did not sneeze. Sorry." Or rather, Van Helsing did not sneeze. "But, dear Madam Mina, are you not afraid, not for yourself, but for others from yourself, as after what's happened?" Her face grew set in its lines, but her eyes shone with the devotion of a martyr as she answered, "No, my mind is made up." Sorry, noticed something behind the camera there. "No, my mind is made up." "To what?" he asked gently, whilst we were all very still, for each, in our own way, we had a sort of vague idea of what she meant. Her answer came with direct simplicity, as though she were simply stating a fact. "Because if I find in myself, and I shall watch keenly for it, a sign of harm to any that I love, I shall die." You wouldn't do that?" he asked hoarsely. "I would, if there were no friend who loved me, who would save me such a pain, and so desperate an effort." She looked at him meaningly as she spoke. He was sitting down, but now he rose and came close to her and put his hand on her head as he said solemnly, "My child, there is such a one if it were for your own good. For myself, I could hold it in my account with God to find such a euthanasia for you, even at this moment, if it were best, nay, were it safe. But, my child—" For a moment he seemed choked up, and a great sob rose in his throat. He gulped it down and went on. "There are here some who would stand between you and death. You must not die. You must not die by any hand, but least of all by your own. Until the other, who has fouled your sweet life, is truly dead, you must not die, for if he's still with the quick undead, your death would make you even as he is. No, you must live, you must struggle and strive to live, though death would seem a boon unspeakable. You must fight death himself, though he comes to you in pain or joy, by day or by night, in safety or in peril. On your living soul I charge you that you do not die, nay, nor think of death, till this great evil be past." The poor dear grew white as death, and shook and shivered, as I have seen a quicksand shake and quiver at the coming of the tide. We were all silent, could do nothing. At length she grew more calm, and turning to him, said, sweetly, but so sorrowfully, she held out her hand, "I promise you, my dear friend, that if God will let me live, I shall strive to do so, till, if it be may in his good time, this horror may have passed from me." She was so good and brave that we all felt our hearts were strengthened to work and endure for her, and we began to discuss what we were to do. I told her that she was to have all the papers in the safe, and all the papers or diaries and phonographs we might hereafter use, and was to keep the record as she had done before. She was pleased with the prospect of anything to do, if pleased could be used in connection with so grim an interest. As usual, Van Helsing had thought ahead of everyone else, and was so prepared with an exact ordering of our work. It is perhaps well that after our meeting that at our meeting after our visit to Carfax, we decided not to do anything with the earth boxes that lie there. Had we done so, the Count must have guessed our purpose, and would have doubtless taken measures in advance to frustrate such an effort with regard to the others. But now he does not know our intentions. Nay, more, in all probability, he does not know that such a power exists to us as can sterilize his lairs, so that he cannot use them as of old. We are now so much further advanced in our knowledge as to their disposition, that when we have examined the house in Piccadilly, we may track the very last of them. Today, then, is ours, and in it rests our hope. The sun that rose on our sorrow through this morning guards us in its course. Until it sets tonight, this monster must retain whatever form he now has. He's confined within the limitations of his earthly envelope. He cannot melt into thin air, nor disappear through cracks or crannies or crevices. If he goes through a doorway, he must open the door like a mortal. And so we have this day to hunt out all his lairs and sterilize them. So we shall, if we have not yet caught him and destroyed him, driven him to bay in some place where the catching and the destroying will be in time. Sure. Here I started up, for I could not contain myself at the thought. The minutes and seconds were so preciously laden with Mina's life, and happiness were flying from us, since whilst we talked, action was impossible. But Van Helsing held up his hand warningly. "Nay, friend Jonathan, in this the quickest way home is the longest way, as your proverbs say. We will all act, and act with desperate quick when the time has come. But think, in all probability, the key of the situation is in that house in Piccadilly. The Count may have bought many houses. Of them we'll have deeds and purchases, keys and other things. He will have that paper that he writes on. He'll have his book of checks. There are many belongings that he must have somewhere. Why not in this place so central, so quiet, where he comes and goes by the front or the back at all hours, and the very vast of traffic there is none to notice? We shall go there and search that house, and when we learn what it holds, then we do find what our friend Arthur calls, in his phrases of the hunt, stops the earths, and so we run down our old fox. So, is it not?" "Then let us come at once. We're wasting the precious time." The professor didn't move, but simply said, "How are we to get into the house in Piccadilly?" "Anyway, we shall break in if need be." "And your police, where will they be, and what will they say?" I was staggered, but I knew that if he wished to delay, he had a good reason for it. So I said, quietly as I could, "Don't wait more than need be. You know, I'm sure, what torture I am in." "Ah, my child, that I do, and indeed, there's no wish of me to add to your anguish. But just think what we can do, until all the world be in movement. Then will come our time. I've thought and thought, and it seems to me the simplest way is the best of all. and we wish to get into the house, but have no key. Is it not so?" I nodded. "Now suppose that you were, in truth, the owner of that house, and still could not get into it, and think there was, to you, no conscience of the housebreaker. What would you do?" "I should get a respectable locksmith, set him to work to pick the lock for me." "And your police, they would interfere, would they not?" "Oh, no, not if they knew the man was properly employed." "Then all that is in doubt is the conscience of the employer, and the belief of your policeman as to whether or no that employer has a good conscience or a bad one. Your police must indeed be zealous men and clever, oh, so clever to read the heart, that they trouble themselves in such matters. No, my friend Jonathan, you go take the lock off of 100 empty houses in this your London, or of any city of the world. If you do it as such things are rightly done, at the time such things are rightly done, no one will interfere. I have read of a gentleman who owned so fine house in London, or I have read of a gentleman who owned a so fine house in London. When he went for months of summer to Switzerland and locked up his house, some burglar came and broke window at back and got in. Then he went and made open the shutters in front, and walked out and in through the door before the very eyes of the police. Then he had an auction in that house, and advertised it, and put up a big notice. When the day came, he sold it off by a great auctioneer, all the goods of that other man who owned them. Then he went to a builder, and he sold him that house, making an agreement that he pulls it down, and takes everything away after a certain time. Your police, other authority, they helped him all he can, and when that owner came back from his holiday in Switzerland, he found only an empty hole where his house has been. This was all done en règle, and in our work we shall be en règle too. We shall not go so early that the policemen, who have then little to think of, that shall deem it strange, but we shall go after 10 o'clock, when there are many about, and such things could be done were we indeed owners of the house." I could not but see how right he was, and the terrible despair of Mina's face became relaxed a thought. There was hope in such good counsel, and Van Helsing went on. "When once within that house we may find more clues. At any rate, some of us can remain there, while the rest find the other places where there be earth boxes, at Bermondsey and Mile End." Godalming stood up. "I can be of some use here. I shall wire to my people to have horses and carriages where they will be most convenient." "Now, look here, old fella, it's a capital idea to have it all ready in case we want to go horsebacking, but don't you think one of your snappy carriages with its heraldic ornaments and a byway of Walworth or Mile End might attract too much attention for our purposes? Seems to me that we ought to take cabs when we go south or east, and even leave them somewhere near the neighborhood we're going to." "Friend Quincy is right," said the professor. "His head is what you call in playing with the horizon. It is a difficult thing that we go to do, and we do not want no peoples to watch us, if so it may." Mina took a growing interest in everything, and I was rejoiced to see that the exigency of affairs was helping her to forget for a time the terrible experiences of the night. She was very, very pale, almost ghastly, and so thin that her lips were drawn away, showing her teeth in somewhat of a prominence. I did not mention this, lest it should give her needless pain, but it did make my blood run cold in my veins to think of what had occurred with poor Lucy when the Count had sucked her blood. As yet there was no sign of the teeth growing sharper, but the time was yet short. There was time for fear still. When we came to the discussion of the sequence of our efforts and of the disposition of our forces, there were new sources of doubt. It was finally agreed that before starting for Piccadilly we should destroy the Count's lair close at hand. In case he should find it out too soon, we should thus still be ahead of him in our work of destruction, and his presence in his purely material shape at his weakest might give us some new clue. As for the disposal of forces, it was suggested by the professor that after our visit to Carfax we should all enter the house in Piccadilly, that the 2 doctors and I should remain there, whilst Lord Godalming and Quincy found the lairs at Walworth and Mile End and destroyed them. It was possible, if not likely, the professor urged, that the Count might appear in Piccadilly during the day, and that if so, we might be able to cope with him then and there. At any rate, we might be able to follow him in force. To this plan I strenuously objected, and so far as my going was concerned, for I said that I intended to stay and protect Mina, I thought that my mind was made up on the subject, but Mina would not listen to my objection. She said that there might be some law matter in which I could be useful, that amongst the Count's papers might be some clue which I could understand out of my experience in Transylvania, and that as it was all the strength we could muster that was required to cope with the Count's extraordinary power. I had to give in, for Mina's resolution was fixed. She said that it was the last hope for her that we should all work together. As for me, I have no fear. Things have been as bad as they can be, and whatever may happen must have in it some element of hope or comfort. Go, my husband. God can, if he wishes it, guard me as well alone as with anyone present. So I started up, crying out, "In God's name, let us come at once. We're losing time. The Count may come to Piccadilly earlier than we think." "Not so," said Van Helsing, holding up his hand. "Why? Did you forget that last night he banqueted heavily? Will sleep late?" He smiled at this. Did I forget? Shall I ever? Can I ever? Can any of us ever forget that terrible scene? Mina struggled hard to keep her brave countenance, but the pain overmastered her, and she put her hands before her face and shuddered while she groaned. Van Helsing had not intended to recall her frightful experience. He simply lost sight of her and her part in the affair in his intellectual effort. When it struck him what he had said, he was horrified at his thoughtlessness and tried to comfort her. "No, Madam Mina, dear, dear Madam Mina, alas, that I, of all who so reverence you, should have said anything so forgetful. These stupid old lips of mine and this stupid old head do not deserve so. But will you forget it? Will you not?" He bent low beside her as he spoke, that she took his hand and looked at him through her tears and said hoarsely, "No, I shall not. Excuse me. No, I shall not forget, for it is well that I remember, and with it I have so much in memory of you that is sweet, that I take it all together. Now you must all be going soon. Breakfast is ready, and we must all eat that we may be strong." Breakfast had become a strange meal to us all. We tried to be cheerful and encourage each other, and Mina was the brightest and most cheerful of us. When it was over, Van Helsing stood up and said, "Now, my dear friends, we go forth to our terrible enterprise. As we are all armed, as we were on that night when we first visited our enemy's lair, armed against ghostly as well as carnal attack." We all assured him so. "Then it is well. Now, Madam Mina, you are in any case quite safe here until the sunset, and before then we shall return, if we shall return. But before we go, let me see you armed against personal attack. I have myself, since you came down, prepared your chamber by the placing of things which we know that he may not enter. Now let me guard yourself. On your forehead I touch this piece of sacred wafer, in the name of the Father and the Son," and there was a fearful scream which almost froze our hearts to hear. As he had placed the wafer on Mina's forehead, it had seared it, had burned into the flesh as though it had been a piece of white-hot metal. My poor darling's brain had told her the significance of the fact as quickly as her nerves received the pain of it, and the two so overwhelmed her that her overwrought nature had its voice in that dreadful scream. But the words to her thought came quickly. The echo of the scream had not ceased to ring on the air when there came the reaction, and she sank on her knees on the floor in an agony of abasement. Pulling her beautiful hair over her face, as the leper of old his mantle, she wailed out, "Unclean, unclean! Even the Almighty shuns my polluted flesh. I must bear this mark of shame upon my forehead until the judgment day." They all paused. I had thrown myself beside her in an agony of hopeless grief, and thrown my arms around her to hold her tight. For a few minutes our sorrowful hearts beat together, whilst the friends around us turned away their eyes that ran tears silently. Then Van Helsing turned and said gravely, so gravely that I could not help feeling that he was in some way inspired and was stating things outside himself,
It may be that you have to bear that mark until God himself see fit, as he most surely shall on the judgment day, to redress all wrongs of the earth and of its children that he's placed thereon. And oh, Madam Mina, my dear, may we who love you be there to see, when that red scar, the sign of God's knowledge of what has been, shall pass away, and leave your forehead as pure as the heart we know. For so surely as we live, that scar shall pass away when God sees right to lift the burden that is hard upon us. Till then we bear our cross, as his Son did in obedience to his will. It may be that we are chosen instruments of his good pleasure. We ascend to his bidding, as that other, through stripes and shame, tears and blood, doubts and fears, and all that makes the difference between God and man. There was hope in his words, and comfort, and they did make for resignation. Mina and I both felt so, and simultaneously we each took one of the old man's hands, and bent over and kissed it. Then, without a word, we all knelt down together, and all holding hands swore to be true to each other. We men pledged ourselves to raise the veil of sorrow from the head of her whom, in his own way, we loved, and we prayed for help and guidance in the terrible task which lay before us. It was then the time to start. So I said farewell to Mina, a parting which neither of us shall forget to our dying day, and we set out. To one thing I have made up my mind. If we find out that Mina must be a vampire in the end, then she shall not go into that unknown and terrible land alone. I suppose it is thus that in old times one vampire meant many. Just as their hideous bodies could only rest in sacred earth, so could the holiest love was the recruiting sergeant for their ghastly ranks. We entered Carfax without trouble, and found all things the same as on the first occasion. It was hard to believe that amongst so prosaic surroundings of neglect and dust and decay, there was any ground for such fear as we already knew. Had not our minds been made up, and had not there been terrible memories to spur us on, we could hardly have proceeded with our task. We found no papers or any sign of use in the house, and in the old chapel the great boxes looked just as we had seen them last. Dr. Van Helsing said to us solemnly as we stood before them, "And now, my friends, we have a duty here to do. We must sterilize this earth, so sacred of holy memories, that he is brought from a far distant land for such fell uses. He has chosen this earth because it has been holy. Thus we defeat him with his own weapon, for we make it more holy still. It was sanctified to such use of man, now we sanctify it to God." As he spoke, he took from a bag a screwdriver and a wrench, and very soon the top of one of the cases was thrown open. The earth smelled musty and close, but we did not somehow seem to mind, for our attention was concentrated on the professor. Taking from his box a piece of the sacred wafer, he laid it reverently on the earth, and then shutting down the lid began to screw it home, we aiding him as he worked. One by one we treated in the same way each of the great boxes, and left them as we had found them to all appearance, but in each was a portion of the host. When we closed the door behind us, the professor said solemnly, "So much of this is already done. If it may be that with all the others we can be so successful, then the sunset of this evening may shine on Madam Mina's forehead, all white as ivory and with no stain." As we passed across the lawn on our way to the station to catch our train, we could see the front of the asylum. I looked eagerly, and in the window of my own room saw Mina. I waved my hand to her and nodded to tell her that our work there was successfully accomplished. She nodded in reply to show that she understood. The last I saw, she was waving her hand in farewell. It was with a heavy heart that we sought the station and just caught the train, which was steaming in as we reached the platform. I wrote this all in the train. Piccadilly at 12:30 o'clock. Just before we reached Fenchurch Street, Lord Godalming said to me,
Quincy and I will find a locksmith. You'd better not come with, in case there should be any difficulty, for under the circumstances it wouldn't seem so bad for us to break into an empty house, but you're a solicitor. The Incorporated Law Society might tell you that you should have known better. I demurred as to my not sharing any danger even of odium, but he went on. Besides, it will attract less attention if there are not too many of us. My title will make it all right with the locksmith, and with any policeman that may come along. You'd better go with Jack and the professor, and stay in the Green Park, somewhere inside of the house, and when you see the door open and the smith has gone away, do you all come across. We shall be on the lookout for you, and shall let you in.
The advice is good, said Van Helsing, so we said no more. Godalming and Morris hurried off in a cab, we following in another. At the corner of Arlington Street our contingent got out and strolled into the Green Park. My heart beat as I saw the house on which so much of our hope was centered, looming up grim and silent in its deserted condition among its more lively and spruce-looking neighbors. We sat down on a bench within good view and began to smoke cigars so as to attract as little attention as possible. The minutes seemed to pass with leaden feet as we waited for the coming of the others. At length we saw a four-wheeler drive up. Out of it, in leisurely fashion, got Lord Godalming and Morris, and down from the box descended a thick-cut working man with his rush-woven basket of tools. Morris paid the cabman, who touched his hat and drove away. Together the two ascended the steps, and Lord Godalming pointed out what he had wanted done. The workman took off his coat leisurely and hung it on one of the spikes of the rail, saying something to a policeman who just then sauntered along. The policeman also nodded acquiescence, and the man, kneeling down, placed his bag beside him. After searching through it, he took out a selection of tools which he produced to lay beside him in an orderly fashion. Then he stood up, looked into the keyhole, and blew into it, turning to his employers, made some remark. Lord Godalming smiled, and the man lifted a good-sized bunch of keys, selecting one of them, and began to probe the lock, as if feeling his way with it. After fumbling about for a bit, he tried a second, then a third. All at once the door opened under a slight push from him, and he and the two others entered the hall. We sat still. My own cigar burnt furiously, but Van Helsing's went cold altogether. We waited patiently as we saw the workman come out and bring in his bag. Then he held the door partly open, steadying it with his knees, whilst he fitted a key to the lock. This he finally handed to Lord Godalming, who took out his purse and gave him something. The man touched his hat, took his bag, put on his coat, and departed. Not a soul took the slightest notice of the whole transaction. When the man had fairly gone, we three crossed the street and knocked at the door. It was immediately opened by Quincy Morris, beside whom stood Lord Godalming, lighting a cigar. The place, it smells so vilely, said the latter as we came in, and it did indeed smell vilely, like the old chapel at Carfax, and with our previous experience it was plain to us that the Count had been using the place pretty freely. We moved to explore the house, all keeping together in case of attack, for we knew we had a strong and wily enemy to deal with, and yet we did not know whether the Count might not be in the house. In the dining room, which lay at the back of the hall, we found 8 boxes of earth, 8 boxes only of the 9 which we sought. Our work was not over, and would never be until we should have found the missing box. First we opened the shutters of a window which looked out across a narrow stone-flagged yard at the blank face of a stable, pointed to look like the front of a miniature horse. There were no windows in it, so we were not afraid of being overlooked. We did not lose any time in examining the chests. With the tools which we had brought with us, we opened them one by one and treated them as we had treated those others in the chapel. It was evident to us that the Count was not at present in the house, and we proceeded to search for any of his effects. After a cursory glance at the rest of the rooms from basement to attic, we came to the conclusion that the dining room contained any effects which might belong to the Count, and so we proceeded to minutely examine them. They lay in a sort of orderly disorder,
on the dining room table. There were title deeds of the Piccadilly house in a great bundle, deeds of the purchase of the houses at Mile End and Bermondsey, note paper, envelopes, pens, ink, all were covered up in the thin wrapping paper as to keep them from the dust. There was also a clothes brush, a brush and comb, a jug, a basin, the latter containing dirty water which was reddened as if with blood. Last of all was a little heap of keys of all sorts and sizes, probably those belonging to the other houses. When we examined this last find, Lord Godalming and Quincey Morris, taking accurate notes of the various addresses of the houses in the east and south, took with them the keys in a great bunch, and set out to destroy the boxes in these places. The rest of us are, with what patience we can muster, awaiting their return or the coming of the Count, whichever comes first. All right. I believe it is intermission time. We will be right back. Now is a fantastic time if you've been sitting with me to get up and stretch your legs. If you have been direly in need of some water to drink, now is a great time to grab it. Even if you aren't direly in need, grabbing a good deal of water is probably a good idea because we're in it for the longish haul tonight to finish this book out. If the first half of the show is any indication, definitely take any necessary medications. If you tend to forget those, here's your reminder. Pet your pets. Please pet your pets. It's the most vital part of the BRB, and I simply must implore you to pet your pets. Yeah, maybe get a snack, if you've been forgetting to eat. Either way, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Sometimes I take longer, sometimes I take shorter. One of these days, I will get a nice little timer on screen for 15 minutes. But don't panic, it'll be a little quiet, but I promise the text on screen is correct. We will be right back. See you guys in about 15. Oh, I go and try to raid incoming. I take a moment to stretch out at my everything. Uh, I take a moment to stretch out my everything and grab water and pet my pets and all that fun stuff. Uh, and because I'm not looking at chat while I'm doing all that, I get raided. Hello. Uh, sorry, I kind of for a while there during those very troublesome things occurring when it was just me moderating the chat, I set it to 10 minutes followers only, just so I didn't get, you know, people causing problems while I was off doing BRB things, actually. That's why I set it to 10 minutes, but now that we've got the lovely Gariki keeping track of everything, welcome Raiders! I'm sorry you had to stare at a quiet BRB stream for a while. Hopefully you weren't on this too bad. Um, yeah, I appreciate your understanding. Thank you all for turning up. Sorry to be boring for a little while. Let's uh let's bring the book back up, shall we? And we will continue reading Dracula. Uh, appreciate the raid, Jubilee. I think that was a follow. Do I not have my alerts on my BRB screen? We're switching back to the book. That'll solve the problem. Thank you for the follow. Whoomst. Should be on there somewhere. Ryle. Hello. Okay, you haven't been here for too long. We take those. Oh, there was a little baby alert there for a second. Where are my alerts on this layout? Where even are they? Stream elements alert. So I have my little alert list. Oh, my alerts are layered under. No, my alerts are layered above the book. Why didn't they turn up? Oh, I swear, every time I think I have the alerts fixed and I test them and they work, and then someone actually follows and they're not fixed. Glad it's only been 5 minutes. I was stretching a very unfortunate kink out of my back. I'm pretty sure I got it. Definitely let's get closer to affiliate. I would really appreciate that. I have been streaming since thinking 2015, 2016, one of those. Off and on, obviously. But I've been streaming since 2015, and I have about, per the numbers, 120 some odd followers. And I've been trying for affiliate ever since I started reading in 2017. So I really appreciate everyone who drops by, and I. Oh yeah, Twitch might get bent out of shape. I promise I mean muscle knots. Like the ones in my back. At Bezos's AI, that's what I mean. Anyway, I've been at this for a long while, and I really appreciate when people drop by. And I would really appreciate if you'd continue to drop by. If you like this, you will probably also like Monday night streams, where oh, good heavens, I still have some troublesome spots under my shoulder blades that I really can't quite get at the moment. I'll have to deal with those after stream. But if you like this, you might really enjoy Monday nights, where I play solo tabletop RPGs, which are essentially just me improvising a story for 2 hours. And depending on how well I take to the prompt, I think I do real well with it. Anyway, I've rattled on enough. Welcome, one and all, the Raiders to the Igloo. Welcome, Rygol, I can read Rygol with a J. Welcome, Rygol, to the Igloo. Let's finish this book out, shall we? I appreciate your patience while I was busy juggling limes. let's dive right back in with Chapter 23, Dr. Seward's Diary, on the 3rd of October. The time seemed terrible long whilst we were waiting for the coming of Godalming and Quincy Morris. The professor tried to keep our minds active by using them all the time. I could see his beneficent purpose by the side glances which he threw from time to time at Harker. The poor fellow is overwhelmed in a misery that is appalling to see. Last night he was a frank, happy-looking man, with strong, youthful face, full of energy, and with dark brown hair. Today he is a drawn, haggard old man whose white hair matches well with the hollow, burning eyes and grief-written lines of his face. His energy is still intact. In fact, he's like a living flame. This may yet be his salvation, for if all go well, it will tide him over his despairing period, and he will then, in a kind of way, wake again to the realities of life. Poor fellow, I thought my own trouble was bad enough, but his... The professor knows this well enough, and is doing his best to keep his mind active. What he has been saying was, under the circumstances, of absorbing interest. So, as well as I remember, here it is. I have studied, over and over again, since they came into my hands, all the papers relating to this monster, and the more I have studied, the greater seems the necessity to utterly stamp him out. All through there are signs of his advance, not only of his power, but his knowledge of it. As I learned from the researches of my friend Arminius of Budapest, he was in life a most wonderful man, a soldier, a statesman, an alchemist, which latter was the highest development of the science knowledge of his time. He had a mighty brain, a learning beyond compare, and a heart that knew no fear and no remorse. He dared even to attend the scholarments, and there was no branch of knowledge of his time that he did not essay. Well, in him the brain powers survived the physical death, though it would seem the memory was not all complete. In some faculties of mind he has been, and is, only a child, but he is growing, and some things that were childish at the first are now of man's stature. He's experimenting and doing it well, and if it had not been that we have crossed his path, he may yet, if we fail, the father or furtherer of a new order of beings whose road must lead through death, not life. Harker groaned and said, "This is all a raid against my darling. But how is he experimenting? The knowledge may help us to defeat him." "He has all along since his coming been trying his power. Slowly but surely, that big child brain of his is working. Well, for us it is as yet a child brain, for had he dared, at the first, to attempt certain things, he would long ago have been beyond our power. However, he means to succeed, and a man who has centuries before him can afford to wait and to go slow. Festina lente may well be his motto." "I fail to understand," said Harker wearily. "Do be more plain to me. Perhaps grief and trouble are dulling my brain." The professor laid his hand tenderly on his shoulder as he spoke. "Ah, my child, I will be plain. Do you not see how, of late, this monster has been creeping into knowledge experimentally? How he has been making use of the zoophagous patient to effect his entry into his friend John's home? For your vampire, though in all afterwards he can come when and how he will, must at first make entry only when asked thereto by an inmate. But these are not his most important experiments. Do we not see how at first all these so great boxes were moved by others? He knew not then, but that must be so. But all the time that so great child brain of his was growing, and he began to consider whether he might not himself move the box. So he began to help, and then when he found this be all right, he tried to move them all alone. And so he progresses, and he scatters these graves of him, and none but he know where they are hidden. He may have intended to bury them deep in the ground, so that he only uses them in the night, or as such time when he can change his form that they equal him well, and none may know that these are his hiding place. But my child, do not despair. This knowledge comes to him just too late. Already all of his layers but one be sterilized as for him, and before the sunset this shall be so. Then he has no place where he can move and hide. I delayed this morning so that we might be sure. Is there not more at stake for us than for him? Then why not be even more careful than him? By my clock it is 1 hour, and already, if all be well, friend Arthur and Quincy are on their way to us. Today is our day, and we must go sure if slow, and lose no chance. See, there are 5 of us when those absent ones return." Whilst he was speaking, we were startled by a knock at the hall door, the double postman's knock of the telegraph boy. We all moved out of the hall with one impulse, and Van Helsing, holding up his hand to us to keep silence, stepped to the door and opened it. The boy handed in a dispatch. The professor closed the door again, and after looking at the direction, opened it and read aloud. "Look out for D. He has just now, at 12:45, come from Carfax hurriedly and hastened toward the south. He seems to be going the round, and may want to see you. Mina." There was a pause, broken by Jonathan Harker's voice. "Now, God be thanked, we shall soon meet." Van Helsing turned to him quickly and said, "God will act in his own way and time. Do not fear, and do not rejoice as yet, for what we wish at the moment may be our undoing. I care for nothing now, except to wipe out this brute from the face of creation. I'd sell my soul to do it." "Oh, hush, 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 my child," said Van Helsing. "God does not purchase souls in this wise, and the devil, though he may purchase, does not keep faith. But God is merciful and just, and knows your pain and your devotion to that dear Madam Mina. Think you how her pain would be doubled did she but hear your wild words? Do not fear any of us. We are all devoted to this cause, and today shall see the end. The time is coming for action. Today this vampire is limited to the powers of man. Until sunset he may not change. It will take him time to arrive here. See, it is 20 minutes past 1, and yet there are some times before he can hither come, be he never so quick. What we must hope for is that my Lord Arthur and Quincy arrive first." This is Library, by the way. Everybody say hello to Library. His full name is Fat Library Cat, but we call him Library because it's shorter, and it's more fun to say. Isn't it, Library? Yes. He's one of 2 cats that crop up. Stick around, you might see Magnus. "Yes, don't nobody love Library? Dad's so busy reading." "Oh, yes. I want to eat the envelope." "You cannot eat the off-screen envelope, baby. Please lie down." "Hey, it's Blue Wave. How you been? Glad to have you lurking." Everybody loves Library. He does not love to be a drum, so I will not percuss him. Also, passages that remind you Van Helsing is a priest for 500. You know? The last time I heard he was getting a surgery or something. How is he doing? That was a while back. He had developed some bladder stones, and he was having trouble passing them, but he managed to get them out pre-surgery. He just kind of had to be catheterized a few times, and then we had to feed him anti-stone food, and I've been feeding him anti-stone food ever since, because it's cheaper to buy the anti-stone food than it is to buy, it is to handle the expensive vet bills. Magnus, pretty soon after, he's right over there, by the way, caught the same bladder stones, had a much rougher time with them than Library did, and just barely pulled through, and now he's completely healthy. So they both just munch down on this anti-stone food, and it changes their body chemistry so it doesn't happen anymore. And despite being more expensive than standard cat food, it's cheaper than vet bills, so I'll take it. I'm just happy to have them healthy. They've settled in quite nicely to the RV situation, actually. Come up here, Library. Everybody wants to see you. They quite happily just kind of hang out. Like, even when I'm driving the RV around, this one will... No, you can't eat that envelope, bud. I promise, it's not as tasty as it looks. This one will lay on my lap while I'm driving, which is inconvenient unless I have cruise control on. Buddy, guy, you can't eat the envelope. You cannot eat the toothpaste. Just don't do that. Okay? Stand here. Be palatable for the internet, please. Anyway, now that we've gotten thoroughly distracted. About half an hour after we had received Mrs. Harker's telegram, there came a quiet, resolute knock at the hall door. It was just an ordinary knock, such as is given hourly by thousands of gentlemen, but it made the professor's heart and mind beat loudly. We looked at each other and together moved out into the hall. We held ready to use our various armaments, the spiritual in the left hand and the mortal in the right. I'm just picturing like them, like, you know how like crime procedurals hold up the gun and the flashlight. I'm picturing them like cross arming a gun and a stake, which I'm shocked has not come up in more vampire media. Oh yeah, have I stopped petting you for 5 seconds and it is everything the worst? Such opinions from a little man. But Dad, toothpaste is minty. The worst part is these look like little mints. This is my toothpaste, by the way. Uh, so he just kind of goes, "Ooh, crunchy." I'm like, "No crunchy. They will expand in your stomach and cause big problem." Anyway, they are crossbarring the stake in their hands. Van Helsing pulled back the latch and, holding the door half open, stood back, having both hands ready for action. The gladness of our hearts must have shone upon our faces when, on the step so close to the door, we saw Lord Godalming and Quincey Morris. They came quickly in and closed the door behind them, the former saying, as they moved along the hall, "It's all right. We found both places, 6 boxes in each, and destroyed them all." "Destroyed?" asked the professor. "For him, anyway." We were silent for a minute, then Quincy said, "Well, now there's nothing to do but wait here. If, however, he doesn't turn up by 5 o'clock, we gotta start off. Won't do to leave Miss Harker alone after sunset." "He will be here before long now," said Van Helsing, who had been consulting his pocketbook. "Nota bene, in Madam's telegram, he went south from Carfax. Means he went across the river, and could only do so at a slack of tide, which should be something before 1 o'clock. And then he went south as a meeting for us. He is as yet only suspicious. He went from Carfax first to the place where he would suspect interference least. You must have been at Bermondsey only a short time before him. That he is not here already shows he went to Mile End next. This took him some time, for he then would have to be carried over the river in some way. Believe me, my friends, we shall not have long to wait now. We shall have ready some plan of attack, and so we may throw away no chances. Hush, no time now. Have all your arms. Be ready." He held up a warning hand as he spoke, for we all could hear a key softly inserted in the lock of the hall door. I could not but admire, even at such a moment, the way in such a dominant spirit asserted itself. In all our hunting parties and adventures in different parts of the world, Quincey Morris had always been the one to arrange the plan of action, and Arthur and I had been accustomed to obey him implicitly. Now the old habit seemed to be renewed instinctively. With a swift glance around the room, he at once laid out our plan of attack, and, without speaking a word, with a gesture, placed us each in position. Van Helsing, Harker, and I were just behind the door, so that when it was opened, the professor could guard it whilst we two stepped between the incomer and the door. Godalming behind, and Quincey in front, stood just out of sight, ready to move in front of the window. We waited with suspense that made the seconds pass with nightmare slowness. The slow, careful steps came along the hall. The Count was evidently prepared for some surprise, or at least he feared it. Suddenly, with a single bound, he leapt into the room, winning a way past us before any of us could raise a hand to stay him. There was something so panther-like in the movement, something so unhuman that it seemed to sober us all from the shock of his coming. The first to act was Harker, who, with a quick movement, threw himself before the door leading into the room in the front of the house. As the Count saw us, a horrible sort of snarl passed over his face, showing his eye-teeth long and pointed, but the evil smile quickly passed into a cold stare of lion-like disdain. His expression again changed, as with a single impulse we all advanced upon him. was a pity that we had not some better organized plan of attack, for even at the moment I wondered what we were to do. I did not myself know whether our lethal weapons would avail us anything. Harker evidently meant to try the matter, for he had ready his great kukri knife, and made a fierce and sudden cut at him. The blow was a powerful one, only the diabolical quickness of the Count's leap backwards saved him. A second less, and the trenchant blade had shorn through his heart. As it was, the point just cut the cloth of his coat, making a wide gap whence a bundle of banknotes and a stream of gold fell out. The expression of the Count's face was so hellish that for a moment I feared for Harker, though I saw him throw the terrible knife aloft again for another stroke. Instinctively I moved forward with a protective impulse, holding the crucifix and wafer in my left hand. I felt a mighty power fly along my arm, and it was without surprise that I saw the monster cower back before a similar movement made spontaneously by each one of us. It would be impossible to describe the expression of hate and baffled malignity, of anger and hellish rage which came over the Count's face. His waxen hue became greenish-yellow by the contrast of his burning eyes, and the red scar on his forehead showed the pallid skin like a palpitating wound. The next instant, with a sinuous dive, he leapt under Harker's arm ere his blow could fall, and, grasping a handful of the money from the floor, dashed across the room, threw himself at the window, and amid the crash and glitter of the falling glass he tumbled into the flagstoned area below. Through the sound of the shivering glass I could hear the ting of the gold as some more of the sovereigns fell on the flagging. We ran over and saw him sprint unhurt from the ground. He, rushing up the steps, crossed the flag yards and pushed open the stable door. There he turned and spoke to us. "You think to baffle me, you with your pale faces all in a row like sheep in a butcher's? You shall be sorry yet, each one of you. You think you have left me without a place to rest, but I have more. My revenge is just begun. I spread it over centuries, and time is on my side. Your girls that you all love are mine already, and through them you and others shall yet be mine, my creatures, to do my bidding and to be my jackals when I want to feed. Bah!" With a contemptuous sneer, he passed quickly through the door, and we heard the rusty bolt creak as he fastened it behind him. A door beyond opened and shut. The first of us to speak was the professor, realizing the difficulty of following him through the stable, and we moved through the hall. "We've learned something. Much. Notwithstanding his brave words, he fears us. He fears time. He fears want. If not, then why must he hurry so? His very tone betrays him, or my ears deceive. Why take the money? You follow quick. You are hunters of wild beasts and understand it so. For me, I make sure that nothing here may be of use to him if he so wills that he returns." As he spoke, he put the money remaining into his pocket, took the title deeds and the bundle as Harker had left them, and swept the remaining things into the open fireplace, where he set fire to them with a match. Godalming and Morris had rushed out into the yard, and Harker had lowered himself from the window to follow the Count. He had, however, bolted the stable door. By the time they'd forced it open, there was no sign of him. Van Helsing and I tried to make inquiry at the back of the house, but the mews was deserted, and no one had seen him depart. It was now late in the afternoon, and the sunset was not far off. We had to recognize that our game was up. With heavy hearts, we agreed with the professor when he said, "Let us go back to Madame Mina. Poor, poor dear Madame Mina. All we can do just now is done, and we can there at least protect her. But we need not despair. There is but one more earth box, and we must try to find it. When that is all done, all yet may be well." I could see that he spoke as bravely as he could to comfort Harker. The poor fellow was quite broken down. Now and again he gave a low groan which he could not suppress. He must be thinking of his wife. With sad hearts we came back to my house, where we found Miss Harker awaiting us, with an appearance of cheerfulness, and which did not honor to her bravery and unselfishness. When she saw our faces, her own became as pale as death. For a second or two her eyes were closed as if she were in a secret prayer, And then she said, cheerfully, "I can never thank you all enough. Oh, my poor darling." As she spoke, she took her husband's grey head in her hands and kissed it. "Lay your poor head here and rest it. All will yet be well, dear. God will protect us if you will so will it in his good intent." The poor fellow groaned. There was no place for words in this his sublime misery. We had a sort of perfunctory supper together, and I think it all cheered us up somewhat. It was perhaps the mere animal heat of food to hungry people, for none of us had eaten anything since breakfast. Or the sense of companionship may have helped us, but anyhow we were all less miserable, and saw the morrow as not altogether without hope. True to our promise, we told Miss Harker everything which had passed, and although she grew snowy white at times when danger seemed to threaten her husband, and red at others when his devotion to her was manifested, she listened bravely and with calmness. When we came to the part where Harker had so rushed at the Count recklessly, she clung to her husband's arm and held it tight as though her clinging could protect him from any harm that might come. She said nothing, however, till the narration was all done, and matters had been brought right up to the present time. Then, without letting go her husband's hand, she stood amongst us and spoke. Oh, that I could give any idea of the scene of that sweet, sweet, good, good woman, in the radiant beauty of her youth and animation, with the red scar on her forehead of which she was conscious, and which we saw with grinding of our teeth, remembering whence and how it came, her loving kindness against our grim hate, her tender faith against all our fears and doubting, and we, knowing that so far as symbols went, she with all her goodness and purity and faith was outcast from God. "Jonathan," she said, and the words sounded like music on her lips, it was so full of love and tenderness. "Jonathan, dear, and you, all my true, true friends, I want you to bear something in mind through all this dreadful time. I know that you must fight, that you must destroy, even as you destroyed the false Lucy, so that the true Lucy might live hereafter, but it is not a work of hate. That poor soul who has wrought all of this misery is the saddest case of all. Just think what will be in his joy when he too is destroyed, and his worser part, that his better part may have spiritual immortality. You must be pitiful to him too, though it may not hold your hands from his destruction." As she spoke, I could see her husband's face darken and draw together, as though the passion in him were shrivelling his being to the core. Instinctively, the clasp on his wife's hand grew closer, till his knuckles looked white. She did not flinch from the pain which I knew she must have suffered, but looked at him with eyes that were more appealing than ever. As she stopped speaking, he leapt to his feet, almost tearing his hand from hers as he spoke. "May God give him unto my hand just for long enough to destroy that earthly life of him which we are aiming at. If beyond it I could send his soul forever and ever to burning hell, I would do it." "No, hush, hush, in the name of good God. Don't say such things, Jonathan, my husband. You'll crush me with fear and horror. Don't just think, my dear. I've been thinking all this long, long day of it, that perhaps some day I too may need such pity, and that some other like you, and with equal cause for anger, may deny it to me. My husband, oh, my husband, indeed, I would have spared you such a thought had there been another way, but I pray that God may not have treasured your wild words except as the heartbroken wail of a very loving and sorely stricken man. God, oh God, let those poor white hairs go in evidence of what he suffered, who all his life has done no wrong, and on whom so many sorrows have come." We men were all in tears now. There was no resisting them, and we wept openly. She wept too, to see that her sweeter counsels had prevailed. Her husband flung himself on his knees beside her, and in the folds of her dress, and putting his arms around her, held his face in the folds of her dress. Van Helsing beckoned to us, and we stole out of the room, leaving the two loving hearts alone with their God. Sorry, there's been a fly hassling the webcam. My current undisclosed location is a farm, so there's several flies around here, despite my best effort. Oh, my back just complained at me. I'll make it. Don't worry. Before they retired, the professor fixed up the room against any coming of the vampire and assured Miss Harker that she might rest in peace. She tried to school herself to the belief, and manifestly for her husband's sake tried to seem content. It was a brave struggle, and was, I think and believe, not without its reward. Van Helsing had placed at hand a bell which either of them was to sound in case of any emergency. When they had retired, Quincy, Godalming, and I arranged that we should sit up, dividing the night between us, and watch over the safety of the poor stricken lady. The first watch fell to Quincy, so the rest of us shall be off to bed as soon as we can. Godalming has already turned in, for his is the second watch. Now that my work is done, I, too, shall go to bed. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 3rd to 4th October, close to midnight. I thought yesterday would never end. There was over me a yearning for sleep and some sort of blind belief that to wake would be to find things changed, and that before any change must now be for the better. Before we parted, we discussed what our next step was to be, but we could arrive at no result. All we knew was that one earth box remained, and that the Count alone knew where it was. If he chooses to lie hidden, he may baffle us for years. Excuse me. He may baffle us for years, and in the meantime, the thought is too horrible. I dare not think of it, even now. This I know, that if ever there was a woman who was all perfection, that one is my poor, wronged darling. I love her 1,000 times more for her sweet pity of last night, a pity that made my own hate of the monster seem despicable. Surely God will not permit the world to be the poorer by the loss of such a creature. This is hope to me. We are all drifting reefwards now, and faith is our only anchor. Thank God that Mina is sleeping, and sleeping without dreams. I fear what her dreams might be like, with such terrible memories to ground them in. She has not been so calm within my seeing since the sunset. Then for a while there came over her face a repose which was like spring after the blasts of March. I thought at the time that it was the softness of the red sunset on her face, but somehow now I think it has a deeper meaning. I am not sleepy myself, though I am wearied to death. However, I must try to sleep, for there is tomorrow to think of, and there is no rest for me until... Later on, I must have fallen asleep, for I was awakened by Mina, who was sitting up in bed with a startled look on her face. I could see easily, for we did not leave the room in darkness. She placed a warning hand over my mouth, and now she whispered in my ear, "Hush, there's someone in the corridor." I got up softly, and crossing the room, gently opened the door. Just outside, stretched on a mattress, lay Mr. Morris, wide awake. He raised a warning hand for silence as he whispered to me, "Now hush. Go back to bed. It's all right. One of us will be here all night. We don't mean to take any chances." His look and gesture forbade discussion, so I came back and told Mina. She sighed, and positively a shadow of a smile stole over her poor pale face as she put her arms around me and said softly, "Oh, thank God for good, brave men." With a sigh, she sank back again to sleep. I write this now as I am not sleepy, though I must try to sleep once again. Sorry, wrangling something off screen. 4th October, morning. Once again during the night I was wakened by Mina. This time we had all had a good sleep, for the grey of the coming dawn was making the windows into sharp oblongs, and the gas flame was like a speck rather than a disk of light. She said to me hurriedly, "Go, call the professor. I want to see him at once." "Why?" "I have an idea. I suppose it might have come in the night, and matured without my knowing it. You must hypnotize me before the dawn, then I shall be able to speak. Go, quick, dearest. The time is getting close." I went to the door. Dr. Seward was resting on the mattress, and seeing me, he sprang to his feet. "Is anything wrong?" No, but Mina wants to see Dr. Van Helsing at once. I'll go, he said, and hurried into the professor's room. 2 or 3 minutes later, Van Helsing was in the room in his dressing gown, and Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming were with Dr. Seward at the door, asking questions. When the professor saw Mina, a smile, a positive smile, ousted the anxiety of his face, and he rubbed his hands as he said, "Oh, my dear Madam Mina, this is indeed a change. See, friend Jonathan, we have got to our dear Madam Mina, as of old, back to us today." And then turning to her, he said cheerfully, "What am I to do for you? For at this hour you do not want me for nothings." "I want you to hypnotize me. Do it before the dawn, for I feel that then I can speak, and speak freely. Be quick, for the time is short." Without a word, he motioned her to sit up in bed. Looking fixedly at her, he commenced to make passes in front of her from over the top of her head downward, with each hand in turn. Mina gazed at him fixedly for a few minutes, during which my own heart beat like a trip-hammer, for I felt that some crisis was at hand. Gradually her eyes closed, and she sat stock still. Only by the gentle heaving of her bosom would one know that she was alive. The professor made a few more passes, then stopped, and I could see that his forehead was covered with great beads of perspiration. Mina opened her eyes, but she did not seem the same woman. There was a far-away look in her eyes, and her voice had a sad dreaminess which was new to me. Raising his hand to impose silence, the professor motioned to me to bring the others in. They came in on tiptoe, closing the door behind them, and stood at the foot of the bed, looking on. Mina appeared not to see them. The stillness was broken by Van Helsing's voice speaking in a low-level tone which could not break the current of her thoughts. "Where are you?" The answer came in a neutral way. "I do not know. Sleep has no place it can call its own." For several minutes there was silence. Mina sat rigid, and the professor stood staring at her fixedly. The rest of us hardly dared to breathe. The room was growing lighter. Without taking his eyes from Mina's face, Dr. Van Helsing motioned to me to pull up the blind. I did so, and the day seemed just upon us. A red streak shot up, and a rosy light seemed to diffuse itself throughout the room. On the instant, the professor spoke again. "Where are you now? Where are you now?" The answer came dreamily, but with intention. It were as though she was interpreting something. I have heard her use the same tone when reading her shorthand notes. "I do not know. It is all strange to me." "What do you see?" "I can see nothing. It is all dark." "What do you hear?" I could detect the strain in the professor's patient voice. "The lapping of water. It is gurgling by, and little waves leap. I can hear them on the outside." "Then you are on a ship?" We all looked at each other, trying to glean something, each from the other. We were afraid to think, but the answer came quickly. "Yes, yes." "What else do you hear?" "The sound of men stamping overhead as they run about. There is the creaking of a chain, the loud tinkle as the check of the capstan falls into the ratchet." "What are you doing?" "I am still. I am oh so still. It is like death." The voice faded away into a deep breath as of one sleeping, and her open eyes closed again. By this time the sun had risen, and we were all in the full light of day. Dr. Van Helsing placed his hands on Mina's shoulders, and laid her head down softly on her pillow. She lay like a sleeping child for a few moments, and then with a long sigh awoke, and stared in wonder to see us all around her. "Have I been talking in my sleep?" was all she said. She seemed, however, to know the situation without telling, though she was eager to know what she had told. The professor repeated the conversation, and she said, "There's not a moment to lose. It may not yet be too late." Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming started for the door, but the professor's voice calmly called them back. "Stay, my friends. That ship, wherever it was weighing anchor while she spoke. There are many ships weighing anchor at the moment in your so great port of London. Which of them was it that you seek?" God be thanked that we once again have a clue, though whither it may lead us we know not. We've been blind somewhat, blind after the manner of men. Since when can we look back? We see what we might have seen, looking forward if we've been able to see what we might have seen. If that's not a sentence for a confusion induction, I've never heard a sentence that sounds like it fits right in a confusion induction. Peak mesmerism over there from the Dr. Van Helsing. Anyway, alas, but that sentence is a puzzle, is it not? We can know now what was in the Count's mind when he seized that money. Though Jonathan's so fierce knife put him in the danger that he dreads, he meant escape. Hear me? Escape! He saw that but with one earth box left and a pack of men following like dogs after a fox, this London was no place for him. But, he has taken his last earth box on board a ship, and he leaves the land. He thinks to escape, but no. We follow him. Tally-ho, as my friend Arthur would say when he put on his red frock. Our old fox is wily. Oh, so wily, and we must follow with wile. I, too, am wily, and I think his mind in a little while. In meantime we may rest, and in peace, for there are waters between us which he does not want to pass, and which he could not touch if he would. Unless the ship were to touch the land, then only at full or slack tide. See, and the sun is just rose, and all day to sunset is to us. Let us take bath and dress and have breakfast which we all need, and which we can eat comfortably, since he be not in the same land with us. Mina looked at him appealingly as she asked, "But why need we seek him further when he's gone away from us?" He took her hand and patted it as he replied, "Ask me nothing as yet. When we have breakfast, then I shall answer all questions." He would say no more, and we separated to dress. After breakfast, Mina repeated her question. He looked at her gravely for a minute, and then said sorrowfully, "Because, my dear, dear Madam Mina, now more than ever we must find him, even if we have to follow him to the jaws of hell." She grew paler as she asked faintly, "Why?" "Because," he answered solemnly, "he can live for centuries, and you are but a mortal woman. Time is now to be dreaded, since once he put that mark upon your throat." I was just in time to catch her as she fell forward in a faint. Things we did not know Van Helsing could do. Hypnotism. Or did he hypnotize Lena, or not Lena? Did he hypnotize someone else earlier in the book? I don't remember. I remember like the history of No, he didn't, because he used mesmerism as a bunk science when trying to explain that sometimes you have to pay attention to the people who know what they're talking about. Because Dr. Saward was like, "What are you doing? This doesn't make any scientific sense. This is weird." And Van Helsing went on a big, long, wandering rant about how sometimes you have to think outside the box of that logic gives in order to fight things that come upon you in illogical ways. Anyway. Local man easily distracted. But now's a good time to be distracted. We're between chapters. While we're at it, it's so funny. I have this little like feather thing for Magnus to bother. You know, like the little fluffy doodle-doos for the cats to bat at. And Magnus, he like, before he cleans himself, he has to like warm up his tongue. And so he'll just sit there and he will boom, grab the little feather thing and sit there and clean it for a few minutes to get his tongue started, which is admittedly a much better way than he used to be doing it, because but you can't drink that yerba mate. It won't end well for you. It's too much caffeine. It'll make your little heart explode. Don't drink it. He used to sit there and lick the bed sheets, and I'm like, "Sir, that's not a good idea." Yeah, just lie down on the chair. That's a good spot for baby. I will post a picture of Magnus if he remains comfy in the chair by the time I'm done reading. Anyway. Yeah, yeah, I was drinking. I had some yerba mate earlier in the stream, which is almost equivalent to coffee, caffeine-wise, and that won't end well for little cat. In other news today, supersonic cat terrorizes town. Uh, See, that's the good ending to that. That's the good ending to that problem. The bad ending is cat cannot stop having heart palpitations. Anyway, let's get into chapter 24. Dr. Seward's phonograph diary, spoken by Van Helsing. This to Jonathan Harker. You are to stay with your dear Madam Mina. We shall go make our search, if I can call it so, for it is not search, but knowing. We seek confirmation only. But do you stay and take care of her today. This is your best and most holiest office. This day can nothing find him here. Let me tell you that so you will know what we four know already, for I have told them. He, our enemy, is gone away. He's gone back to his castle in Transylvania. I know it so well, as if a great hand of fire wrote it on the wall. He is prepared for this in some way. That last earth box was ready to ship somewhere. For this he took the money. For this he hurries at the last, lest we catch him before the sun goes down. It was his last hope, save that he might hide in the tomb, that he thinks poor Miss Lucy, being as he thought like him, kept open to him. But there was naught of time. When that fails, he makes straight for his last resource, his last earthwork. I might say I did wish double entendre. He's clever, oh so clever. He knows that his game here was finished, and so he decides to go back home. He finds the ship going by the route he came, and he goes in it. We go off now to find what ship and whither bound. When we've discovered that, we will come back and tell you all. Then we will comfort you and poor dear Madam Mina with new hope, for it will be hope when you think it over, that all is not lost. This very creature that we pursue, he takes hundreds of years to get so far as London, and yet in one day, when we know of the disposal of him, we drive him out. He is finite, though he is powerful to do much harm, and suffers not as we do. But we are strong, each in our purpose, and we are all more strong together. Take heart afresh, dear husband of Madam Mina. This battle is but begun, and in the end we shall win, so sure as that God sits on high to watch over his children. Therefore be of much comfort till we return. Van Helsing. We return to Jonathan Harker's journal, the 4th of October. When I read to Mina Van Helsing's message in the phonograph, the poor girl brightened up considerably. Already the certainty that the Count is out of the country has given her great comfort, and the comfort is strength to her. For my own part, now that his horrible danger is not face to face with us, it seems almost impossible to believe in it. Even my own terrible experiences in Castle Dracula seem like a long-forgotten dream, here in the crisp autumn air and the bright sunlight. Alas, how can I disbelieve? In the midst of my thought, my eye fell on the red scar on my poor darling's white forehead. Whilst that lasts, there can be no disbelief, and afterwards the very memory of it will keep faith crystal clear. Mina and I fear to be idle, so we've been all over the diaries again. Somehow, although the reality seems greater each time, the pain and fear seem less. There is something of a guiding purpose manifest throughout, which is comforting. Mina says that perhaps we are the instruments of ultimate good. It may be. I shall try to think as she does. We've never spoken to each other yet of the future. It is better to wait till we see the professor and the others after their investigations. The day is running by more quickly than I ever thought a day could run for me again. It's now 3 o'clock. Mina Harker's journal, 5th October at 5 p.m. Our meeting for report. Present. Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, and Mina Harker. Dr. Van Helsing described what steps were taken during the day to discover on what boat and whither bound Count Dracula made his escape. as I knew that he wanted to get back to Transylvania. I felt sure that he must go by the Danube mouth, or by somewhere in the Black Sea, since by that way he came. It was a dreary blank that was before us, omne ignotium pro magnifico, and so, with heavy hearts, we start to find what ships leave for the Black Sea last night. He was in sailing ship, since Madam Mina tells of sails being set. These not so important as to go in your list of shipping in the Times, and so we go by suggestion of Lord Godalming to your lords, where our note of all ships that sail, however so small. There we find that only one Black Sea-bound ship goes out with the tide. She is the Serena Catherine, and she sails from Doolittle's Wharf for Varna, and thence on to other parts and up the Danube. So, said I, this is the ship whereon is the Count. So off we go to Doolittle's Wharf, and there we find a man in an office of wood so small the man looks bigger than the office. From him we inquire of the goings of the Serena Catherine. He swears much, and he is red of face and loud of voice, but good fellow all the same. When Quincy gave him something from his pocket, which crackled as he rolled his up, and when Quincy gave him something from his pocket, which crackled as he rolled it up, and put it in a so small bag which he had hid deep in his clothing, he's still better fellow and humble servant to us. He comes with us, and asks many men who are rough and hot. These be better fellows too when they have been no more thirsty. They say much of blood and bloom, and of others I comprehend not, but I can guess of what they mean. For nevertheless they tell us all things which we want to know. They make known to us among them how last afternoon at about 5 o'clock comes a man in such a hurry, a tall man, thin, pale, with high nose and teeth so white, and eyes that seem to be burning, that he be all in black, except that he has a hat of straw which suits not him or the time, that he scatters his money in making quick inquiry as to what ship sails for the Black Sea, and for where. Some took him to the office, and then to the ship, where he will not go aboard, but halt at shore end of gangplank, and ask that the captain come to him. The captain came, and when told that he would be paid well, and though he swears much at the first, he agrees to the terms. Then the thin man goes, and someone tells him where horse and cart can be hired. He goes there, and soon came again, himself driving cart, on which a great box. This he lifted himself down, though it took several to put it on truck for the ship. He gave much talk to the captain as to how and where his box is to be placed, but the captain does not like it, and swears at him in many tongues, and tells him that if he like he can come and see where it shall be, but he says no, that he comes not yet, for that he has much to do. Whereupon the captain tells him that he'd better be quick with blood, for that his ship will leave the place of blood before the turn of the tide with blood. Then the thin man smiles and says, of course he must go when he thinks fit, but he will be surprised if he goes quite so soon. The captain swears again in a polyglot manner, and the thin man makes him bow, the thin man bows. No, it says make him bow. The captain swears again in a polyglot manner, and the thin man makes him bow and thanks him, and says he will so far intrude on his kindness as to come aboard before the sailing. Finally, the captain, more red than ever, and in more tongues than ever, tells him that he doesn't want any Frenchmen with his bloom upon them, and also with blood in his ship with the blood on her also. And so, after asking where there might be close at hand a ship where he might purchase ship forms, he departed. No one knew where he went, or Bloomin' well cared, as they said, for they had something else to think of, well with blood again, for it soon became apparent to all that the Tsarina Catherine would not sail as expected. A thin mist began to creep up from the river, and it grew and grew, till it was a dense fog enveloping the ship, and all around her. The captain swore in his polyglot manner, very polyglot manner, polyglot with bloom and blood, but he could do nothing. The water rose and rose, and he began to fear that he'd lose the tide altogether. He was in no friendly mood when, just at full tide, the thin man came up the gangplank again, and asked to see where his box had been stowed. Then the captain replied that he wished he and his box, old and with much bloom and blood, were in hell.
But the thin man did not be offended, and went down with the mate and saw where it was in place, and came up and stood a while on deck in the fog. He must have come off by himself, for none noticed him. Indeed, they thought not of him, for the fog began to melt away, and all was clear again. My friends of the thirst and the language that was of bloom and blood laughed, as they told how the captain's swears exceeded even his usual polyglot, and was more than ever full of picturesque, when on questioning other mariners who were on movement up and down the river that hour, he found that few of them had seen any of the fog at all, except where it lay round the wharf. However, the ship went out on the ebb tide, and was doubtless by morning far down the river mouth. She was by then, when they told us, well out to sea. And so, my dear Madam Mina, it is that we have to rest for a time, for our enemy is on the sea with the fog at his command, on his way to the Danube mouth. To sail a ship takes time, go she never does so quick, and when we start we go on land more quickly and meet him there. Our best hope is to come on him when in the box, between sunrise and sunset, for then he can make no struggle, and we may deal with him as we should. There are days for us, in which we can make ready our plan. We know all about where he must go, for we've seen the owner of the ship, who have shown us invoices and all papers that can be. The box we seek is to be landed in Varna, and to be given to an agent, one Ristix, who will there present his credentials, and so our merchant friend will have done his part. When he asks if there be any wrong, for that's so, he can telegraph and have inquiry made at Varna, where we say no. For what is to be done is not for police or of the customs. It must be done by us alone, and in our own way. When Van Helsing had been done speaking, I asked him if he were certain that the Count had remained on board the ship. He replied, "We have the best proof of that, your own evidence when in the hypnotic trance this morning." I asked him again if it were really necessary that they should pursue the Count, for, I dread Jonathan leaving me, and I know that he would surely go if the others went. He answered in growing passion, at first quietly, but as he went on, however, he grew more angry and more forceful, till in the end we could not but see wherein was at least one of some of that personal dominance which made him so long a master amongst men. Yes, it is necessary, necessary, for your sake in the first, and then for the sake of humanity. This monster has done much harm already in the narrow scope where he finds himself, and in the short time when as yet he was only a body groping his so small measure in darkness and not knowing. All this I have told these others. You, my dear Madam Mina, will learn it in the phonograph of my friend John, or in that of your husband. I've told them how the measure of leaving his own barren land, barren of peoples, that is, and coming to a new land where life of man teems till they are like the multitudes of standing corn, was the work of centuries. Were the undead like him to try to do what he's done, perhaps not all the century of the world that has been, or that will be, could aid him. With this one, all the forces of nature that are occult and deep and strong must have worked together in some wondrous way. The very place where he's been alive, undead for all these centuries, is full of strangeness of the geological and chemical world. These are deep caverns and fissures that reach none know whither. There have been volcanoes, some of whose openings still send out waters of strange properties, gases that kill or make to vivify. Doubtless there is something magnetic or electric in some of these combinations of occult forces which work for physical life in some strange way, and in himself were from the first some great qualities. In a hard and warlike time he was celebrated. He had more iron nerve, more subtle brain, braver heart than any man. In him some vital principle in some strange way found their utmost, and as his body kept strong and growing and thriving, his brain grew too. All this without the diabolic aid which is surely to him, for it has to yield to the powers that come from and are of symbolic of good. Now this is what he is to us. He has infected you. Oh, forgive me, my dear, that I must say such, but it is for the good of you I speak. He infects you in such wise that if you do no more, you have only to live in your own old sweet way. And so in time death, which is of man's common lot and with God's sanction, shall make you like to him. But this must not be.
We have sworn together that it must not. Thus we are ministers of God's own wish, that the world and the men for whom his Son died will not be given over to monsters, whose very existence would defame him. He has allowed us to redeem one soul already, and we go out as the old knights of the cross to redeem more. Like them we shall travel towards the sunrise, and like them, if we fall in good cause. He paused, and I said, "But will not the Count take his rebuff wisely? Since he's been driven from England, will he not avoid it, as a tiger does the village from which he's been hunted?" "Your simile of the tiger, good for me, and I shall adopt him. Your man-eater, as they of India call the tiger who has once tasted the blood of the human, cares no more for the other prey, but prowls unceasing till he gets him. This that we hunt from our village is a tiger too, a man-eater, and he never ceases to prowl. Nay, in himself he is not one to retire and stay afar. In his life, his living life, he goes over the Turkey frontier and attacks his enemy on his own ground. He was beaten back, but did he stay? No. He came back again and again. Look at his persistence and endurance. With a child brain that was to him, he has long since conceived the idea of coming to a great city. What does he do? He finds out the place of all the world most of promise for him, then he deliberately sets himself down to prepare for the task. He finds in patience just how is his strength, and what are his powers. He studies new tongues, he learns the social life, new environment of old ways, the politics, the law, the finance, the science, the habits of a new land, and a new people who have come to be since he was. His glimpse that he's had whets his appetite only, and keens his desire. Nay, it helps him to grow as to his brain, for it all proves to him how right he was the first in his surmises. He had done this alone, all alone, from a ruined tomb in a forgotten land. What more may he not do when the greater world of thought is to open to him? That he can smile at death as we know him, who can flourish in the midst of diseases that kill off whole peoples. Oh, if such a one was able to come from God and not from the devil, what a force for good might not be in this old world of ours. But we are pledged to set the world free. Our toil must be in silence, and our efforts all in secret, for in this enlightened age, when men believe not even what they see, the doubting of wise men would be his greatest strength. It would be at once his sheath and his armor, his weapons to destroy us, his enemies, who are willing to peril even our own souls for the safety of one we love, for the good of mankind, and for the honor and glory of God. After a general discussion, it was determined that for tonight nothing would be definitely settled. We should all sleep on the facts and try to think out the proper conclusions. Tomorrow at breakfast we are to meet again, and after making our conclusions known to one another, we shall decide on some definite cause of action. That was a very, to the Crusades, man, Deus Vult, monologue. I feel a wonderful peace and rest tonight. It is as if some haunting presence were removed from me. Perhaps. My surmise was not finished, could not be, for I caught sight in the mirror of the red mark upon my forehead, and I knew that I was still unclean. Dr. Saward's diary on the 5th of October. We all rose early, and I think that sleep did much for each and all of us. When we met at early breakfast, there was more general cheerfulness than any of us had ever expected to experience again. It is really wonderful how much resilience there is in human nature. Let my obstructing cause, no matter what, be removed in any way, even by death, and we fly back to the first principles of hope and enjoyment. More than once, as we sat around the table, my eyes opened in wonder whether the whole of the past days had not been a dream. It was only when I had caught sight of the red blotch on Miss Harker's forehead that I was brought back to reality. Even now, when I am gravely revolving the matter, it is almost impossible to realize that the cause of all our trouble is still existent. Even Miss Harker seems to lose sight of her trouble for whole spells. It is only now and again, when something recalls it to her mind, that she thinks of her terrible scar. We are to meet there in my study in half an hour and decide on our course of action. I see only one immediate difficulty. I know it by instinct rather than reason. We all shall have to speak frankly, yet I fear that in some mysterious way poor Miss Harker's tongue is tied. I know that she forms conclusions of her own, and from all that has been, I can guess how brilliant and true they must be, but she will not, or perhaps cannot, give them utterance. I have mentioned this to Van Helsing, and he and I are to talk it over when we are alone. I suppose it is some of that horrid poison which has got into her veins beginning to work. The Count had his own purposes when he gave her what Van Helsing called the vampire's baptism of blood. Well, there may be a poison that distills itself out of good things. In an age when the existence of tomaines is a mystery, we should not wonder at anything. One thing I know, that if my instinct be true regarding Miss Harker's silences, then there is a terrible difficulty, an unknown danger in the work before us. The same power that compels her silence may compel her speech. I dare not think further, for I so should, in my thoughts, dishonor a noble woman. Van Helsing is coming to my study a little before the others. I shall try to open the subject with him. Later, when the professor came in, we talked over the state of things. I could see that he had something on his mind which he wanted to say, but felt some hesitancy about broaching the subject. After beating about the bush a little, he said suddenly, "Friend John, there is something that you and I must talk of alone, just at the first at any rate. Later we may have to take the others into our confidence." Then he stopped, and I waited. So he went on, "Madam Mina, our dear, poor Madam Mina is changing." A cold shiver ran through me to find my worst fears thus endorsed. Van Helsing continued, "With the sad experience of Miss Lucy, we must this time be warned before things go too far. Our task is now in reality more difficult than ever, and this new trouble makes every hour of the direst importance. I can see the characteristics of the vampire coming in her face. It is now but very, very slight, but it is to be seen if we have eyes to notice without to prejudge. Her teeth have become sharper, and at times her eyes are more hard. But these are not all. There is to her the silence now often, so as it was with Miss Lucy. She did not speak even when she wrote that she wished to be known later. Now my fear is this. If it be that she can, by our hypnotic trance, tell what the Count sees and hears, is it not more true that he who has hypnotized her first, and had her drink of his very blood, and make her drink of his, should, if he will, compel her mind to disclose to him that which she knows?" I nodded acquiescence, and he went on. "Then what we must do is prevent this. We must keep her ignorant of our intent, and so she cannot tell what she know not. This is a painful task, oh, so painful that it heart breaks me to think of, but it must be. When today we meet, I must tell her, for that reason, which we will not to speak, she must not be more of our counsel, but be simply guarded by us." He wiped his forehead, which had broken out in profuse perspiration at the thought of the pain which he might have to inflict upon the poor soul already so tortured. I knew that it would be some sort of comfort to him if I told him that I had also come to the same conclusion, for at any rate it would take away the pain of doubt. I told him, and the effect was, in fact, as I expected. It is now close to the time of our general gathering. Van Helsing has gone away to prepare for the meeting, and his painful part of it. I really believe his purpose is to be able to pray alone. Later still. At the very outset of our meeting, a great personal relief was experienced by both Van Helsing and myself. Miss Harker had sent a message by her husband to say that she would not join us at present, as she thought it better that we should be free to discuss our movements without her presence to embarrass us. The professor and I looked at each other for an instant, and somehow we seemed both relieved. For my own part, I thought that if Miss Harker realized the danger herself, it was much pain, as well as much danger averted. Under the circumstances, we agreed by a questioning look and answer with a finger on our lips to preserve silence in our suspicions until we should have been able to confer alone again. We went at once into our plan of campaign. Van Helsing roughly put the facts before us first. The Tsarina Catherine left the Thames yesterday morning. It will take her the quickest speed she has ever made at least 3 weeks to reach Varna, but we can travel overland to the same place in 3 days. Now, if we allow for 2 days less for the ship's voyage, owing to such weather influences as we know the Count can bring to bear, and we allow a whole day and night for any delays which may occur to us, then we have a margin of nearly 2 weeks. Thus, in order to be quite safe, we must leave here on the 17th at latest. We shall then arrive, at any rate, in Varna a day before the ship arrives, and able to make such preparations as may be necessary. Of course, we shall go all armed, against evil things, spiritual as well as physical. And here, Quincy Morris added, well, I understand that the Count comes from a wolf country. It may be that he shall get there before us. I propose we add Winchesters to our army. I have a kind of belief in a Winchester, and there's any trouble of that sort around. You remember, Art, when we had the pack after it at Tobolsk? What we wouldn't have done given them for a repeater apiece. Ah, good, said Van Helsing. Winchesters it shall be. Quincy's head is level at all time, but most so when there is to hunt. Metaphor be more dishonour to science than wolves be of danger to man. In the meantime, we can do nothing here, and as I think that Varna is not similar to any of us, or rather familiar to any of us, why not go there more soon? It is as long to wait here as there. Tonight and tomorrow we can get ready, and then if all be well, we four can set out on our journey. We four? Said Harker interrogatively, looking from one to another of us. Of course, you must remain to take care of your so sweet wife, answered the professor quickly. Harker was silent for a long while, and then said in a hollow voice, let us talk of that part of it in the morning. I wish to consult with Mina. I thought that now was time for Van Helsing to warn him to not disclose our plans to her, but he took no notice. I looked at him significantly and coughed. For answer, he put his finger on his lips and turned away. Jonathan Harker's journal, 5th October afternoon. For some time after our meeting this morning, I could not think. The new phases of things leave my mind in a state of wonder which allows no room for active thought. Nina's determination not to take any part in the discussion set me thinking. As I could not argue the matter with her, I could only guess. I am as far as ever from a solution now. The way the others received it, too, puzzled me. The last time we talked of the subject, we agreed that there was to be no more concealment of anything amongst us. Mina is sleeping now, calmly and sweetly like a little child. Her lips are curved and her face beams with happiness. Thank God there are such moments still for her. Later on, how strange it all is. I sat watching Mina's happy sleep and came as near to being happy myself as I suppose I ever shall be. As the evening drew on and the earth took its shadows from the sun sinking lower, the silence of the room grew more and more solemn to me. All at once Mina opened her eyes and, looking at me tenderly, said, Jonathan, I want you to promise me something on your word of honor. A promise made to me, but made holily in God's hearing, not to be broken, though I should go down on my knees and implore you with bitter tears. Quick, you must make it to me at once. Mina, a promise like that, I cannot make that at once. I may have no right to make it. But, dear one, she said with such spiritual intensity that her eyes were like pole stars, it is I who wish it. It's not for myself. You can ask Dr. Van Helsing if I am not right. If he disagrees, you may do as you will. Nay, more if you all agree. You are absolved from the promise. Ow, library. Good heavens. Stabbed the heck out of my leg. Yeah, that's what that hitch in the dialogue there was. Library jumping up, missing, and stabbing my jorts here. I'm just glad he actually hit my jorts and not my leg, because it's much worse when he does. Where was I? It was all from the promise. I promise, I said, and for a moment she looked supremely happy, though to me all happiness for her was denied by the red scar on her forehead. "Promise me that you will not tell me anything of the plans formed for the campaign against the Count, not by word or inference or implication, not at any time while this remains to me," and she solemnly pointed to the scar. I saw that she was in earnest, and I said solemnly, "I promise." As I said it, I felt that from that instant a door had been shut between us. "Oh, don't you give me that look. You know you can't hit plastic." He's gonna start worrying real soon if I don't go to bed, so we're gonna have the fun of that while I try and finish this book. Oh, bonk. Thank you. Anyway, later on at midnight, Mina has been bright and cheerful all the evening, so much so that all the rest seemed to take courage, as if infected somewhat with her gaiety. As a result, even I myself felt as if the pall of the gloom which weighs us down were somewhat lifted. We all retired early. Mina's now sleeping like a little child. It is a wonderful thing that her faculty of sleep remains to her in the midst of her terrible trouble. Thank God for it, for then at least she can forget her care. Perhaps her example may affect me as her gaiety did tonight. I shall try it. Oh, for a dreamless sleep. The 6th of October, in the morning. Another surprise. Mina woke me early, about the same time as yesterday, and asked me to bring Dr. Van Helsing. I thought that it was another occasion for hypnotism, and without question went for the professor. He had evidently expected some such call, for I found him dressed in his room. His door was ajar, so he could hear the opening of the door of our room. He came at once. As he passed into the room, he asked Mina if the others might come too. "No," she said quite simply. "It will not be necessary. You can tell them just as well. I must go with you on your journey." Dr. Van Helsing was as startled as I was. But after a moment's pause, he asked, "But why?" "You must take me with you. I'm safer with you. You'll be safer too." "But why, Madam Mina? You know that your safety is our solemnest duty. We go into danger, to which you are, or may be, more liable than any of us, from circumstances, from things that have been." He paused, embarrassed. As she replied, she raised her finger and pointed to her forehead. "I know. That's why I must go. I can tell you now, whilst the sun is coming up. I may not be able again. I know that when the Count wills me, I must go. I know that if he tells me to come in secret, I must come by wile, by any device to hoodwink, even Jonathan." God saw the look that she turned on me as she spoke, and if there be indeed a recording angel, that look is noted to her everlasting honor. I could only clasp her hand. I could not speak. My emotion was too great even for the relief of tears. She went on. "You men are brave and strong. You're strong in your numbers. You can defy that which would break down the human endurance of one who had to guard alone. Besides, I may be of service. You can hypnotize me and so learn that which even I myself do not know." Dr. Van Helsing replied very gravely, "Madam Mina, you are as always most wise. You shall with us come, and together we shall do that which we go forth to achieve." When he had spoken, Mina's long spell of silence made me look at her. She had fallen back on her pillow asleep. She didn't even wake when I had pulled up the blind and let in the sunlight which flooded the room. Van Helsing motioned to me to come with him, quietly. We went to his room, and within a minute Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris were with us also. He told them what Mina had said, and went on. "In the morning we shall leave for Varna. We now have to deal with a new factor, Madam Mina. Oh, but her soul is true. It is to her an agony to tell us so much as she's done, but it is most right. We were warned in time. There must be no chance lost, and in Varna must be ready to act the instant when the ship arrives." "Well, what shall we do exactly?" Mr. Morris asked laconically. The professor paused for a moment before replying. "We shall at first board that ship. Then, when we've identified the box, we shall place a branch of the wild rose on it. This we shall fasten, for when it is there, none can emerge, So at least says the superstition. And to superstition we must trust at the first. It was man's faith in the early, and has its root in faith still. Then, when we get the opportunity that we seek, when none are near to see, we shall open the box, and, well, all shall be well. I shall not wait for any opportunity. When I see that box, I'll open it, destroy the monster. Though there were 1,000 men looking on, if I'm to be wiped out harder than the next moment. He grasped his hand instinctively and found it, or I grasped his hand instinctively and found it as firm as a piece of steel. I think he understood my look. I hope he did. Good job. Brave boy. Quincy's all man. God bless him for it. My child, believe me, none of us shall lag behind or pause from any fear, said Van Helsing. I do but say what we may do, what we must do. But indeed, we cannot say what we shall do. There are so many things which may happen, and their ways and their ends are so various that until the moment we may not say. We shall all be armed in all ways, and when the time for the end has come, our efforts shall not be lacking. Now, let us today put all our affairs in order, let all things which touch on others dear to us, and who on us depend, be complete, for none of us can tell what or when or how the end may be. As for me, my own affairs are regulate, and as I have nothing else to do, I shall go make arrangements for the travel. I shall have all tickets and so forth for our journey. There was nothing further to be said, and we parted. I shall now settle up on my affairs of earth, and be ready for whatever may come. Oh, apologies. Later on. It is all done. My will is made and all complete. Mina, if she survives, is my sole heir. If it should not be so, then the others who have been so good to us shall have remainder. It is now drawing toward the sunset. Mina's uneasiness calls my attention to it. I am sure that there's something on her mind which the time of exact sunset will reveal. These occasions are becoming harrowing times for us all, for each sunrise and sunset opens up some new danger, some new pain, which, however may in God's will be means to a good end. I write all these things in the diary, since my darling must not hear them now, but if it may be that she can see them again, they shall be ready. She's calling to me. Oh. I believe we have 3 chapters left. Let me double check. Yep, 1, 2, 3. Boop, boop, boop. You want to come up and say hi to everybody, Magnus? He's thinking about it. Keep an eye out, everybody. Let's dive into chapter 25, Dr. Seward's diary. On the 11th of October, in the evening, Jonathan Harker has asked me to note this, as he says he is hardly equal to the task, and he wants an exact record kept. I think that none of us were surprised when we were asked to see Miss Harker a little before the time of sunset. We have of late come to understand that sunrise and sunset are to her times of peculiar freedom, when her old self can be manifest without any controlling force subduing or restraining her, or inciting her to action. This mood or condition begins some half hour or more before actual sunrise or sunset, and lasts until either the sun is high or whilst the clouds are still aglow with the rays streaming above the horizon. At first there is a sort of negative condition, as if some tie were loosened, then the absolute freedom quickly follows. When, however, the freedom ceases, the change back or relapse comes quickly, preceded only by a spell of warning silence. Tonight, when we met, she was somewhat constrained, and bore all the signs of an internal struggle. I put it down myself to her making a violent effort the earliest instant she could do so. A very few minutes, however, gave her complete control of herself. then motioning her husband to sit beside her on the sofa where she was half reclining, she made the rest of us bring chairs up close. Taking her husband's hand in hers, began, "We are all here together in freedom, for perhaps the last time. I know, dear, I know that you will always be with me to the end." This was to her husband, whose hand, as we could see, tightened upon hers. "In the morning we go out upon our task, and God alone knows what may be in store for any of us. You're going to be so good to me as to take me with you. I know that all brave, earnest men can do for a poor, weak woman whose soul perhaps is lost. No, not yet, but at any rate is at stake, that you will do. But you must remember that I am not as you are. There's a poison in my blood, in my soul, which may destroy me, which must destroy me, unless some relief comes to us." I just broke my office chair. um, one moment. Let me see if I can put that back together. Yeah, I just completely loosened a bolt on my office chair on accident. I'll fix that later when we're not reading. Blood in my soul, which must destroy me, which must destroy me. Some relief comes to us. Oh, my friends, you know as well as I do that my soul is at stake, and though I know there is one way out for me, you must not, and I must not take it. She looked appealingly to us all in turn, beginning and ending with her husband. "What is that way?" asked Van Helsing in a hoarse voice. "What is that way which we may not take?" "That I may die now, either by my own hand or that of another, before the greater evil is entirely wrought. I know and you know that were I once dead, you could and would set free my immortal spirit, even as you did my poor Lucy's. Were death, or the fear of death, the only thing that stood in the way, I would not shrink to die here now, amidst the friends who love me. But death is not all. I cannot believe to die in such a case. When there's hope before us, and a bitter task to be done, it's God's will. Therefore I, on my part, give up here the certainty of eternal rest, and go out into the dark where the blackest things the world or the netherworld holds." We were all silent, for we knew instinctively this was only a prelude. The faces of the others were set, and Harker's grew ashen gray. Perhaps he guessed better than any of us what was coming. She continued, "This is what I can give into the hotchpot." I could not but note the quaint legal phrase which she used in such a place, and with all seriousness. "What will each of you give? Your lives, I know," she went on quickly. "That is easy for brave men. Your lives are God's. You can give them back to him. But what will you give to me?" She looked again questioningly, but this time avoided her husband's face. Quincy seemed to understand. He nodded, and her face lit up. "Then I shall tell you plainly what I want, for there must be no doubtful matter in this connection between us now. You must promise me, one and all, even you, my beloved husband, that, should the time come, that you will kill me." "What is that time?" The voice was Quincy's, but it was low and strained. "When you shall be convinced that I am so changed that it is better that I die than that I may live. When I am thus dead in the flesh, then you will, without a moment's delay, drive a stake through me, cut off my head, or do whatever else may be wanting to give me rest." Quincy was the first to rise after the pause. He knelt down before her, and taking her hand in his, he said solemnly, "Well, I'm only a rough fellow who hasn't, perhaps, lived as a man should to win such a distinction, but I swear to you, by all that I hold sacred and dear, should the time ever come, I shall not flinch from the duty you've set us. And I promise you, too, that I shall make all certain, for if I am only doubtful, I shall take it that the time has come." "My true friend," was all she could say amidst her fast-falling tears, as, bending over, she kissed his hand. "I swear the same, my Madam Mina," said Van Helsing. "And I," said Lord Godalming, each of them in turn, kneeling to take the oath. I followed myself. Then her husband turned to her, wan-eyed, with a greenish pallor which subdued the snowy whiteness of his hair, and asked, "Must I too, make such a promise, O my wife?" "You too, my dearest." With infinite yearning of pity in her voice and eyes she spoke. "You must not shrink. You are nearest and dearest amid all the world to me. Our souls are knit into one for all life and all time. Think, dear, that there have been times when brave men have killed their wives and their womenkind to keep them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Their hands did not falter any the more because those they loved implored them to slay them. It is the men's duty towards those whom they love at times of such sore trial. And oh, my dear, if it is to be that I must meet death at any hand, let it be the hand of him that loves me best. Dr. Van Helsing, I have not forgotten your mercy in poor Lucy's case to him who loved." She stopped with a flying blush and changed her phrase. "To him who had best right to give her peace. If that time shall come again, I look to you to make it a happy memory of my husband's life, that it was his loving hand which set me free from the awful thrall upon me." "Again I swear," came the professor's resonant voice. Miss Harker smiled, positively smiled, and with a sigh of relief she looked back and said, "And now one word of warning, a warning which you must never forget. This time, if it ever come, may come quickly and unexpectedly, and in such case you must lose no time in using your opportunity. At such a time I myself might be, nay, if the time ever comes, shall be beleagued with your enemy against you. One more request." She became very solemn as she said this. "It is not vital and necessary like the other, but I want you to do one thing for me, if you will." We all acquiesced, but no one spoke. There was no need to speak. "I want you to read the burial service." She was interrupted by a deep groan from her husband. Taking his hand in hers, she held it over her heart and continued, "You must read it over me some day. Whatever may be the issue of all this fearful state of things, it will be a sweet thought to all or some of us. You, my dearest, will I hope read it, for then it will be in your voice in my memory, forever, come what may." "But, oh, my dear one, death is afar off from you." "Nay," she said, holding up a warning hand, "I'm deeper in death at this moment than if the weight of an earthly grave lay upon me." "Oh, my wife, must I read it?" he said before he began. "It would comfort me, my husband," was all she said, and so he began to read when she had gotten the book ready. How could anyone tell of that strange scene, its solemnity, its gloom, its sadness, its horror, and withal its sweetness? Even a skeptic, who can see nothing but a travesty of bitter truth in anything holy or emotional, would have been melted to the heart had he seen that little group of loving and devoted friends kneeling round that stricken and sorrowing lady, or heard the tender passion of her husband's voice, as in tones so broken with emotion he often had to pause, that he read the simple and beautiful service from the burial of the dead. The burial of the dead. I cannot go on. My word, my voice, it fails me. At any rate, she was right in her instinct. Strange as it was, bizarre as it may hereafter seem, even to us who felt its potent influence at the time, it comforted us much, and the silence which showed from Miss Harker's coming relapse from her freedom of her soul did not seem so full of despair to any of us as we had dreaded. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 15th of October, Varna. We left Charing Cross on the morning of the 12th, got to Paris the same night, and took the places secured for us in the Orient Express. We travelled night and day, arriving here at about 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming went to the consulate to see if any telegram had arrived for him, whilst the rest of us came on to this hotel, the Odysseus. The journey may have had incidents. I was, however, too eager to get on to care for them. Until the Tsarina Catherine comes into port, there will be no interest for me in anything in the whole wide world. Thank God, Mina is well. She looks to be getting stronger. Her color is coming back. She sleeps a great deal. Throughout the journey she slept nearly all the time. But before sunrise and sunset, however, she is very wakeful and alert. It has become a habit for Van Helsing to hypnotize her at such times. At first some effort was needed, and he had to make many passes, but now she seems to yield at once, as if by habit, and scarcely any action is needed. He seems to have power at these particular moments to simply will, and her thoughts obey him. He always asks her what first she can see and hear. She answers to the first every time, "Nothing, all is dark," and to the second, "I can hear the waves lapping against the ship, and the water rushing by. Canvas and cordage strain, and masts and yards creak. The wind is high, I can hear it in the shrouds, and the bow throws back the foam." It's evident that the Serena Catherine is still at sea, hastening on her way to Varna. Lord Godalming has just returned. He had 4 telegrams, one each day since we started, and all to the same effect, that the Serena Catherine had not been reported to Lloyd's from anywhere. He had arranged before leaving London that his agents should send him every day a telegram saying if the ship had been reported. He was to have a message even if she were not reported, so that he might be sure there was a watch being kept at the other end of the wire. We had dinner and went to bed early. Tomorrow we are to see the Vice-Consul, and to arrange, if we can, about getting on board the ship as soon as she arrives. Van Helsing says that our chance will be to get on the boat between sunrise and sunset. The Count, even if he takes the form of a bat, cannot cross the running water of his own volition, and so cannot leave the ship. As he dare not change to man's form without suspicion, which he evidently wishes to avoid, well, he must remain in the box. If then we can come on board after sunrise, he's at our mercy, for we can open the box and make sure of him, as we did of poor Lucy, before he wakes. What mercy he shall get from us will not count for much. We think that we shall not have much trouble with the officials or the seamen. Thank God, this is the country where bribery can do anything, and we are very well supplied with money. We have only to make sure the ship cannot come into port between sunset and sunrise without our being warned, and we shall be safe. Judge Moneybag will settle this case, I think. 16th October. Mina's report still the same. Lapping waves, rushing water, darkness, and favoring winds. We are evidently in good time. When we hear of the Serena Catherine, we shall be ready. As she must pass the Dardanelles, we are sure to have some report. 17th October. Everything is pretty well fixed now, I think, to welcome the Count on his return from his tour. Godalming told the shippers that he fancied the box sent from abroad might contain something stolen from a friend of his, and got a half consent that he might open it at his own risk. The owner gave him a paper telling the captain to give him every facility in doing what he chose on board the ship, and also a similar authorization to his agent at Varna. We've seen the agent, who was much impressed with Godalming's kindly manner to him, and we were all satisfied that whatever he can do to aid all our wishes will be done. We have already arranged what to do in case we get the box open. If the Count is there, Van Helsing and Seward will cut off his head at once and drive a stake through his heart. Morris and Godalming and I shall prevent interference, even if we have to use the arms which we have ready. The professor says that if we can so treat the Count's body, it will soon after fall into dust. In such case, there will be no evidence against us, in case of any suspicion of murder were aroused. But even if it were not, we should stand or fall by our act, and perhaps, some day, this very script may be evidence to come between some of us and a rope. For myself, I should take only too thankfully if I were to come. Take the chance only too thankfully, rather. We mean to leave no stone unturned to carry out our intent. We've arranged with certain officials the instant the Serena Catherine is seen, we are to be informed by a special messenger. 24th October. A whole week of waiting. Daily telegrams to Godalming, but only the same story, not yet reported. Mina's morning and evening hypnotic answer is unvaried, lapping waves, rushing water, and creaking masts. A telegram on the 24th of October from Rufus Smith at Lloyd's in London to Lord Godalming, care of H.B.M. Vice-Consul Varna. Serena Catherine reported this morning from the Dardanelles. Dr. Seward's diary on the 25th of October. How I dearly miss my phonograph. To write a diary with a pen is irksome to me, but Van Helsing says I must. We were all wild with excitement yesterday when Godalming got his telegram from Lloyd's. I know now what men feel in battle when the call to action is heard. Miss Harker, alone of our party, did not show any sign of emotion. After all, it is not strange that she did not, for we took special care not to let her know anything about it. And we tried not to show any excitement when we were in her presence. In old days she would, I'm sure, have noticed, no matter how we might have tried to conceal it, but in this way she is greatly changed on the past 3 weeks. The lethargy grows upon her, and though she seems strong and well, and is getting back some of her color, Van Helsing and I are not satisfied. We talk of her often. We have not, however, said a word to the others. It would break poor Harker's heart, or at least certainly his nerve, that if he knew we had even a suspicion on the subject. Van Helsing examines, he tells me, her teeth very carefully whilst she's in the hypnotic condition, for he says that so long as they do not begin to sharpen, there's no active danger of a change in her. If this change should come, it would be necessary to take steps. We both know what those steps would have to be, though we do not mention our thoughts to each other. We should neither of us shrink from the task, awful though it be to contemplate. Euthanasia is an excellent and comforting word. I'm grateful to whoever invented it. It's only about 24 hours' sail from the Dardanelles to here, at the rate that Serena Catherine has come from London. She should therefore arrive some time in the morning, but she cannot possibly get in before then, so we are all about to retire early. We shall get up at 1 o'clock, so as to be ready. 25th October, noon. No news yet of the ship's arrival. Miss Harker's hypnotic report this morning was the same as usual, so it's possible we may get news at any moment. We men are all in a fervor of excitement, except Harker, who is calm. His hands are as cold as ice, and an hour ago I found him whetting the edge of the great Gurkha knife, which he now always carries with him. It would be a bad lookout for the Count if the edge of that kukri ever touches his throat, driven by that stern, ice-cold hand. Van Helsing and I were a little alarmed about Miss Harker today. About noon she got into a sort of lethargy which we did not like. Although we kept silence to the others, we were neither of us happy about it. She had been restless all morning, so that we were first glad to know she was sleeping. When, however, her husband mentioned casually that she was sleeping so soundly he couldn't wake her, we went to her room to see for ourselves. She was breathing naturally, and looked so well and peaceful that we agreed the sleep was better for her than anything else. Poor girl, she has so much to forget that it is no wonder that sleep, if it brings oblivion to her, does her good. Later on, our opinion was justified, for when after a refreshing sleep of some hours, she woke up, and seemed brighter and better than she'd been for days. At sunset she made the usual hypnotic report. Wherever he may be in the Black Sea, the Count is busy hurrying to his destination, to his doom, I trust. 26th October. Another day, no tidings of the Serena Catherine. She ought to be here by now. She's still journeying somewhere, as apparent from Miss Harker's hypnotic report at sunrise was still the same. It's possible that the vessel may be lying by at times for the fog. Some of the steamers which came in last evening reported patches of fog, both to the north and south of the port. We must continue our watching, as the ship may now be signalled any moment. 27th October, noon. Most strange. No news yet of the ship while we wait for. Miss Harker reported last night and this morning, as usual, lapping waves, rushing water, though that she added the waves were very faint. The telegrams from London have been the same, no further report. Van Helsing is terribly anxious, and has told me just now that he fears the Count is escaping us. He added, significantly, I did not like that lethargy of Madame Mina. Souls and memories can do strange things during trance. I was about to ask him more, but Harker just then came in, and he held up a warning hand. We must try tonight at sunset to make her speak more fully when in her hypnotic state. 28th October. Telegram from Rufus Smith at London to Lord Godalming, care HBM Vice-Consul Varner. Serena Catherine reported entering Galatz at 1 o'clock today. Dr. Saward's diary from the 28th of October. When the telegram came announcing the arrival in Galatz, I do not think it was such a shock to any of us as it might have been expected. True, we did not know whence, or how, or when the bolt would come, but I think we all expected that something strange would happen. The delay of arrival at Varna made us individually satisfied at things that would not just be as we had expected. We had only waited to learn where the change would occur. Nonetheless, however, it was a surprise. I suppose that nature works on such a hopeful basis that we believe against ourselves that things will be as they ought to be, not as they know what they will be. Transcendentalism is a beacon to the angels, even if it be a will-o'-the-wisp to man. It was an odd experience, and we all took it differently. Van Helsing raised his hand over his head for a moment, as though in remonstrance with the Almighty, but he said not a word, and in a few seconds stood up with his face sternly set. Lord Godalming grew very pale, and sat breathing heavily. I was myself half stunned, and looked on in wonder at one after another. Quincey Morris tightened his belt with that quick movement which I knew so well. In our old wandering days it meant action. Miss Harker grew ghastly white, so that the scar on her forehead seemed to burn, but she folded her hands meekly and looked up in prayer. Harker smiled, actually smiled, the dark, bitter smile of one who is without hope, but at the same time his action belied his words, for his hands instinctively sought the hilt of the great kukri knife, and rested there. "When does the next train start for Galatz?" said Van Helsing to us, generally. "At 6:30 tomorrow morning," we all started, for the answer came from... At 6:30 tomorrow morning. We all started, for the answer came from Miss Harker. How on earth do you know?" "You forget, or perhaps you do not know, though Jonathan does, and so does Dr. Van Helsing, that I'm the train fiend. At home in Exeter, I always used to make up the timetables, so as to be helpful to my husband. I found it so useful sometimes that I always made a study of timetables now. I knew that if anything were to take us to Castle Dracula, we should go by Galatz, or at any rate through Bucharest, so I learned the times very carefully. Unhappily, there are not many to learn, as the only train tomorrow leaves as I say." "Wonderful woman," muttered the professor. "Can't we get a special?" asked Lord Godalming, and Van Helsing shook his head. "I fear not. This land is very different from yours or mine. Even if we did have a special, probably would not arrive as soon as our regular train. Moreover, we have something to prepare. We must think. Now let us organize. You, friend Arthur, go to the train and get the tickets, and arrange all that be ready for us in the morning. Do you, friend Jonathan, go to the agent of the ship, and get from him letters to the agent in Galatz, with authority to make search the ship just as it was here. Morris Quincey, you see the vice-consul, and get his aid with the fellow in Galatz and all he can do to make our way smooth, so that no time will be lost when over the Danube. John will stay with Madam Mina and me, and we shall consult. For so if the time be long, you may be delayed, and it will not matter when the sun sets, since I am here with Madam to make report." "And I," Miss Harker said brightly, and more like her old self than she'd been for many a long day, "shall try to be of use in all ways, try to think and write as I used to do. Something's shifted from me in a strange way. I feel freer than I have been of late." The three younger men looked happier at the moment, as they seemed to realize the significance of her words, but Van Helsing and I, turning to each other, met each a grave and troubled glance. We said nothing at the time, however. When the three men had gone out to do their tasks, Van Helsing asked Miss Harker to look up the copy of the diaries and find the part of Harker's journal at the castle. She went away to get it, When the door was shut upon her, he said to me, "We mean the same. Speak out." "There's some change. It's a hope that makes me sick, for it may deceive us." "Quite so. Do you know why I asked her to go get the manuscript?" "No, unless it was an opportunity of seeing me alone." You are in part right, friend John, but only in part. I want to tell you something, and oh, my friend, I am taking a great and terrible risk, but I believe it's right. In the moment when Madame Mina said those words that arrest both our understanding, an inspiration came to me. In the trance of 3 days ago, the Count sent her his spirit to read her mind, or more like he took her to see him in his earth box in the ship with water rushing, just as it goes free at rise and set of sun. He learns then that we are here, for she has more to tell in her open life with eyes to see and ears to hear than he, shut as he is in his coffin box, now that he makes his most effort to escape us. At present he wants her not. He is sure with his so great knowledge she will come at his call, but he cut her off, take her, as he can do, out of his own power, so that she does not come to him. There I've hoped that our man-brains have been of man so long, that have not lost the grace of God, that'll come higher than his child-brain that lies in his tomb for centuries, grows not yet to our stature, and that do only work selfish and therefore small. Here comes Madame Mina, not a word to her of her trance. She knows it not, and it would overwhelm her and make despair just when we all want her hope, all her courage, when most we want all her great brain that is trained like a man's brain, but is of sweet woman and has a special power which the Count gives her, which he may not take away altogether, though he not think so. Hush! Let me speak, and you shall learn. Oh, John, my friend, we are in awful straits. I fear as I've never feared before. We can only trust the good God. Silence! Here she comes. I thought the professor was going to break down and have hysterics, just as he had when Lucy died. But with a great effort he controlled himself and was at a perfect nervous poise when Miss Harker tripped into the room, bright and happy looking, and in the doing of work seemingly forgetful of her misery. As she came in, she handed a number of sheets of typewriting to Van Helsing. He looked over them gravely, his face brightening up as he read. Then, holding the pages between his finger and his thumb, he said, "Friend John, to you with so much of experience already, and you too, dear Madam Mina, that you are young, here is a lesson. Do not fear ever to think. A half-thought has been buzzing often in my brain, but I fear to let him loose his wings. Here now, with more knowledge, I go back to where that half-thought came from, and I find that he be no half-thought at all, that he be a whole thought, though so young that he is not yet strong to use his little wings. Nay, like the ugly duck of my friend Hans Andersen, he be no duck thought at all, but a big swan thought that sails nobly on big wings, when the time comes for him to try them. See, I read here what Jonathan has written. That other of his race, who, in a later age, again and again, brought his forces over the great river into Turkey land, who, when he was beaten back, came again and again and again, though he had to come alone from the bloody field where his troops were being slaughtered, since he knew that he alone could ultimately triumph. What does this tell us? Not much? No. The Count's child thought sees nothing, therefore he speaks so freely. Your man thought sees nothing, my man thought sees nothing, till just now. No, but there comes another word from someone who spoke without thought, because she too knows not what it means, what it might mean. Just as there are elements which rest, yet when in nature's course they move on their way and touch, then poof, there comes a flash of light heaven-wide that blinds and kills and destroys some, but that shows up all earth below for leagues and leagues. Is it not so? I shall explain. To begin, have you ever studied the philosophy of crime? Yes and no. You, John, yes, for it is a study of insanity. You know, Madam Mina, for crime touch you not but once. Still, your mind works true, and argues not a particulari ad universale. There is this peculiarity in criminals. It is so constant in all countries and at all times. Even police, who know not much from philosophy, come to know it empirically, that is to be empiric. The criminal always works at one crime, that is the true criminal who seems predestined to crime, and who will have of none other. This criminal has not full man-brain. He's clever and cunning, resourceful, but he be not of man's stature as to brain. He be of child-brain in much. Now this criminal of ours is predestinate to crime also. He too has child-brain, and is of the child to do what he's done. The little bird, the little fish, the little animal learn not by principle, but empirically. And when he learns to do, then there is to him the ground to start from, to do more. Dos posto, said Archimedes. Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the world. To do once is the fulcrum, whereby child-brain becomes man-brain. Until he has the purpose to do more, he continues to do the same, again, every time, just as he's done before. Oh, my dear, I see your eyes are opened, that to you the lightning flash shows all the leagues. For Miss Harker began to clap her hands, and her eyes sparkled. And he went on. Now you shall speak. Tell us, two dry men of science, what you see with those two bright eyes. He took her hand and held it while she spoke. His finger and thumb closed on her pulse, as I thought, instinctively and unconsciously, as she spoke. The Count is a criminal, and of criminal type. Nordau and Lombroso would so classify him, and qua criminal he is of imperfectly formed mind. Thus, in a difficulty, he has to seek resource and habit. His past is a clue, and one page of it that we know, that from his own lips, tells us once before that in Mr. Morris would call a tight place, he went back to his own country from the land he had tried to invade, and thence, without losing purpose, prepared himself for a new effort. He came again better equipped for his work, and won. So he came to London to invade a new land. He was beaten, and when all hope of success was lost, his existence in danger, he fled back over the sea to his home, just as he'd formerly fled back over the Danube from Turkey land. Good, good. Oh, you so clever lady, said Van Helsing enthusiastically as he stooped and kissed her hand. A moment later he said to me, as calmly as though we'd been having a sick-room consultation, 72 only, and in all this excitement I have hope. Turning to her again, he, with keen expectation, said, But go on, there's more to tell if you will. Be not afraid. John and I know what I do. Or rather, John and I know. I do, in any case, and shall tell you if you're right. Speak without fear. I'll try to, but you'll forgive me if I seem egotistical. Nay, fear not. You must be egotistic, for it is of you that we think. Then, as criminal, he's selfish, and as his intellect is small and his action is based on selfishness, he confines himself to one purpose. The purpose is remorseless. As he fled back over the Danube, leaving his forces to be cut to pieces, so now is he intent on being safe, careless of all. So his own selfishness frees my soul in somewhat from the terrible power which he acquired over it on the dreadful night. I felt it. I knew I felt it. Thank God for his great mercy. My soul is freer than it has been since that awful hour, and all that haunts me is a fear lest in some trance or dream he may have used my knowledge for his ends. The professor stood up. He has so used your mind, and by it he has left you here in Varna, in Varna, whilst the ship that carried him rushed through enveloping fog up to Galatz, where doubtless he has made preparation for escaping from us. But his child mind only saw so far, and it may be that, as ever is God's providence, the very thing the evildoer most reckoned on as selfish good turns out to be his chiefest harm. The hunter is taken in his own snare, as the great psalmist says. For now that he thinks he's free from every trace of us all, that he's escaped with so many hours to him, then his selfish child brain will whisper him to sleep. He will think, too, that as he cut himself off from knowing your mind, there can be no knowledge of him to you. That's where he fails. That terrible baptism of blood which he gave you makes you free to go to him in spirit, as you have yet done in your times of freedom, when the sun rises and sets. At such times you go by my volition and not by his, and this power to good of you and others, as you have won from your suffering at his hands. This is now all the more precious that he knows it not. To guard himself, even cuts himself off from the knowledge of our wear. We, however, are not selfish, We believe that God is with us through this all blackness, these many dark hours. We shall follow him. We shall not flinch, even if we peril ourselves that we become like him. Friend John, this has been a great hour, and it has done much to advance us on our way. You must be scribe and write this all down, so that when the others return from their work, you can give it to them, and they shall know as we do. And so I have written it, whilst we wait their return, and Miss Harker has written with her typewriter, all since she brought the MS to us. Alright, before we dive into the second and last chapter, I need to refill my water. Because the farther we go over the standard amount of paper cuts time, the more water I need. For as the vocalists among us know, too much water is a rare thing indeed when you are exercising your voice thusly. Oh. I know I am asking a lot of you, my dear audience, running quite so late, but we're almost there. I do need to finish this book tonight. Would not do to have 2 chapters left and then go bouncing off a bunch of short stories when I've got other things planned. Whose emote is that? Hey, that's a cute hype emote. I like that a lot. Oh, internet people have things to say. I'll look at that after I'm done reading. Okay. I appreciate the hype, Blue Wave. Now, unless I have read wrong, this and the next one are the last 2 chapters. Yes. Okay. Chapter 26. Dr. Seward's Diary, on the 29th of October. This is written in the train from Varna to Galatz. Last night we all assembled, a little before the time of sunset. Each of us had done his work as well as we could. So far as thought and endeavor and opportunity go, we were prepared for the whole of our journey, for our work when we get to Galatz. When the usual time came round, Miss Harker prepared herself for a hypnotic effort, and after a longer and more serious effort on the part of Van Helsing than has usually been necessary, she sank into the trance. Usually she speaks on a hint, but this time the professor had to ask her questions, and to ask them pretty resolutely before we could learn anything. At last her answer came. I can see nothing. We are still. There are no waves lapping, only a steady swirl of water softly running against the hawser. I can hear men's voices calling, near and far, and the roll and creak of oars in the rowlocks. A gun is fired somewhere. The echo of it seems far away. There is tramping of feet overhead, and ropes and chains are dragged along. What is this? There is a gleam of light. I can feel the air blowing upon me. Here she stopped. She'd risen as if impulsively from where she lay on the sofa and raised both her hands, palms upwards, as if lifting a weight. Van Helsing and I looked at each other with understanding. Quincy raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her intently, while Harker's hand instinctively closed round the hilt of his kukri. There was a long pause. We knew that the time where she could speak was passing, but we felt that it was useless to say anything. Suddenly she sat up and opened her eyes and said sweetly, Would you like a cup of tea? You must all be so tired. We could only make her happy, and so acquiesced. She bustled off to get tea, and when she had gone, Van Helsing had said, You see, my friends, he is close to land. He's left his earth chest, but he has yet to get on shore. In the night he may lie hidden somewhere, but if he be not carried on shore, or if the ship do not touch it, he cannot achieve the land. In such case he can, if it be in the night, he might change his form, and jump or fly on shore, as he did at Whitby. But if the day comes before he can get on shore, then, unless he be carried, he cannot escape. And if he be carried, then the customs men may discover what the box contains. Thus, in fine, if he escapes not on shore tonight or before dawn, there will be the whole day lost to him. We may then arrive in time, for if he escapes not at night, we shall come on him in daytime, boxed up and at our mercy, for he dares not be his true self awake and visible, lest he be discovered. There was no more to be said, and so we waited in patience until dawn, at which time we might learn more from Miss Harker. Early this morning we listened with breathless anxiety for her response in her trance. The hypnotic stage was ever longer in coming than before, and when it came, the time remaining until full sunrise was so short we began to despair. Van Helsing seemed to throw his whole soul into the effort, and at last, in obedience to his will, she made reply, "All is dark. I hear lapping water, level with me, some creaking as of wood on wood." She paused, and the red sun shot up. "We must wait till tonight." And so it is that we are travelling toward Gallant in an agony of expectation. We are due to arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but already at Bucharest we are 3 hours late, so we cannot possibly get in till well after sunup. Thus we shall have 2 more hypnotic messages from Miss Harker. Either or both may possibly throw more light on what's happening. Later. Sunset has come and gone. Fortunately, it came at a time when there was no distraction, for it had occurred whilst we were at a station. Had it occurred whilst we were at a station, we might not have secured the necessary calm and isolation. Miss Harker yielded to the hypnotic influence even less readily this morning. I am in fear that her power of reading the Count's sensations may die away just when we want it most. It seems to me that her imagination is beginning to work. Whilst she has been in the trance, hitherto she has confined herself to the simplest of facts. If this goes on, this may ultimately mislead us. If I thought that the Count's power over her would die away equally with her power of knowledge, it would be a happy thought, but I'm afraid it may not be so. When she did speak, her words were enigmatical. "Something is going out. I can feel it pass me like a cold wind. I can hear far off confused sounds as of men talking in strange tongues, fierce falling water, howling of wolves." She stopped, and a shudder ran through her, increasing intensity for a few seconds, till at the end she shook as though she was in a palsy. She said no more, even in answer to the professor's imperative questioning. When she woke from the trance, she was cold and exhausted and languid, but her mind was all alert. She could not remember anything, but asked what she had said. When she was told, she pondered over it deeply, for a long time, and in silence. 30th of October at 7 a.m. We are near Gallant now, and I may not have time to write later. Sunrise this morning was anxiously looked for by us all. Knowing of the increasing difficulty of procuring the hypnotic trance, Van Helsing began his passes earlier than usual. They produced no effect, however, until the regular time, when she yielded with a still greater difficulty, only a minute before the sun rose. The professor lost no time in his questioning, and her answer came with equal quickness. "All is dark. I hear water swirling by, level with my ears, and the creaking of wood on wood, cattle low far off. There's another sound, a queer one, like—" She stopped and grew white and whiter still. Go on, speak, I command you," said Van Helsing in an agonized voice. At the same time there was despair in his eyes, for the risen sun was reddening even Miss Harker's pale face. She opened her eyes, and we all started as she said sweetly and seemingly with the utmost concern, "Oh, Professor, why ask me to do what you know I can't? I don't remember anything." Then, seeing the look of amazement on our faces, she said, turning from one to the other with a troubled look, "What have I said? What have I done? I know nothing, only that I was lying here half asleep and heard you say, 'Go on, speak.' I command you. It just seems so funny to hear you order me about as if I were a bad child." Oh, Madam Mina, it is proof, if proof be needed, of how I love and honor you, when a word for your good, spoken more earnest than ever, can seem so strange, because it is to order her whom I am proud to obey. The whistles are sounding. We're nearing Gallant's. We are on fire with anxiety and eagerness. Mina Harker's Journal, 30th of October. Mr. Morris took me to the hotel, where our rooms had been ordered by telegraph, he being the one who could best be spared, since he does not speak any foreign language. The forces were distributed much as they had been at Varna, except Lord Godalming went to the vice-consul, as his rank might serve as an immediate guarantee of some sort to the official, we being in an extreme hurry. Jonathan and the two doctors went to the shipping agent to learn the particulars of the arrival of the Czarina Catherine. Lord Godalming has returned later on. The consul is away and the vice-consul sick, so the routine work has been attended to by a clerk. He was very obliging, offered to do everything in his power. Jonathan Harker's Journal on the 30th October. At 9 o'clock, Dr. Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I called on Messrs. Mackenzie and Steinkopf, the agents of the London firm of Hapgood. They had received a wire from London, in answer to Lord Godalming's telegraphed request, asking us to show them any civility in their power. They were more than kind and courteous, and took us at once on board the Czarina Catherine, which lay at anchor on the river harbor. There we saw the captain, Donaldson by name, who told us of his voyage. He said that in all his life he had never had so favorable a run. Man, but it made us so afeard, for we expected we should have to pay for it with some rare piece of ill luck as to keep up the average. It's no canny to run for London to the Black Sea with the wind about you. The devil himself were blowing on your sail for his purpose. And at the time we could not speer a thing. Gin we were nigh a ship, or port, or headland, fog fell on us, travelled with us until it, after it lifted, and we looked out, the devil couldn't see. Ran by Gibraltar without being able to signal, and so we came up to the Dardanelles, had to wait to get our permit to pass. We never were without hail of sight. First I intended to slack off sail, beat about till the fog was lifted, but I thought if the devil was minded to get to the Black Sea so quick, he'd like to do it whether he would or no. If we had a quick voyage, it'd be not to our miscredit with the owners, nor to traffic. The old man who's served us his purpose, and decently grateful for no hindering him. This mixture of simplicity and cunning, of superstition and commercial reasoning, aroused Van Helsing, who said, "Mine friend, that devil is more clever than he is thought by some, and he knows when not he meets his match." The skipper was not displeased with that compliment, and went on. When we got past the Bosphorus, the men began to grumble. Some of them, Romanians, came to ask me to heave overboard. Big box had been put on board, but we were looking, old man, for this. Just started for London. See them spirit fella put out their fingers, and they saw him guard against the evil eye. You know, this sort of thing. Man, but superstition and foreigners, pretty ridiculous. I sent them about their business pretty quick, but just as after a fog closed in on us, I felt a wee bit they did on something. Well, I wasn't a saying again it was the big box, so on we went. Fog didn't let up for 5 days, just let the wind carry us. For the day'll want to get us somewhere, so we fetch it up or in. And if he didn't, well, we'd keep a sharp lookout anyhow. Sure enough, we had a fair way, in deep water all the time. 2 days ago, when morning sun came through the fog, we found ourselves just in the river opposite Goliath's. The Romanians were wild and wanted me right or wrong, take the box out and fling it in the river. I had to argue with them about a head spike, and when the last of them rose off the deck with his head in his hand, I convinced them that evil eye, no evil eye, property and trust of mine, which were better in my hands than the river Danube. Well, they had, mind you, taken the box on deck ready to fling it in. It was marked the lights via Varna. I thought you'd let it lie till we discharged and port and get rid of it altogether. We didn't do much clearing that day. Had to remain the night at anchor, but in the morning, bright and early, an hour before sunup, man came aboard with an order written to him from England, receive a box marked for one Count Dracula. Sure enough, the matter was one ready to his hand. He had papers all right, and I was glad to be rid of the damn thing, for I was beginning myself to get uneasy about it.
The bill adding luggage aboard the ship. I was thinking none other than that one.
Yeah, these long accent monologues, please open the book. There is a link in the show notes. And if you don't have access to that link, it is Dracula's on Project Gutenberg. Uh, I'm doing my best to like kind of match the accent that's written on the page, but that may not read very well. Anyway. What's the name of the man who took it? Asked Van Helsing with restrained eagerness.
I'll begin there, telling you quick.
He answered, and stepping down to his cabin, produced a receipt signed Emanuel Hildesheim. Bergenstrasse 16 was the address. We found out that all this was all the captain knew, so with thanks we came away. We found Hildesheim in his office, a Hebrew of rather the Adelphi theater type, with a nose like a sheep and a fez. His arguments were pointed with specie. We doing the punctuation, and with a little bargaining he told us what he knew. He turned out to be simple, but important. He'd received a letter from Mr. Deville of London telling him to receive, if possible before sunrise as to avoid customs, a box which would arrive at Galatz and the Tsarina Catherine. This he was to give in charge to a certain Petrov Skinsky, who dealt with the Slovaks who traded down the river to the port. He'd been paid for his work by an English banknote, which had been duly noted and duly cashed for gold at the Danube International Bank. When Skinsky had come to him, he had taken him to the ship and handed over the box so as to save porterage. That was all he knew. We then sought for Skinsky, but was unable to find him. One of his neighbors, who didn't seem to hear him any affection, said that he had gone away 2 days before, and nobody knew whither. This was corroborated by his landlord, who had received by messenger the key to the house, together with a rent due in English money. This had been between 10 and 11 o'clock last night. We were at standstill again. Whilst we were talking, one came running and breathlessly gasped out that the body of Skinsky had been found inside the wall of the churchyard of St. Peter, and the throat had been torn open as if by some wild animal. Those we had been speaking with ran off to see the horror, the woman crying out, "It's the work of a Slovak!" We hurried away, lest we should have been in some way drawn into that affair, and so detained. As we came home, we could arrive at no definite conclusion. We were all convinced that the box was on its way by water to somewhere, but where that might be we would have to discover. With heavy hearts we came home to the hotel to find Mina. When we met together, the first thing was to consult as to taking Mina again into our confidence. Things were getting desperate, and it's at least a chance, though a hazardous one. As a preliminary step, I was released from my promise to her. Mina Harker's journal on the 30th of October in the evening. They were so tired and worn out and dispirited there was nothing to be done until they had some rest. So I asked them all to lie down for half an hour, so I should enter everything up to the moment. I feel so grateful to the man who invented the traveller's typewriter, and to Mr. Morris for getting this one for me. I should have felt quite astray doing the work if I had to write with a pen. It's all done. Poor dear It's all done. Poor dear Jonathan. What he must have suffered, what he must be suffering now. He lies on the sofa, hardly seeming to breathe, and his whole body appears in collapse. His brows are knit, his face is drawn with pain. Poor fellow, maybe he's thinking. I can see his face all wrinkled up with the concentration of his thoughts. Oh, if I could only help at all. I shall do what I can. I have asked Dr. Van Helsing, and he has gotten all the papers that I have not yet seen. Whilst they are resting, I shall go over all carefully, and perhaps I may arrive at some conclusion. I shall try to follow the professor's example, and think without prejudice on the facts before me. I do believe that under God's providence I have made a discovery. I shall get the maps and look over them. I am more than ever sure that I am right. My new conclusion is ready, so I shall get our party together and read it. they should judge it. It is well to be accurate, and every minute is precious. Mina Harker's memorandum entered in her journal. Ground of inquiry. Count Dracula's problem is that he must get back to his own place. Point A. He must be brought back by someone. This is evident, for if he had the power to move himself as he wished, he could go either as man or wolf or bat or some other way. He evidently fears discovery or perhaps interference in the state of helplessness which he must be, confined as he is between dawn and sunset in his wooden box. Point B. How is he to be taken? Here a process of exclusions may help us. By road, by rail, by water? Point 1. By road. There are endless difficulties, especially leaving in the city. There are people, and people are curious and investigate. A hint, a surmise, a doubt as to what might be in the box could destroy him. There are, or there may be, customs and octroi officers to pass. And worst of all, his pursuers might follow. This is his highest fear, and in order to prevent his being betrayed, he has repelled, so far as he can, even his victim, me. 2. By rail. There is no one in charge of the box. It would have to take its chance of being delayed. Delay would be fatal with enemies on the track. True, he might escape at night, but what would he be if left in a strange place with no refuge that he could fly to? This is not what he intends, so he does not mean to risk it. Point 3. By water. Here is the safest way in one respect, but the most danger in another. On the water he is powerless except at night. Even then he can only summon fog and storm and snow and his wolves. But if he were wrecked, the living water would engulf him. Helpless, he would indeed be lost. He could have the vessel drive to land, but if it were unfriendly land wherein he was not free to move, his position would still be desperate. We know from the record that he was on the water, so what we have to do is ascertain what water. The first thing is to realize exactly what he's done as yet. We may then get a light on what his later task is to be. Firstly, we must differentiate between what he did in London as part of his general plan of action, when he was pressed for moments and had to arrange as best he could. Secondly, we must see, as well as we can surmise from the facts that we know of, what he's done here. As to the first point, he evidently intended to arrive at Galatz and sent an envoy to Varna to deceive us, lest we should ascertain his means of exit from England. His immediate and sole purpose, then, was to escape. The proof of this is the letter of instructions sent to Emanuel Hildesheim to clear and take away the box before sunrise. There is also the instruction to Petrovskinsky. These we must only guess at, but there must have been some letter or message since Skinsky came to Hildesheim. That so far his plans were successful, we know. The Tsarina Catherine made a phenomenally quick journey, so much so that Captain Donaldson's suspicions were aroused, but his superstition, united with his canniness, played the Count's game for him, and he ran with his favouring wind through fogs, and all till he brought up blindfolded Galatz. That the Count's arrangements were well made has been proved. Hildesheim cleared the box, took it off, and gave it to Skinsky. Skinsky took it, and here we lose the trail. We only know that the box is somewhere on the water, moving along. The customs and the octroi, if there be any, have been avoided. Now we come to what the Count must have done after his arrival on land at Galatz. The box was given to Skinsky before sunrise. At sunrise, the Count could appear in his own form. Here we must ask why Skinsky was chosen at all to aid in the work. In my husband's diary, Skinsky is mentioned as dealing with the Slovaks who trade down the river to port, and the man's remark that the murder was the work of a Slovak showed the general feeling against his class. The Count wanted isolation. My surmise is this, that in London the Count decided to get back to his castle by water, as it was the most safe and secret way. He was brought from the castle by Skani, and probably they delivered their cargo to the Slovaks, who took the boxes to Varna, for there they were shipped for London. Thus the Count had knowledge of the persons who would arrange this service. When the box was on land, before sunrise or after sunset, he came out from his box, met Skinsky, and instructed him what to do as to arranging the carriage of the box up some river. When this was done, he knew all was in train. He blotted out his traces, as he thought, by murdering his agent. I've examined the map and find the river most suitable for the Slovaks to ascend it is either the Pruth or the Sareth. I read in the typescript that in my trance I heard cows low and water swirling level with my ears, the creaking of wood. The Count in his box, then, was on a river, in an open boat, propelled probably either by oars or poles, for if the banks are near and is working against stream, there would be no such sound if it was floating downstream. Of course, it may not be either the Sareth or the Pruth, but we may possibly investigate further. Now, of these two, the Pruth is the more easily navigated, but the Sareth is, at Fundu, joined by the Bizitra, which runs up round the Borgo Pass. The loop makes it as manifestly clear and close as Dracula's castle can be got by water. So we continue Mina Harker's journal. When I had done reading this, Jonathan took me in his arms and kissed me. The others kept shaking me by both hands, and Van Helsing said, "Our dear Madam Mina is once more our teacher. Her eyes have been where we were once blinded. Now we are on the track once again, and this time we may succeed. Our enemy is at his most helpless. If we can come on him by day in the water, our task will be over. He has a start, but he is powerless to hasten, as he may not leave his box, lest those who carry him may suspect. For them to suspect would be prompt them to throw him in the stream, where he'd perish. This he knows, and so he will not. Now, men, to our council of war, for here and now we must plan what each and all shall do. I shall get a steam launch and follow him, and I horses to follow on the bank by less chance he land. Good, but neither must go alone. There must be force to overcome force if need be. The Slovak is strong and rough, and he carries rude arms." All the men smiled, for amongst them they carried a small arsenal. Said Mr. Morris, "Now I've brought some Winchesters. They're pretty handy in a crowd. There may be wolves. The Count, if you'll remember it, he took some other precautions, made some requisitions on others that Miss Harker could not quite hear or understand. We must be ready at all points." Dr. Saward said, "I think I'd better go with Quincy. We've been accustomed to hunt together, and we two, well armed, will be a match for whatever comes along. You must not be alone, Hart. It may be necessary to fight the Slovaks, and a chance thrust, for I don't suppose those fellows carry guns, could undo all our plans. There must be no chances this time. We shall not rest until the Count's head and body have been separated, and we are sure that he cannot reincarnate." He looked at Jonathan as he spoke, and Jonathan looked at me. I could see that the poor dear was torn about in his mind. Of course he wanted to be with me, but then the boat service would, most likely, be the one that would destroy the vampire. Why did I so struggle to write that word? He was silent a while, and during his silence Van Helsing spoke. "Friend Jonathan, this is to you for twice reasons. First, because you are young and brave and can fight, and all energies may be needed at the last. And again, that is your right to destroy him, that which has wrought such woe to you and yours. Be not afraid for Madam Mina. She will be in my care. If I may. I'm old. My legs are not so quick to run as once. I'm not used to ride so long or pursue as I need be, or to fight with lethal weapons. But I can be of other service. I can fight in other ways. I can die, if need be, as well as other younger men. Now let me say what I would is this. While you, my Lord Godalming, and friend Jonathan, go in your swift little steamboat up the river, whilst John and Quincy guard the bank where perchance he might be landed, I will take Madam Mina right into the heart of the enemy's country. Whilst the old fox is tied in his box, floating on the running stream where he can't escape to land, where he dares not raise the lid off his coffin box, lest his Slovak carrier should in fear leave him to perish, we shall go in the track where Jonathan went, from Bistritz over the Borgo, and find our way to the castle of Dracula. Here Madam Mina's hypnotic power will surely help, and we shall find our way, all dark and unknown and otherwise, after the first sunrise when we are near that fateful place. There is much to be done, and other places to be made sanctified, so that his nest of vipers may be obliterated. Here Jonathan interrupted hotly. Do you mean to say, Professor Van Helsing, you'd bring Mina, in her sad case, tainted as she is with the devil's illness, right into the jaws of that death trap? Not for the world, not for heaven or hell. He became almost speechless for a minute, then went on. Do you know what the place is? Have you seen that awful den of hellish infamy, with the very moonlight alive with grisly shapes, and every speck of dust that whirls in the wind a devouring monster in embryo? Have you felt the vampire's lips upon your throat? He turned to me at this, and his eyes lit on my forehead as he threw up his arms with a cry. Oh my God! What have we done to have this terror upon us? And he sank down upon the sofa in a collapse of misery. The professor's voice, as he spoke in clear, sweet tones which seemed to vibrate in the air, calmed us all. Oh, my friend, it is because we would save Madame Mina from that awful place that I would go. God forbid that I should take her into that place. There's work, wild work, to be done there that her eyes may not see. We men here, all save Jonathan, have seen with our own eyes what is to be done before that place can be purified. Remember that we are in terrible straits. If the Count escapes us this time, he's strong and subtle and cunning. He may choose to sleep himself for a century. Then in time our dear one, he took my hand, would come to him to keep him company. It would be as those others that you, Jonathan, saw. You have told us of their gloating lips. You heard as their ribald laugh, as they clutched the moving bag the Count threw to them. You shudder, and well it may be. Forgive me that I make you so much pain, but it is necessary. My friend, is it not a dire need for which the thing I am giving, possibly my life? If it were any one went into place to stay, it is I who have to go keep them company. Do as you will, said Jonathan, with a sob that shook him all over. We are in the hands of God. Later on. Oh, it did me good to see the way that these brave men worked. How can women help loving men when they are so earnest and true and brave? And too, it made me think of the wonderful power of money. What can it not do when it's properly applied, and what might it do when basely used? I felt so thankful that Lord Godalming is rich, and that both he and Mr. Morris, who also has plenty of money, were willing to spend it so freely. For if they did not, our little expedition could not start either so promptly or so well equipped as it will within another hour. It is not 3 hours since it was arranged which part of us was to do, and now Lord Godalming and Jonathan have a lovely steam launch, with steam up ready to start at a moment's notice. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris have half a dozen good horses, and are well appointed. We have all the maps and appliances of various kinds that can be had. Professor Van Helsing and I are to leave by the 11:40 train tonight for Veresti, where we are to get a carriage to drive to the Borgo Pass. We're bringing a good deal of ready money, as we are to buy a carriage and horses. We shall drive ourselves, for we have no one whom we can trust in the matter. The professor knows something of a great many languages, so we'll get on all right. We've all got arms, even for me a large-bore revolver. Jonathan would not be happy unless I was armed like the rest. Alas, I cannot carry one arm like the rest do. The scar on my forehead prohibits that. Dear Dr. Van Helsing comforts me by telling me that I am fully armed as there may be wolves. The weather is getting colder every hour. There are snow flurries which come and go as warnings. It took all my courage to say goodbye to my darling. We may never meet again. Courage, Mina. The professor is looking at you keenly. His look is a warning. There must be no tears now, unless it may be that God will let them fall in gladness. Jonathan Harker's journal on October 30th at night. I'm writing this in the light from the furnace door of the steam launch. Lord Godalming is firing up. He is an experienced hand at the work, as he had for years a launch of his own on the Thames, and another on the Norfolk Broads. Regarding our plans, we finally decided that Mina's guess was correct, and that if any waterway was chosen for the Count's escape back to his castle, the Sereth and then the Bistrista at its junction would be the one. We took it. That somewhere around the 46th. We took it that somewhere about the 47th degree north latitude would be the place chosen for the crossing the country, between the river and the Carpathians. We have no fear in running at good speed up the river at night. There's plenty of water, and the banks are wide enough apart to make steaming, even in that dark, easy enough. Lord Godalming tells me to sleep for a while, as it is enough for the present for one to be on watch. But I cannot sleep. How can I, with the terrible danger hanging over my darling, and her going out in that awful place? My only comfort is that we are in the hands of God. Only, for that faith, it would be easier to die than to live, and so be quit of all the trouble, Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward were off on their long ride before we started. They are to keep up the right bank, far off enough to get on higher lands where they can see a good stretch of river and avoid the following of its curves. They have, for the first stages, 2 men to ride and lead their spare horses, 4 in all, so as to not excite curiosity. When they dismiss the men, which will be shortly, they shall themselves look after the horses. It may be necessary for us to join forces. If so, they can mount our whole party. One of the saddles has a movable horn and can easily be adapted for Mina if required. It is a wild adventure we are on. Here, as we are rushing along through the darkness, with the cold from the river seeming to rise up and strike us, with all the mysterious voices of the night around us, it all comes home. We seem to be drifting into unknown places and unknown ways, into a whole world of dark and dreadful things. Godalming is shutting the furnace door. 31st October. Still hurrying along. The day has come and Godalming is sleeping, so I am on watch. The morning is bitterly cold. The furnace heat is grateful, though we have heavy fur coats. As yet we have only passed a few open boats, but none of them have had on board any box or package of anything like the size we seek. The men were scared every time we turned our electric lamp on them, and they fell on their knees and prayed. 1st November, evening. No news all day. We have found nothing of the kind we seek. We have now passed into the Bistritra, and if we are wrong in our surmise, our chance is gone. We've overhauled every boat, big and little. Early this morning, one crew took us for a government boat and treated us accordingly. We saw in this a way of smoothing matters. So at Fundu, where the Bisistero runs into the Sereth, we got a Romanian flag, which we now fly conspicuously. With every boat which we have overhauled since then, this trick has succeeded. We've had every deference shown to us, and not once any objection to whatever we choose to ask or do. Some of the Slovaks tell us that a big boat had passed them, going at more than usual speed, as she had a double crew on board. This was before they came to Fundu, so they could not tell us whether the boat turned into the Bisitra or continued on up the Sareth. At Fundu we could not hear of any such boat, so she must have passed there in the night. I am beginning to feel very sleepy. The cold is perhaps falling upon me, and nature must have rest some time. Godalming insists that he shall keep the first watch. God bless him for all his goodness to poor dear Mina and me. November 2nd, morning. It is broad daylight. That good fellow would not wake me. He says it would have been a sin to, for I slept peacefully and was forgetting my trouble. It seems brutally selfish to me to have slept for so long and let him watch all night, but he was quite right. I'm a new man this morning, and as I sit here and watch him sleeping, I can do all that is necessary, both as to minding the engine, steering, and keeping watch. I can feel that my strength and energy are coming back to me. I wonder where Mina is now and Van Helsing. They should have got to Veresti about noon on Wednesday. It would take them some time to get the carriage and horses, so if they had started and travelled hard, they would be about now at the Borgo Pass. God guide and help them. I am afraid to think what may happen. If we could only go faster, but we cannot. The engines are throbbing and doing their utmost. I wonder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris are getting on. There seem to be endless streams running down the mountains into this river, but as none of them are very large, at present at all events, though they are terrible doubtless in winter when the snow melts, the horsemen may not have gotten much obstruction. I hope that before we get to Strasbourg we may see them, for if by that time we have not overtaken the Count, it may be necessary to take counsel together what to do next. Dr. Seward's Diary, 2nd November. 3 days on the road. No news and no time to write it if there had been, for every moment is precious. We have had only the rest needful for the horses, but we are both bearing it wonderfully. Those adventurous days of ours are turning up useful. We must push on. We shall never feel happy till we get the launch in sight again. 3rd November. We heard at Fundu the launch had gone up to the Bistrista. I wish it wasn't so cold. There are signs of snow coming. If it falls heavy, it will stop us. In such case, we must get a sledge and go on in Russian fashion. 4th November. Today we heard of the launch having been detained by an accident when trying to force a way up the rapids. The Slovak boats get up all right, by aid of rope and steering with knowledge. Some went up only a few hours before. Godalming is an amateur fitter himself, and evidently it was he who put the launch in trim again. Finally they got up the rapids all right with local help, and are off on the chase afresh. I fear that the boat is not any better for the accident. The peasantry tell us that after she got upon smooth water again, she kept stopping every now and again, so long as she was in sight. We must push on harder than ever. Our help may be wanted soon. Mina Harker's Journal, at 31st October. Arrived at Foresti at noon. The professor tells me this morning at dawn he could hardly hypnotize me at all, and that all I could say was dark and quiet. He is off now buying a carriage and horses. He says that he will later on try to buy additional horses, so that we may be able to change them on the way. We may have something more than 70 miles before us. The country is lovely and most interesting. If only it were under different conditions, how delightful it would be to see it all. If Jonathan and I were driving through it alone, what a pleasure it would be to stop and see people and learn something of their life and fill our minds and memories with the color and picturesqueness of the whole wild, beautiful country and the quaint people. But alas! Later on, Dr. Van Helsing has returned. He's got the carriage and horses. We are to have some dinner and start in an hour. The landlady is putting us up a huge basket of provisions. It seems enough for the company of soldiers. The professor encourages her and whispers to me it may be a week before we can get any good food again. He has been shopping too and sent home a wonderful lot of fur coats and wraps and all sorts of warm things. There would not be any chance of our being cold. We shall soon be off. I'm afraid to think what may happen to us. We're truly in the hands of God. He alone knows what may be, and I pray him, with all the strength of my sad and humble soul, that he will watch over my beloved husband, that whatever may happen, Jonathan may know that I loved him and honored him more than I can say. My latest and truest thought will always be for him. Alright, folks, before we dive into this last chapter, I need just a moment. I'm going to mute the mic. I will be back as quick as possible, so much so that I'm just going to leave the screen up. The politest way I can put that is that I am experiencing the downside of drinking this much water. Right then. Let's finish this thing, shall we? We are already practically 2 hours longer than this episode should have been. Oops, whoops. Anyway, last chapter, chapter 25, 6, 7, 27. Harker's journal on the 1st of November. All day long we've traveled and at a good speed. The horses seem to know that they are being kindly treated, for they go willing. The horses seem to know that they are being kindly treated, for they go willingly their full for they go willingly their full stage at the best speed. Not the time for hiccups. Okay. But we have now had so many changes and find the same thing so constantly that we are encouraged to think that the journey will be an easy one. Dr. Van Helsing is laconic. He tells the farmers that he's hurrying to Bistritz and pays them well to make exchange of horses. We get hot soup or coffee or tea, and off we go. It's a lovely country, full of beauties of all imaginable kinds, and the people, they're brave and strong and simple, seem full of nice qualities. They're very, very superstitious. In the first house where we stopped, the woman who served us saw the scar on my forehead. She crossed herself, put out 2 fingers toward me to keep off the evil eye. I believe they went to the trouble of putting an extra amount of garlic into our food, and I can't abide garlic. Ever since then I've taken care not to take off my hat or veil, and so have escaped their suspicions. We're traveling fast. As we have no driver with us to carry tales, we go ahead of scandal. But I dare say that fear of the evil eye will follow hard behind us all the way. The professor seems tireless. All the day he would make not any rest, though he would make me sleep for a long spell. At sunset time he hypnotized me, and said that I answered as usual, darkness, lapping water, creaking wood. So our enemy is still on the river. I'm afraid to think of Jonathan, but somehow I have now no fear for him, or for myself. I write this while we wait in a farmhouse for the horses to get ready. Dr. Van Helsing is sleeping. Poor dear, he looks really tired and old and gray, but his mouth is set as firmly as a conqueror's. Even in his sleep he is instinct with resolution. When we have well started, I must make him rest whilst I drive. I shall tell him that we have days before us. We must not break down when most of all of his strength will be needed. All is ready. We will be off shortly. 2nd November, morning. I was successful, and we took turns driving all night. Now the day is on us, bright, though cold. There's a strange heaviness in the air. I say heaviness for a want of a better word. I mean that it oppresses us both. It's very cold, and only our warm furs keep us comfortable. At dawn, Van Helsing hypnotized me. He says I answered darkness, creaking wood, and roaring water, so the river is changing as they ascend. I do hope my darling will not run any chance of danger, more than need be, but overall we are in God's hands. 2nd November night. All day long driving. The country gets wilder as we go, and the great spurs of Carpathians, which at Veresti seemed so far from us and so low on the horizon, now seem to gather round us and tower in front. We both seem in good spirits. I think we will make an effort, each to cheer the other. In doing so, we cheer ourselves. Dr. Van Helsing says that by the morning we shall reach the Borgo Pass. The houses are very few here now. The professor says that the last horse we've got will have to go on with us, as we may not be able to change. He got 2 in addition to the 2 we changed, so that we now have a rude 4 in hand. The dear horses are patient and good, and they give us no trouble. They are not worried with other travelers, and so even I can drive. We shall get to the pass in daylight. We do not want to arrive before. So we take it easy, and each have a long rest in turn. Oh, what will tomorrow bring to us? We go to seek the place where my poor darling suffered so much. God grant that we may be guided right, and that he will deign to watch over my husband and those dear to us both, and who are in such deadly peril. As for me, I am not worthy in his sight. I am unclean to his eyes, and I shall be until he may deign to let me stand forth in his sight as one of those who have not incurred his wrath. A memorandum by Abraham Van Helsing, on the 4th November. This is to my old and true friend John Seward, medical doctor of Purfleet, London, in case I may not see him. It may explain. It is morning, and I write by a fire which all the night I have kept alive, Madam Mina aiding me. It's cold, cold, so cold that the grey, heavy sky is full of snow, which when it falls will settle for all winter, as the ground is hardening to receive it. It seems to have affected Madam Mina. She has been so heavy of head all day, she was not like herself. She sleeps and sleeps and sleeps. She is usually so alert, and yet she's done nothing, literally, all the day. She even has lost her appetite. She makes no entry into her little diary, she who writes so faithful at every pause. Something whispers to me that all is not well. However, tonight she is more vif. Her long sleep all day has refreshed and restored her, for now she is all sweet and bright as ever. At sunset I try to hypnotize her, but, alas, with no effect. The power has grown less and less with each day, and tonight it fails me altogether. Well, God's will be done, whatever it may be and whithersoever it may lead. Now on to the historical, for Madame Mina writes not in her stenography. I must in my cumbrous old fashion, that so each day of us may not go unrecorded. We got to the Borgo Pass just after sunrise yesterday morning. When I saw the signs of dawn, I got ready for the hypnotism. We stopped our carriage and got down so that there may be no disturbance. I made a couch with furs, and Madam Mina, lying down, yielded herself as usual, but more slow and more short time than ever, to the hypnotic sleep. As before came the answer, darkness, swirling of water. Then she woke, bright and radiant, and we went on our way, and soon reached the pass. At this time and place she became all on fire with zeal. Some new guiding power in her manifested, for she pointed to a road and said, "This is the way." "How do you know?" "Of course I know. Have not my Jonathan travelled it and wrote of his travel?" At first I thought something strange, but I soon saw that there could only be one such by-road. It's used but little, and very different from the coach road from the Berkavina to the Bistritz, which is much more wide and hard, more of use. So we came down this road when we met other ways. Not always were we sure that there were roads at all, for they be neglected and light snow has fallen. The horses know, and only they do. I give rein to them, and they go on so patiently. By and by we find all the things which Jonathan's noted in that wonderful diary of his. Then we go on for long, long hours and hours. At the first I tell Madam Mina to sleep. She tries, she succeeds. She sleeps all the time, till the last I feel myself too suspicious grow, and attempt to wake her. But she sleeps on, and I may not wake her though I try. I do not wish to try too hard lest I harm her, for I know that she has suffered much, and sleep at times is all in all to her. I think I drowse myself, for all of a sudden I feel guilt as though I've done something. I find myself bolting up with the reins in my hand, and the good horses going along jog, just as ever. I look down and find Madam Mina still sleeping. It is now not far off of sunset time, and over the snow the light of the sun flowed in one big yellow flood, so that we threw great long shadows on the mountain rises so steep. For we're going up and up, and all is oh so wild and rocky, as though it were the end of the world. Then I arouse Madam Mina. This time she wakes with not much trouble, and I try to put her to hypnotic sleep. But she sleeps not, being as though I were not. Still I try and try, till all at once I find her and myself in the dark. So I look round, and find the sun has gone down. Madam Mina laughs, and I turn and looked at her. She is now quite awake, and looks so well as I have never seen her since that night at Carfax, when we first entered the Count's house. I'm amazed, and not at ease then, but she's so bright and tender and thoughtful for me, I forget all fear. I lit a fire, for we've brought a supply of wood with us, and she prepares food, while I undo the horses and set them, tethered in shelter, to feed. And then, when I return to the fire, she has my supper ready. I go to help her, but she smiles, and tells me that she's eaten already. She was so hungry she would not wait. I do not like it, and I have grave doubts, but I fear to affright her, and so I'm silent of it. She helps me, and I eat alone. Then we wrap in fur and lie beside the fire, and I tell her to sleep while I watch. But presently I forget all of watching. When I suddenly remember that I watch, I find her lying, quiet but awake, looking at me with her bright eyes. Once, twice before the same occurs, and I get much sleep before morning. When I wake, I try to hypnotize her, but at last, though she shuts her eyes obedient, she may not sleep. The sun rises up and up and up, then sleeps come to her too late, but so heavy that she will not wake. I have to lift her up and place her sleeping in the carriage when I've harnessed the horses and made all the ready. Madam still sleeps, and she looks in her sleep more healthy and redder than before, and I like it not. I'm afraid of all things, even to think, but I must go on my way. The stake we play is for life and death, or more than these, and we must not flinch. 5th November, morning. Let me be accurate in everything, for though you and I have seen some strange things together, you may at the first think that I, Van Helsing, am mad. The horrors and the so long strain on my nerves has at last turned my mind. All of yesterday we traveled, getting closer and closer to the mountains, and moving into more and more wild and desert land. There are great frowning precipices, and much falling water. Nature seems to have held some time her carnival. Madam Mina still sleeps and sleeps, and though I did have hunger and appeased it, I could not waken her even for the food. I began to fear that the fatal spell of the place was on her, tainted as she is with that vampire baptism. Well, said I to myself, if it be that she sleep all the day, it shall also be that I do not sleep at night. As we travel on the rough road, for the road of an ancient and imperfect kind there was, I held down my head and slept. Again I awakened with a sense of guilt and of time passing, and found Madam Mina still sleeping, the sun low down. But all was indeed changed. The frowning mountains further away, we were near the top of a steep rising hill, on the summit of which was such a castle as Jonathan told of in his diary. At once I exulted and feared, for now, for good or for ill, the end was near. I awoke Madam Mina and again tried to hypnotize her, but, alas, unavailing till too late. Then, ere the great dark came down upon us, for even after down sun the heavens reflected the gone sun on the snow, and for all a time there was great twilight, I took out the horses and fed them in what shelter I could. And I made a fire, and near it I made Madam Mina, now awake and more charming than ever, sit comfortable amid her rugs. I got ready food, but she would not eat, simply saying that she had not hunger. I did not press her, knowing her unavailing this, but I myself ate, for I must needs now be strong for all. Then, with the fear on me of what might be, I drew a ring so big for her comfort round where Madam Mina sat, and over the ring I passed some of the wafer, breaking it fine so that it was all well guarded. She sat still all the time, so still as one dead, grew whiter and whiter, till the snow was not more pale, and no word she said. But when I drew near, she clung to me, and I could know that the poor soul shook her from head to feet, that was tremoring to pain to feel. I said to her presently, when she had grown more quiet, "Will you not come over to the fire?" For I wished to make a test of what she could. She rose obediently, but when she had made a step she stopped, and stood as one stricken. "Why do you not go on?" I asked. She shook her head, and coming back, sat down in her place. Then she looked at me with open eyes as if one awaked from sleep, and said simply, "I cannot," and remained silent. I rejoiced, for I knew that what she could not, none of those, what we dreaded, could. Though there might be danger to her body, yet her soul was safe. Presently the horses began to scream and tore at their tethers, till I came to them and quieted them. When they did feel my hands on them, they whinnied low in joy, and licked at my hands, and were quiet for a time. Many times through the night did I come to them, till it arrived the cold hour when nature is at its lowest, and every time my coming was with quiet of them. In the cold hour the fire began to die, and I was about stepping forth to replenish it, for now the snow came in flying sweeps, and with it a chill mist. Even in the dark there was a light of some kind, as there ever is over snow, and it seemed as though the snow flurries and the wreaths of mist took shape as of women with trailing garments. All was in dead, grim silence, only that the horses whinnied and cowered, as if in terror of the worst. I began to fear, horrible fears, but then came to me the sense of safety in that ring wherein I stood. I began, too, to think that my imaginings were of the night, and the gloom and the unrest that I have gone through, and all the terrible anxiety. It was as though my memories of all Jonathan's horrid experiences were befooling me, for the snowflakes and mist began to wheel and circle round, till I could get as though a shadowy glimpse of those women that would have kissed him. And then the horses cowered lower and lower, and groaned in terror as men do in pain. Even the madness of fright was not to them, so that they could break away. I feared for my dear Madam Mina when these weird figures drew near and circled round. I looked at her, but she sat calmly and smiled at me. When I would have stepped to the fire to replenish it, she caught me and held me back, and whispered, like a voice that no one hears in a dream, so low it was, "No, no, do not go without. Here you're safe." I turned to her, and looking in her eyes, said, "But you, it is for you that I fear." Whereat she laughed, a laugh low and unreal, and said, "Fear for me? Why fear for me? None safer in all the world from them than I am." And as I wondered at the meaning of her words, a puff of wind made the flame leap up, and I saw the red scar on her forehead. And then, alas, I knew. Did I not, I would have soon learned, for the wheeling figures of mist and snow came closer, but keeping with ever out of the holy circle. Then they began to materialize, till, if God had not taken away my reason, for I saw it through my eyes, there were before me in actual flesh the same 3 women that Jonathan saw in the room when they would have kissed his throat. I knew the swaying round forms, the hard bright eyes, the white teeth, the ruddy color, the voluptuous lips. They smiled ever at poor dear Madam Mina, and as their laugh came through the silence of the night, they twinned their arms and pointed to her, and said, in those so sweet tingling tones that Jonathan said were of the intolerable sweetness of the water glasses, "Come, sister, come to us, come." In fear I turned to my poor Madam Mina, and my heart with gladness leapt like flame, for oh, the terror in her sweet eyes, the repulsion, the horror told a story to my heart that was all of hope. God be thanked that she was not yet of them. I seized some of the firewood which was by me, and holding out some of the wafer, advanced on them toward the toward the fire. They drew back before me and laughed their low, horrid laugh. I fed the fire and feared them not, for I knew that we were safe within our protections. They could not approach me, not whilst so armed, nor could Madam Mina whilst she remained within the ring, which she could not leave, no more than they could enter. The horses had ceased to groan and lay still on the ground. The snow fell on them softly, and they grew whiter. I knew that there was, for the poor beasts, no more of terror. And so we remained till the red of the dawn fell through the snow gloom. I was desolate and afraid, full of woe and terror, but when that beautiful sun began to climb the horizon, life came back to me again. At the first coming of the dawn, the horrid figures melted in the whirling mist and snow. The wreaths of transparent gloom moved away toward the castle and were lost. Instinctively, with the dawn coming, I turned to Madam Mina, intending to hypnotize her, but she lay in a deep and sudden sleep from which I could not wake her. I tried to hypnotize through her sleep, but she made no response, none at all, and the day broke. I fear I have yet to stir. I have made my fire and seen the horses. They were all dead. Today I have much to do here, and I keep waiting till the sun is up high. For there may be places where I must go, where that sunlight, though snow must still obscure it, will be to me a safety. I will strengthen myself with breakfast, and then I will go to my terrible work. Madam Mina still sleeps, and God be thanks, she's calm in her dreams. Jonathan Parker's journal on the 4th of November evening. The accident of the launch has been a terrible thing for us. Only for it we should have overtaken the boat long ago, and by now my dear Mina would have been free. I fear to think of her, off on the worlds near that horrid place. We've got horses, and we follow on the track. I note this whilst Godalming is getting ready, have her arms. The Cygni must look out if they mean fight. If only Morris and Seward were with us, we must only hope. If I write no more, goodbye, Mina. God bless and keep you. November 3rd, Dr. Seward's diary. With the dawn, we saw the body of Zigny before us dashing away from the river with their letter wagon. They surrounded it in a cluster and hurried along as though beset. The snow is falling lightly. There's a strange excitement in the air. It may be our own feelings, but the depression, it's strange. Far off I hear the howling of wolves. The snow brings them down from the mountains. There are dangers to all of us, and from all sides. The horses are nearly ready. We're soon off. We ride to the death of someone. God alone knows who or where or what or when or how it may be. Van Helsing's memorandum on the 5th of November afternoon. I'm at least sane. Thank God for that mercy at all events, though the proving it has been dreadful. When I left Madam Mina sleeping within the holy circle, I took my way to the castle. The blacksmith hammer which I took in the carriage from Veresti was useful. Though the doors were all open, I broke them off the rusty hinges, lest some ill intent or ill chance should close them, so that being entered, I might not get out. Jonathan's bitter experience served me here. By the memory of his diary, I found my way to the old chapel, for I knew that here my work lay. The air was oppressive. It seemed as if there was some sulphurous flame, which at times made me dizzy. Either there was a roaring in my ears, or I heard afar off the howl of wolves. Then I bethought me of my dear Madam Mina. I was in terrible plight. This dilemma had me between his horns. Also, we saw for a moment there Magnus. So those of you who have stayed tuned in for these last couple chapters just got to see Magnus, sweet little cat boy. He then ran off to eat, but you saw him for a little bit there. Anyway, her I had dared not to take in this place, but left safe from that vampire in the holy circle. Yet even there would be the wolf. I resolved myself that my work lie here, and that the wolves that we must submit if it were God's will. At any rate, it was only death and freedom beyond, so I did choose for her. Had it been but for myself, the choice had been easy. The maw of the wolf was better to rest in than the grave of the vampire, so I made my choice to go on with my work. I knew that there were at least 3 graves to find, graves that were inhabited, so I searched and found one of them. She lay in her vampire sleep, so full of life and voluptuous beauty, I shudder as though I have come to do murder. I doubt not that in old time, where such things were, many a man who set forth to do such a task as mine found at last his heart did fail him, and then his nerve, so he delayed and delayed and delayed, until the mere beauty and the fascination of the wanton undead had hypnotized him, and he remained on until sunset come, and the vampire sleep was over. Then the beautiful eyes of the fair woman opened and looked lovely, and the voluptuous mouth presented a kiss, and, well, man is weak. There remains one more victim in the vampire fold. One more to swell the grim and grisly ranks of the undead. There is some fascination, surely, when I am moved by the mere presence of such a one. Even lying as she lay in a tomb fretted with age and heavy with the dust of centuries, though there be that horrid odour, as such the layers of the Count have had. Yes, I was moved. I, Van Helsing, with all my purpose and motive for hate, I was moved to a yearning for delay which seemed to paralyze my faculties and clog my very soul. It may have been that the need of the natural sleep and the strange oppression of the air were beginning to overcome me. Certain it was that I was lapsing into sleep, the open-eyed sleep of one who yields to a sweet fascination, when there came through the snow-stilled air a long, low wail, so full of woe and pity that it woke me like the sound of a clarion, for it was the voice of my dear Madam Mina that I heard. Then I braced myself again to my horrid task, and found, by wrenching away tomb-tops, one of the other sisters, the dark one. I dared not pause to look on her as I had on her sister, lest once more I should begin to be enthralled, but I go on searching, till presently I find in a great high tomb, as if made to one much beloved, that the other fair sister, which, like Jonathan, I had seen to gather herself out of the atoms of the mist, she was so fair to look on, so radiantly beautiful, so exquisitely voluptuous, the very instinct of man in me, which calls those to love and protect one of hers, made my head whirl with new emotion. But God be thanked, that soul wail of my dear Madam Mina had not died out of my ears. Before the spell could be wrought further upon me, I had nerved myself to my wild work. By this time I had searched all the tombs in the chapel, so far as I could tell, and there had only been 3 of these undead phantoms around us in the night. I took it that there were no more of active undead existent. There was one great tomb more lordly than all the rest. Huge it was, and nobly proportioned. On it but was one word: Dracula. This, then, was the undead home of the king vampire, to whom so many more were due. Its emptiness spoke eloquent, to be certain, what I knew. Before I begin to restore these women to their dead selves through my awful work, I laid in Dracula's tomb some of the wafer, and so banished him from it, undead forever. Then began my terrible task, and I dreaded it. Had it been but one, it had been easy, comparatively. But 3? To begin twice more after I'd been through a deed of horror. For if it was terrible with the sweet Miss Lucy, what would it not be with these strange ones who had survived through centuries, strengthened themselves with the passing of the years, who would if they could, have fought for their foul lives. Oh, my friend John, but it was butcher work. Had I not been nerved by thoughts of the other dead, and the living over whom hung such a pall of fear, I could not have gone on. I trembled and tremble even yet, though till all was over, God be thanked, my nerve did stand. Had I not seen the repose in the first place, and the gladness that stole over it just ere the final dissolution came, as realization that the soul had been won, I could not have gone further with my butchery. I could not have endured that horrid screeching as the stake drove home, the plunging of writhing form, the lips of bloody foam. I should have fled in terror and left my work undone, but it is over. And the poor souls, I can pity them now and weep, as I think of them in placid, each in her full sleep of death, for a short moment ere fading. Poor friend John, hardly had my knife severed the head of each, before the whole body began to melt away and crumble into its native dust, as though the death that should have come centuries agone had at last inserted himself, said at last, once and loud, I am here. Before I left the castle, I so fixed its entrances that never more can the Count enter there whilst undead. When I stepped into the circle where Madam Mina slept, she woke from her sleep, and seeing me, cried out in pain that I had endured too much. Come, come away from this place. Let us go to meet my husband, who I know is coming towards us. She was looking thin, pale, and weak, but her eyes were pure and glowed with fervor. I was glad to see her paleness and her illness, for my mind was full of the fresh horror of that ruddy vampire sleep. And so with trust and hope, and yet full of fear, we go eastward to meet our friends, and him, whom Madam Mina tells me she knows are coming to meet us. Mina Harker's journal, 6th of November. It was late in the afternoon when the professor and I took our way toward the east, whence I knew Jonathan was coming. We did not go fast, though the way was steeply downhill, for we had to take heavy rugs and wraps with us. We dared not face the possibility of being left without warmth in the cold and snow. We had to take some of our provisions, too, for we were in a perfect desolation, and so far as we could see through the snowfall, there was not even the sign of habitation. When we had gone about a mile, I was tired with the heavy walking, and sat down to rest. Then we looked back and saw where the clear line of Dracula's castle cut the sky, for we were so deep under the hill whereon it was set, the angle of perspective of the Carpathian mountains was far below it. We saw in all its grandeur, perched 1,000 feet on the summit of a sheer precipice, with seemingly a great gap between it and the steep of the adjacent mountain on any side, there was something wild and uncanny about the place. We could hear the distant howling of the wolves. We were far off, but the sound, even though coming through muffled from the deadening of snowfall, was full of terror. I knew the way that Dr. Van Helsing was searching about, that he was trying to seek some strategic point where he'd be less exposed in case of an attack. The rough roadway still led downwards. We could trace it through the drifted snow. In a little while the professor signaled to me, so I got up and joined him. He'd found a wonderful spot, a sort of natural hollow in a rock, with an entrance like a doorway between two boulders. He took me by the hand and drew me in. See, here you will be in shelter, and if the wolves do come, I can meet them one by one. He brought in our furs and made a snug nest for me, and got out some provisions and forced them upon me. But I couldn't eat. To even try to do so was repulsive to me. Much as I would have liked to please him, I couldn't bring myself to the attempt. He looked very sad, but did not reproach me. Taking his field glasses from the case, he stood on top of the rock and began to search the horizon. Suddenly he called out, "Look, Madam Mina, look, look!" I sprang up and stood beside him on the rock. He handed me his glasses and pointed. The snow was now falling more heavily and swirled about fiercely, for a high wind was beginning to blow. However, there were times when there were pauses between the snow flurries, and I could see a long way around. From the height where we were, it was possible to see a great distance, and far off, beyond the white waste of snow, I could see the river lying like a black ribbon and kinked and curled as it wound its way, straight in front of us and not far off, in fact so near that I wondered how we'd not noticed before, came a group of mounted men hurrying along. In the midst of them was a cart, a long leader wagon, which swept from side to side like a dog's tail wagging, with each stern inequality of the road. Outlined against the snow as they were, I could see from the men's clothes they were peasants or travelers of some kind. On the cart was a great square chest. My heart leapt as I saw it, for I felt that the end was coming. The evening was now drawing close, and well that I knew at the sunset the thing which was till then imprisoned there would take new freedom and could in any form elude many pursuits. And in fear I turned to the professor. To my consternation, he wasn't there. An instant later I saw him below me. Round the rock he had drawn a circle, such as we found shelter in last night. When he completed it, he stood beside me again, saying, "At least you shall be safe here from him." He took the glasses from me, and the next lull of the snow swept the whole space below us. "See, they come quickly. They are flogging the horses, galloping as hard as they can." He paused and went on in a hollow voice. "They are racing for the sunset. We may be too late. God's will be done." Down came another blinding rush of driving snow, and the whole landscape was blotted out. It soon passed, however, and once more his glasses were fixed on the plain. Then came a sudden cry. "Look, look! See 2 horses following fast, coming up from the south. Must be Quincy and John. Take the glass. Look before the snow blots it all out." I took it, and I looked. 2 men might be Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. I knew at all events neither of them were Jonathan. At the same time I knew that Jonathan was not far off, since looking around I saw on the north side of the coming party 2 other men riding at breakneck speed. One of them I knew was Jonathan, the other I took, of course, to be Lord Godalming. They too were pursuing the party with a cart. When I told the professor, he shouted in glee like a schoolboy, and after looking intently till a snowfall made sight impossible, he laid his Winchester rifle ready for use against the boulder at the opening of our shelter. "They are still converging," he said. "When the time comes we shall have travelers on all sides." I got out my revolver ready to hand, for whilst we were speaking the howling of wolves came closer and closer. When the snowstorm shifted a moment, or rather abated for a moment, we looked again. It was strange to see the snow falling in such heavy flakes close to us, and beyond, the sun shining more and more brightly as it sank down toward the far mountain tops. Sweeping the glass all around us, I could see here and there dots moving singly in 2 or 3s and in larger numbers. The wolves were gathering for prey. Every instant seemed an age while we waited. The wind came now in fierce bursts, and the snow was driven with fury as it swept upon us in its circling eddies. All times we could not see an arm's length before us, but some at others a bellowing wind swept by us to clear the airspace around us so we could see afar off, if even for just a moment. We had of late been so accustomed to watch for sunrise and sunset, we knew with fair accuracy when it would be. We knew that before long the sun would set. It was hard to believe that by our watches it was less than an hour that we waited in that rocky shelter before the curious bodies began to converge close upon us. The wind came now with fiercer and more bitter sweeps, and more steadily from the south. It seemingly had driven the snow clouds from us, for with only occasional bursts the snow fell. We could distinguish clearly the individuals of each party, the pursued and the pursuers. Strangely enough, those pursued did not seem to realize, or at least care, that they were pursued. They seemed, however, to hasten with redoubled speed as the sun dropped lower and lower on the mountain tops. Closer and closer they drew. The professor and I crouched down behind our rock and held our weapons ready. I should see that he was determined they should not pass. One and all were quite unaware of our presence. All at once 2 voices shouted out to "Halt!" One was my Jonathan's, raised in a high key of passion, the other Mr. Morris's strong, resolute tone of quiet command. The travelers may not have spoken the language, but there was no mistaking the tone in whatever tongue the words were spoken. Instinctively they reined in, and at the instant
Godalming and Jonathan dashed up at one side, and Saward and Mr. Morris on the other. The leader of the travellers, splendid-looking fellow, who sat his horse like a centaur, waved them back, and in fierce voice gave to his companions some word to proceed. They lashed the horses, which sprang forward, but the four men raised their Winchester rifles, and in an unmistakable way commanded them to stop. At the same moment, Dr. Van Helsing and I rose behind the rock and pointed our weapons at them. Seeing that they were surrounded, the men tightened their reins and drew up. The leader turned to them and gave a word, at which every man of the party drew what weapon he carried, knife or pistol, holding himself in readiness for an attack. Issue was joined in an instant. The leader, with a quick movement of his rein, threw his horse out in front, and pointing first to the sun, now close down on the hilltops, and then to the castle, said something which I didn't understand. For answer, all four men of our party threw themselves from their horses and dashed toward the cart. I should have felt terrible fear at seeing Jonathan in danger, but that the ardor of battle must have been upon me as well as the rest of them. I felt no fear, but only a wild, surging desire to do something. Seeing the quick movement of our party as the leader of the travelers gave a command, his men instantly formed round the cabin, or rather the cart, in a sort of undisciplined endeavor, each one shouldering and pushing, in his eagerness to carry out the order. In the midst of this, I could see that Jonathan on one side of the ring of men, and Quincy on the other, were forcing away the way to the cart. It was evident that they were bent on finishing their task before the sun could set. Nothing seemed to stop or even hinder them, neither the leveled weapons nor the flashing knives of the gypsies in front. Sorry, it's getting very late. I've been trying to say travelers instead of the literal racial slur. Granted, it probably wasn't a racial slur at the time, but it is now. Neither the leveled weapons nor the flashing knives of the travelers in front nor the howling of the wolves behind appeared to even attract their attention. Jonathan's impetuosity and the manifest singleness of his purpose seemed to overawe those in front of him. Instinctively they cowered aside and let him pass. In an instant he jumped upon the cart, and with a strength that seemed incredible raised the great box and flung it over the wheel to the ground. In the meantime, Mr. Morris had to use force to pass through his side of the ring. It's literature, it's safe as long as you have a disclaimer. Yeah, I don't have a disclaimer. Other than, it's Dracula. They talk about it. Yeah. I have a way I approach things, but I need to finish reading this. We'll talk about it another time. The ring. All the time I had been breathlessly watching Jonathan, as I had, with the tail of my eye, seen him desperately pressing forward, and had seen the knives of the travelers flash as he won a way through them, and they cut at him in kind. He'd parried with his great bowie knife, and at first I thought that he too had come through in safety, but as he sprang beside Jonathan, who had by now jumped from the cart, I could see that with his left hand he was clutching at his side, that the blood was spurting through his fingers. He did not delay, notwithstanding this, for as Jonathan with desperate energy attacked one end of the chest, attempting to prise off the lid with his great kukri knife, he attacked the other frantically with his bowie. Under the efforts of both men, the lid began to yield, the nails drew with a quick screeching sound, and the top of the box was thrown back. By this time, the travellers, seeing themselves covered by the Winchesters and at the mercy of Lord Godalming and Dr. Saward, had given in and made no resistance. The sun was almost down on the mountain tops, and the shadows of the whole group fell long upon the snow. I saw the Count lying within the box upon the earth, some of which the rude falling from the cart had scattered over him. He was deathly pale like a waxen image, and the red eyes glared with the horrible vindictive look which I knew too well. As I looked, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the look of hate in them turned to triumph. But on the instant came the sweep and flash of Jonathan's great knife.
I shrieked as I saw it shear through the throat, whilst at the same moment Mr. Morris's bowie knife plunged into the heart. It was like a miracle, but before our very eyes, and almost in the drawing of a breath, the whole body crumbled into dust and passed from our sight. I shall be as glad, as long as I live, that even in that moment of final dissolution there was in the face a look of peace, such as I never could have imagined might have rested there. The castle of Dracula now stood out against the red sky, and every stone of its broken battlements was articulated against the light of the setting sun. The travelers taking us as in some way the cause of the extraordinary disappearance of the dead man turned, without a word, and rode away as if for their lives. Those who were unmounted jumped upon the lighter wagon, and shouted to the horsemen not to desert them. The wolves, which had withdrawn to a safe distance, followed in their wake, leaving us alone. Mr. Morris had sunk to the ground, leaning on his elbow, holding his hand pressed to his side, the blood still gushing through his fingers. I flew to him, for the holy circle did not now keep me back. So did the two doctors. Jonathan knelt behind him, and the wounded man laid back his head on his shoulder. With a sigh he took, with a feeble effort, my hand in that of his own, which was unstained. He must have seen the anguish of my heart in my face, for he smiled at me and said, "I am only too happy to have been of any service." God, he cried suddenly, struggling up to a sitting posture and pointing to me. "It was worth it for this to die. Look, look." The sun was now right down upon the mountain top, and the red gleams fell upon my face that it was bathed in rosy light. With one impulse the men sank on their knees, and a deep and earnest amen broke from all as their eyes followed the pointing of his finger. The dying man spoke. "Now God be thanked that all has not been in vain. See that the snow is not more stainless than her forehead. The curse has passed away." And to our bitter grief, with a smile and in silence, he died, a gallant gentleman. Is this? Okay, this note's only a few pages. We'll read it. A note. 7 years ago we all went through the flames, and the happiness of some of us since then is, we think, well worth the pain we endured. It is an added joy to Mina and to me that our boy's birthday is the same day as that on which Quincy Morris died. His mother holds, I know, the secret belief that some of our brave friend's spirit has passed into him. His bundle of names links all of our little band of men together, but we call him Quincy. In the summer of this year we made a journey to Transylvania, and went over the old ground which was, and is, to us so full of vivid and terrible memories. It was almost impossible to believe the things which we had seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears that were living truths. Every trace of all that has been was blotted out. The castle stood as before, reared high above a waste of desolation. When we got home, we were talking of the old time, which we could all look back on without despair now, for Godalming and Seward are both happily married. I took the papers from the safe where they had been ever since our return so long ago. We were struck with the fact that in all the mass of material which the record is composed, there is hardly one authentic document, nothing but a mass of typewriting, except the later notebooks of Mina and Seward and myself, and Van Helsing's memorandum. We could hardly ask anyone, even did we wish to accept these as proof of so wild of a story. Van Helsing summed it all up as he said, with our boy on his knee, "We want no proofs. We ask none to believe us. This boy will some day know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Already he knows her sweetness and loving care. Later on he will understand how some men so loved her that they did dare much for her sake." Jonathan Harker. The end of our tale. That's it. That's Dracula, folks. I appreciate your humoring me for nearly 3 hours more than the stream tends to run. We will be back Monday for some tabletop stuff. Probably a drawing focused game because I haven't picked one of those up yet. I'm very excited for one of those because it's like it's making an art that I have very little skill in, and it's very very fun. You know, I will put it this way: I am a much better improv storyteller than I am an artist, and I that's something that I really liked about Ex Novo was it kind of bound a story into a drawing, and the story had a lot more heft to it than the drawing. If I start talking about this any longer, I'm going to start waxing poetic because that's what I do when I'm tired. That's what that is. Monday we're playing a drawing game, uh, probably bumbling. I don't know. I'll figure it out. And Friday we will be back with another book that I have decided on, but I will simply not mention because it is very very late. Anyway, this has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't sting.